said, we're going to hop right into the first topic. Obviously, the C word slur, the banning on Twitch. This is something that was being talked about in the chat whenever things were being discussed because one of our panelists that was going to be on got banned for saying the word in someone else's Twitch chat. So this is something that was being talked about, and I know that Stardust and Problematic Pan were the ones that were talking about it the most. So let's see. We'll just pick. We'll just let Pan go ahead and kick this one off, and give us your opening thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously cookies is a slur. It's obviously used derogatorily against white people. However, I think it's an extremely mild slur, and I think when we measure like how bad a slur is, we should take into account how offensive it is. I don't think cookies is more offensive than like calling somebody a motherfucker or like a donkey fucker. You know, like I can say that shit, but cookies, no, that's too far. Overall, you know, I support more open speech. I want there to be less banned words, not more. I think it's a little bit crazy that everyone's getting freaked out about the word cookie. Although that said, if it does turn out that apparently I've missed this, I didn't know this, but apparently there's droves of white people around the nation who are getting super offended by being called a cookie. So, you know, if that turns out to be true, and it turns out that a bunch of white people are being offended by this slur, I might change my mind. But from my personal experience, it's an extremely mild slur. I don't think it's ban worthy. I think it's yeah, don't slur against people, but I mean if you do, this slur is pretty mild. So
you're okay with a little racism?
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look.
Well, okay. It's just opening. So Coop obviously has something to say. We'll go to Coop next after Stardust. So Stardust, go ahead and give. Let's see your 2 cents on this.
Sure, we can look at the effects of certain slurs in certain words, and certainly there's a difference in the amount of offense and amount of hurt that you receive when somebody calls you a C word versus somebody calling you a very racially charged word like the N word or like another word. There's no doubt about that. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that we need to be consistent in the way that we judge how we monitor these things. And if we're going to ban people based on their usage of other words like the N word and other words like the other C word, not the probably one that none of you guys are thinking of. If we're going to ban people based on those things, then we should be consistent and ban people who are using slurs to insult people based on their characteristics that they can't change, that they were born with. Now, I'm okay with a platform not having any of these rules, but we are on a platform that has those rules. And, you guys know me. I'm not really, offended by words like that. But if we're holding people to that standard, we should be holding everybody to that standard equally.
All right, Coop Show.
Yeah, I kind of follow on your side of this thing, American Nacho. I'm more of a free speech absolutist. I would absolutely know who those people are and the types of the words that they prefer to use, as opposed to, censoring them and like just using it behind closed doors or whatever the case may be. I understand Twitch actually has their rules and then they do what they do, which I was actually very surprised that they took this stance. I was very surprised. So kudos for getting even more woke, Twitch. Proud of you. At least you're consistent-ish. So, yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay. IRI?
Yeah, I think this last couple of days have been an absolute embarrassment as I watch the Slur Olympics take place here on Twitch.tv and people saying my slur's worse than yours and how can you get your feelings hurt? I don't think you get to tell people how they should feel about being called a slur. Nobody should call anybody a slur. It's ridiculous. People need to grow the hell up. And I think a lot of true colors were shown this week. And I want to congratulate Hassan on single-handedly creating a slur and creating a whole class of victims out there who can say, see, this is what we're going through, and we're the victims now. So, good job, Hassan.
Amazing. Okay, Killer Steven.
I don't know. I'm kind of in between. I kind of like Stardust take. so far. I tend to agree, but to the extent though that I think it's all dumb. Like it's so stupid, regardless of what word people are using. Like I get what IRI is saying there too. If it's not up to somebody else to, assume someone's level of offense, but everybody likes to pretend as if that word doesn't bother anybody because most of us, well, I can't speak for most of us, but myself, I don't care. There's not a word you could call me that's really going to set me on some crazy rage that I just can't control myself. But everybody likes to bring up the other one that starts with an N as being so bad. And that's just, listen to music, listen to the radio, listen to what people choose to call each other. If you're going to tell me that word is so horribly offensive, then that wouldn't be the case. Personally, if you don't like something, don't watch it. Hassan, Vosh, they got banned. I think that's fucking hilarious. They made their bed. Now they get to lie in it. That's what you want. You want people shut down for saying stuff you don't like? Well, then that's what you get. But I'm not going to watch it anyway because I'm an adult. If I don't like something, I close the tab. It doesn't need to be removed for everyone else. I make my own choices. I watch what I like, watch what I don't like. So, I don't know. Racism is funny.
All right, racism is funny. Preacher, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, first I want to start off with saying IRI needs to be checked because he just victim shamed me. I feel very offended by that. You know what? I don't get offended. I've been called that C word plenty of times in my debates and my arguments. I don't care. I am for free speech. I think if you want to know how hateful or racist a person is, let them speak. But so I do understand people getting offended with the N word. I think the N word's on a totally different level than the C word. But at the same time, if you're going to ban one, you got to ban them both. I think it's ironic that Hassan and Vosh got whacked yesterday, and today Twitch had their major issues. I'm not sure if there's correlation there, but I think there is. But I believe in free speech, but people are going to whine and complain and have stand on their vajayjay, whatever. It is what it is.
Okay, Biggs.
Yeah, so I think this whole thing is just fucking just ridiculously stupid. I understand we're on a platform, so there has to be some type of rules because they're trying to sell ads, they're trying to make money, right? That's fine. But all this kind of stuff like this, when you play the slur Olympics, like IRI was saying, you're just giving power to these words and giving power to hurt feelings, right? Like people need to grow the fuck up and they need to not let fucking names hurt them. Fucking sticks and stones, that whole saying. We've gotten so far past this. Every little thing pisses everybody off. It's absurd. If we keep down this track, you're literally not going to be able to say anything of any descriptor of any kind to anybody without somebody possibly being offended. And I think this is just absurd. We need to go to more open speech, more free speech. Let the people that are hateful get their hate out, and we can shout them down. We can ridicule them, right? We can put them in a shameful place where they won't want to speak that out loud ever again. That's what we need to be focusing on, not these fucking little knick-knack fucking shitty ass slurs that people are getting offended about. I think it's just absurd from all avenues.
All right. So I did see Pan and Stardust like raising their hands while we were going through that stuff. So I'll get to you guys. This was kind of like a last minute thing. So I actually wanted to get my little 2 cents in here, and then I'll shut the
You're
fuck up.
You're not a debater. You're a moderator. You literally said you lied from the start, Nacho. Jesus Christ.
I told you guys, or you weren't in the group chat.
This is the stuff that we need to take offense to. Not
Stop
this
it, okay?
He's a moderator.
I told everybody else in the group chat. You came late, but I told everybody else I might hop in here a little bit unless it got crazy and I felt like I needed to moderate. I just didn't think I would need to.
Are
for
you
this
shitting in my mouth right now? Are you shitting in my mouth?
Okay, I am. Yeah. So look, I'm kind of in the same boat as basically everybody here. I just feel like I would much rather have free speech and people can say whatever the hell they want to say. There are societal consequences to those things. But if you are going to have a standard, you should hold everybody else to the same standard. And if you're going to you're going to make this category and say that like this falls, you shouldn't say racist things. And this is obviously something that falls in that category, then just treat everybody the same. So yeah, that's my little 2 cents. But yeah, Pan, I saw you raise your hand first. So go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so a lot of people are saying that my standard is inconsistent because I think it's okay to ban the N-word but not the C-word. I'm not doing this because, I'm not basing this on, you have to ban all slurs. I'm basing this on how offensive a word is, right? So the extremely offensive words that will dispel people from the Twitch platform, I think it's reasonable to ban them. Now, there's a lot of subjectivity when it comes to how offensive a slur is, but I think we can all agree that some slurs and some insults are on different level than others. So while it's true that if your standard is no slurs, my ban would not be consistent. But I'm not advocating for a no slurs ban. I'm advocating for a no extremely offensive speech ban. And I think that would be a reasonable compromise, and I think it's very consistent. Yeah, I just think it's consistent. I don't think there's anything inconsistent about it.
I took
All right,
5
Stardust, go
offenses
ahead.
to that.
Yeah.
Stardust,
so
go ahead. I see you guys raising hands. We can do that, but you guys are welcome to interrupt each other. If I see you're not getting in, or you feel like you can't get in and raise a hand, let me know. But we'll go to Stardust and then Biggs, and then just jump in.
Okay, yeah. So I'm glad that mostly everybody on this panel has conceded that I have the best opinion on this. Thank you. I thank you very much for that. Yeah, basically there is history behind the C word slur, and whether or not you're aware of it, it is used on white people, and specifically it's levied at low-income white people. It's also used towards lighter-skinned people of color in communities of color, which is probably part of why Twitch has taken such a strong stance on it. Getting your identity invalidated, right? Something that you're born with, something that you can't even I guess change. It sucks. Obviously, again, it's not on the same level as the N-word. It's not on the same level as a bunch of other words, right? But we have to. I don't find it consistent for us to ban certain words and not others. I personally, I deal with a lot of racist language online. And just because I may feel like I deal with more than the average person, that doesn't mean that I'm okay with white people or my white friends or my light-skinned friends basically facing that type of language also. I want less of that language on, directed towards my friends. I just don't see why we wouldn't take care of that. So yeah. And then another thing I wanted to add is that another thing that people seem to bring up a lot is that words, shouldn't affect you. They're just words. And it's true. And most of the time when I encounter slurs or things like that online, I think it's hilarious. I think it's like the funniest thing in the world. But for the average person, they will probably not react to the first 2 instances of it. But when you have the cumulative effect of like every day getting some sort of targeted insult levied at you, the average person is not well equipped to deal with that, right? So that's just a perspective I wanted to throw in there. So
okay,
yeah.
Biggs, go ahead, and then
So,
it's open. I think
it's
Steven was
funny
trying to hop in there.
that Stardust
Biggs,
is using the I have white friends argument. Shame on you, Stardust. Shame on you. No, what I want to say is I think it is so silly to put something on the words themselves, because I don't think it's about the actual words, because you can have like the N-word be used in a way that's not derogatory, whether it's people using it as a endearment term or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, but if you could use any word in a virulent way, and it could be much more hurtful and impactful. Like, so I just think it's so silly to like have these just words arbitrarily just decided to be, oh, we can't use this or we can't use that word. Like, it's just the whole premise of this is just so we just need to get past it. Like, it's 2021. Like, it's just they're fucking words. They're not gonna do shit.
I'm all for edgy humor. I personally, like, I really don't care that much, but I'm just thinking the average person, and if we're going to be consistent across the board, I would rather have a platform, though, where I can just say whatever and not be worried about TOS coming after me. But yeah.
Has anyone not noticed that these bans have the complete opposite effect? I mean, I've had my Discord for probably 6 years now, and I don't think that particular C word had ever been used at any point in time, either as a joke or an insult. And now it's constant all the time. It's like I wish I could just say it, but it's Twitch. But prohibition in general rarely, if ever, works. It's going to have the opposite effect. This is the same reason I think people use the other word that starts with an N, is because people say you can't, and the effect it has when someone some brave soldier steps up to say it, and then they go, oh, and they giggle and whatever. And it's the same thing. Like it's all over the place now. Everybody's using that word as a result of this effort to squash it.
Yeah, I think
My
that's what
problem with,
IRI was touching on. I think that's
my
what IRI
problem-
was touching on earlier.
That's what I'm
my
saying.
problem
Like,
with what problematic Pam, what he was saying is, when you say like the level of injury you would get from each word, you really can't. Who's going to judge what level that is? Like, who's going to judge? Well, this is more severe than that, because everybody's going to see them differently. And right now, it's just Twitch. But can you imagine now if the government starts, like over in the United Kingdom, starts taking control of speech? A lot of people were cheering when people on the right were getting whacked because of saying a word here or a word there. Now all of a sudden, people on the left are getting whacked. It's like, holy crap! Yeah, it turns around to bite you in the ass when you support all that stuff coming from a higher power, whether it's Twitch or the government.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I get to an extent what you're saying. You're saying that because it's subjective and we can't measure it, blah blah blah. Well, I think everyone with like a social IQ above like 7 is able to tell which words in any given context are going to be so bad that you can't say them. I'm not saying like there's never going to be a strict standard that governments can enforce, and I don't think governments should enforce this. Right? I'm talking specifically about platforms because I don't think that the government has any right to pass laws against speech, with certain exceptions like fighting words and stuff like that. But so I completely agree that the government should never draw a bright line and say, okay, you can never say this word. But we're not really talking about that. We're talking about a platform banning the use of a word, which I think is I think it's completely legitimate. And I do think that we can all kind of use our social intelligence to figure out which words are okay and which words are probably not okay. In fact, that's what we do every single day. These words would be taboo even without TOS, right?
Go back to what Steven said exactly about this. Like, what do you think? Do you think people are using it less now, or do you think people are using it more now? So what kind of effect does it really have?
Again, I don't support.
So is that a
banning
positive net effect because of banning it?
No, well, I don't support banning it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand we're on a platform, but do you think like what Twitch is doing is having a positive effect?
Do we want to blame Twitch on? Do we want to blame Twitch for that?
Wait, he's like the only one on the other side of this, so you got to let him respond here.
Well, I feel like I'm not on the other side of this one though, right? Because I'm not for banning the use of the C word, right? Like, I'm not on the other side. I agree, it's silly. Now, I do think that they have a right.
I'm not trying to jump
really
in here, but if I can steel man what I think everybody else has said, I don't think most of us in here want to ban the C word. I think it's just been said that if there's going to be a standard at all, it should be consistent. I think that's what most of us have said.
The genie is out of the bottle. You're not going to put it back. And Twitch is a bit of a canary in a coal mine, believe it or not. They were the first platform to suspend Donald Trump for playing VODs that had false information. And the next thing you know, he's banned on Twitter. So I think it's had the exact opposite effect. Hassan was out there puffing up his chest saying, I can say this, I can say it. Now that he's been suspended for it, it almost has the same weight on this. I would say it has the same weight as the N-word on this platform. And that's going to trickle out to society. Now you got NBC News writing articles about this. Probably Joe Rogan's going to talk about it soon. I mean, this is a disaster if you are trying to say that it doesn't have the same weight as the N-word. I think it's a disaster.
Well, and I think we all agree with that, though, right? Like, no, I don't think anyone on this panel or anyone with an IQ of like 20 thinks that they're the same weight, right? Everyone knows that the N-word is worse than the C word. But, I agree with you completely that it is becoming worse because of the Twitch ban, which is definitely a reason why Twitch shouldn't have banned it. And I don't disagree with you guys on this.
I meant
not the same weight. I meant not the same weight. My bad.
I actually
so I just want to let him have a chance for a second.
I was counting how many times he said right in that sentence.
Oh, okay, never mind. All right, yeah, go ahead, Stardust.
So I want to disagree.
How many did I get up to?
Okay, I want to disagree with what you're saying about whose responsibility that is. I think it's fine for Twitch as a platform, as a business, to try and maintain consistency in what they ban on their platform. What I would say is that I think a majority of the fault of the increase in the usage of this word actually falls on Hassan. I think Hassan's being a complete asshole about it. The dude is being completely irresponsible. He hasn't done any research onto the word, right? He doesn't realize that that word, it doesn't just affect white people, it affects other people too, right? But I mean, you know, if you, again, it's a word that's used to make fun of people who are of a lower class, and I think that kind of sucks. And it's used to invalidate people who happen to be lighter skinned, who are people of color. And I just think that, again, I'm with you on, you know, having a platform that's, you know, not censored, and where we can make jokes and have a good time and not worry about TOS. But I think it's Twitch, as their own platform, has their right to decide what goes on their platform and what doesn't.
You heard that, Hassan? Bring your ass to the octagon and defend yourself, okay? You've been called out by Stardust.
Good luck.
Yeah, Hassan's a fucking asshole, dude. So.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel about him, though?
I think Hassan is a. No, I'm just kidding.
Flip it. Oh, okay.
He eats cookies.
Pan, do you have a response to that, or? I don't think you're on the other side of this, but I just didn't know. You just pushed back a little bit. I wouldn't say you're like in the same boat as like Hassan or whoever these guys, but
Yeah, I'll stir the pot a little bit. Do you
I
think
just wanted
like
to give you a
Thank you. I appreciate
chance,
it. I
that's
appreciate
all.
Yeah, I get time to talk. I appreciate that, but I don't
So
have
kinda-
anything to say, so
kind of touch on what Stardust
Okay.
said, when they're like, oh, how it makes people feel, and like, oh, it's used as a derogatory term. Do you think it's okay to use racial slurs when they're not used specifically to be derogatory, but to troll and just to piss people off? Do you think that has the same levity of using it as opposed to a derogatory term, like, oh, you're an N, versus like calling someone that very troll-like?
So
doesn't
I
have the same
think.
weight, obviously.
Well, actually, I would say if you're on the receiving end of that, it's hard to tell what the difference is, right? If somebody is trolling you but calling you like
What if a white dude calls another white dude that?
So I don't have the context for that. I don't know what that's like because I'm not white. I can't really say that. But if I were, so people will. I can never tell if people are directing these words at me to troll me or to actually hurt me, right? There's no difference if it's just some stranger on the internet. If somebody is calling me a dune word, you know, like it's yeah. So
Does anyone know where the origins of the word come from? I have no idea. I don't even know where.
there are
where
multiple
this originated or
sources.
started
There are
from.
multiple sources.
Okay.
But if somebody's calling me a dune thing or like a Indian something, you know, like I cannot tell the difference because I'm on the receiving end. That's the main thing. And so for me, like, I think it's funny, but I can very much understand the average person when you have that directed at you on a daily basis. It can have a taxing effect for sure. So yeah.
I think a big difference is also you're seeing it in chat where they're typing it, whereas like if you were in a store or something and someone's face to face with you, you get the emotion they have behind that, and you'll know how it's meant to be directed at you.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious when friends like and I will like joke around in private message and like I'll be like, call me a slur, say the word, you know, say the words you want to say, you know, call me that, you know. I think it's hilarious because they don't because you know I think it's especially funny when I do that to white people because they're like oh god. Yeah, it's yeah, I can see how if you're interacting with strangers online, it's hard to tell what the intention is behind those words. So yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever called me that word like on Twitch, or hardly hear it prior to Twitch bringing it up like over the last couple of days, unless it's like some 40-50-year-old like crazy black nationalist type that might say something like, oh, you know, whatever, that whole thing. Like you say, you know, if you're hearing this word on a daily basis, like maybe it happens in prison or something, but I don't know where this is.
I guess you have a
happening, like, on
point.
large
You have a
scale.
point. You have a point. So yeah, for the C word specifically, I guess it would be much less likely that you know the probability of you hearing that on a regular basis, it would probably just happen
Yeah, they
so
just call us racist
rare.
or something now.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry about that one, but yeah, so it's probably much less likely that would happen, but I guess I was just more responding to the fact that you know, this idea of like what hurts and what doesn't, like what is actually harmful and what isn't harmful, I guess. So, but I can't really speak on the C word, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair, I was called that very frequently as a kid. I live in a minority majority city, so very frequently it was used as an insult. I still think it's incredibly mild. There's,
As
you
a
know,
kid,
kids
but what
talk.
about now
Yeah,
in
kids
adult
talk
life?
shit. Yeah, I haven't heard
Kids
it.
aren't very creative. They probably thought that was a good one. There's way better ones. I won't get into, but I'm sure you guys are well aware. Other racial slurs.
we have a
white
list.
people.
Dude, there's even a
There's
cute
just-
one.
Please don't.
I've never heard of the male one before. That one's problematic as
That's
heck.
the one I was thinking. No,
Yeah,
funny as fuck.
it's funny though. Yeah,
So-
it's very funny. Yeah, but it's problematic. You can't call anybody that word. You can't. You should never call anybody an animal. That's not
So
right.
this is why. Okay, so this is why I think, and I think everybody was somewhat in agreement here that, like, free speech to some degree should be accepted, right? Like, we should have free speech, but if we're going to restrict, if a platform is going to choose to restrict it, then they should have a standard, and I think that's where the only caveat has come in at all for most of us here, at least. If I'm
I agree with
summarizing
no
that.
standard, but anything that gets the San and Vash banned is fine in my book. It's hilarious.
Yep.
Doesn't their terms of service say no slurs, and it doesn't really say anything more detailed than that?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I
I
mean,
mean,
legally, this is a
Call somebody a
crime.
dick and get banned technically.
They
It's
need a
technically
living
terms of
document
service
with
towards
all the
men, it's not towards
slurs
men.
that get added and removed as it, as the time shifts, so that way we can all keep track of it. We have like a little board with like a little flippy, the little flippy things
Yeah,
that do the
just
letters.
flips.
Rolodex.
Yeah, and then they're
Yeah,
ranked. They're ranked on there, and they
yeah,
can
and
flip
you can be
over.
like,
Okay.
top slur of the month, everybody. Top slur of the month. The
Okay.
C word
I'll
hit
tell
the
you-
top
Careful with
spot.
TOS and
We
rule
never
changes
thought we'd
because
see
if
the
they
day
do,
C word hit the top spot.
if
So I
they
think
do
we've-
change rules in TOS and you try to utilize those new tools and rules, you might get permanently suspended. So be careful.
Okay.
Be very
So
careful.
we've
especially on
kind of
Twitter.
all come to somewhat of an agreement on this, which I figured that was probably what was going to happen, but I wanted to address it because it was a current event. Do we want to go into like closing, or we've kind of pretty much summed this up. All right. So the next thing that I
Say
wanted
the
to bring
words
up.
you want to say. Say it to me. Say it to me. Send me a message.
So wait. Are you talking to me or are you
Stardust
talking
is
to your
asking
chat?
everybody to talk dirty to her,
Something
I
happened?
think.
Don't
Uh,
send
Might
her
be
a
into
list of
that.
slurs, okay? Don't do that.
There's
No,
actually
not like
Uh,
that. Not like that, Biggs.
So we'll move on to some more current event. So we just had recently, I don't know the full tweet by we had the issue with the J.K. Rowling. There was an issue, from my understanding. There was a hold on. I'm trying to pull up the tweet because I don't want to fucking like misquote this shit and then people yell at me about it. Okay.
right.
So there was a case, from my understanding, that someone was arrested, a male person, someone with a penis, raped an individual, was sent to jail, and whenever, I guess the laws in, I believe it's Scotland, allow them to choose their gender, and that's where they get sent to be jailed at. So then they go to the jail that they chose, which was the female jail, and then they raped another individual in there. And then there was this tweet that came out from J.K. Rowling, which I didn't even know until I looked more into this the other day. And so basically, everybody in the media has been like shitting all over J.K. Rowling. Every time J.K. Rowling sneezes, she gets called a TERF, and the LGBTQ community loses their shit. And I don't really follow J.K. Rowling like that. I don't really know whether I would agree with her or disagree with her, but it's been something that's been coming up on the internet. Steven was the one who brought this to my attention the other night when we were chatting, and then this was something that I looked into. So I'll let Steve go ahead and kick it off and give me your
Go,
thoughts
Steve.
on that.
Shit. God damn. I don't want to just talk about the conversation we had prior. We got pretty spicy. Nacho made somebody quit my Discord. I don't know. I don't know. I get tired of people canceling J.K. Rowling over everything. Thought it was goofy. Think the law is dumb. And yeah, I don't really remember what the conversation was about when we had talked about it the other day.
Well,
Sure as
ours
people start going, it'll jog
it
my
kind of
memory.
derailed because an individual had basically said that
Yeah,
women
and that's
didn't
what I
deserve
mean. I don't want
rights.
to I don't want to get into why it got so spicy on that side because it's not really the heart of the topic. And when I brought it up,
Not
it was
at
really
all.
intended just as like a little. Did you guys hear about this? You know, and
And
I
can
don't-
somebody throw out the tweet that's to throw some context to it?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Coop,
I'm not familiar with this at all.
Coop, if you have your 2 cents you want to add to this, well, I'm still pulling this up. So
I have an easy solution for this. We need to stop like men's and women's jail and go penis jail and vagina jail, and that pretty much just eliminate all the problems that we would have. So if you have
Genital
a penis jail,
jail.
penis jail.
I'm sorry, I'm a
Genital
little bit
jail. Yes.
confused. I'm a little bit confused. So it's a woman with a penis that
It
raped
is
a
a
woman.
Dude
I
with
don't
penis.
know how this person identifies. I'll just call them the rapist. They have a penis. They raped a female. They were arrested. They went to jail. I guess the rules have changed where they get to decide which, I think it's in Scotland, they get to decide which jail they go to, the female or the male. They chose the female, and then while they were there with females, they used their penis to then rape another individual.
So
Okay.
I think the
So-
best part about this tweet is that she tried to use the 1984 war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, that whole deal on it. Like, what the hell?
Right.
Well,
Oh my
I
gosh.
think
Um,
my problem with stuff like this is we try to draw general conclusions from it. Like, obviously, this is a particular case of a terrible person who did something bad and abused the system. You know what I mean? Like what I feel like people say, well, look at this one instance. Now we need to change everything. Meanwhile, I'm assuming Scotland's trying to do something good here with this and allowing people to identify how they want. I'm willing to bet that there's thousands of people or whatever that have done this without any problems at all. So I think we need to take a step back and zoom out on issues like this and not let one case dictate everything we do.
I mean, I get that to an extent, IRI, but at the same time,
hold on, real quick. Do we want to open up, or do we just kind of want to discuss this? Because I know nobody had this ahead of time. So do we want to just go ahead and discuss this?
Yeah, I think
because I know everybody probably wants to look at the tweet and stuff too. So if we do, that's fine.
I would love to see the tweet just for context.
We'll just let it be open discussion.
We could probably open it on the generality of the situation for right now until we have the tweet.
Yeah, I didn't think it would take.
In the voice chat or in
I
the
mean,
group chat.
Yep.
Yeah, the
So I
tweet's
do
in there.
think-
I'm trying to find the stuff on the case, so I'll post it, and you guys can kind of open
All
discuss.
right, so
Yeah, so I do think J.K. Rowling is a turf.
God.
However, this
Yeah.
particular law does seem to be a bit weird. If someone is literally a rapist, I don't think we can just say, "Oh, well, it's just one bad apple." I mean, they're a convicted rapist. If this is if someone breaks the system, they take advantage of the system. I think that we should probably try to fix the system. And while I, completely support trans rights, if someone is going to jail for raping someone, the reason we're putting them in jail is so that they can't rape any more people. And if the current legal system isn't stopping them from raping more people, then prison's not, being an effective, way of keeping their harm limited. So I do think something needs to be done about this. I don't
Okay.
think you need to address general gender laws and general gender identification, but in
But
prison,
People get raped in prisons all the time.
Yeah, people murder each other in prison after going to prison for murder, and nobody's crying about that. So it's like I don't understand what's
I
different
wouldn't
here.
say nobody.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think
there's
it's
not
bad.
some sort of public outcry about people getting murdered in prison after getting sent there for murder.
Okay, but I
think it
think we
depends on the
agree
case.
that someone who has a penis can rape a female in a
Well, I
way
was
that
just
another
thinking
female
as a
can't.
general-
I know that these things still happen
rape
in female
dudes, too.
prisons.
As
But
a
this is
general
like-
Yeah, actually,
guideline, if
dudes
someone
rape
gets arrested
dudes.
for rape and they're
Yeah.
figuring out which prison they should go to, there should be some sort of established set of facts that this person does identify as trans prior and not something you can just flip the switch on once you get popped and say, now I'm going to the women's prison. Like, just as a bare minimum. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of dirty if you can just do that.
So
Like,
I don't know that that's the scenario,
Yeah, go
though.
ahead.
Do we know if the scenario is actually that they just switch the flip, or do we know if they've been living as presenting as a female for a long time? Do we know?
Would it matter?
It would matter, yeah. because rapists are rapists. It doesn't matter their gender identity. A rapist is still a rapist. It doesn't matter what
if a
prison
trans
they go
woman
to.
rapes a woman, you're okay with them going to a woman's jail?
Yes, but they should probably be kept away from
I
the
would
general
say yes.
population.
That was my point I was making, that I think it does matter if someone has an established history of being trans versus someone just says, oh shit, I can go to the women's prison, I'm trans now. I was gonna say a minute ago, I kind of got cut off, that I would think that'd be kind of the left side of it as well, so people can't exploit whatever progress people on the trans rights side have made for people being allowed to go to the prison that best matches the gender they identify with. But if you're going to have scumbags like that person doing if that is the case, if they weren't actually trans and they just said that, they're doing that, taking advantage of it, it's going to stop a lot of progress, in regards to trans rights. You're going to have people very upset about that.
And I will say that here in the United States, in California, they do pretty much the same thing with gender identity and which prison they would go to. I forget who it was a right-leaning person talking about it, and they said that the rape and stuff is going on. I haven't done any research on that. I would like to look into it. I would think if it was, I would hear more about it. So, but I do know in California they have the same thing where they choose which prison they're going to go to.
Okay,
well,
so
I just you go ahead, Star.
No, it's okay. You can go.
I worry that we're kind of getting emotional, not us here, but just in general, over that it's a trans person. And again, I say, like, people can commit crimes that they get sent to prison for when they get to prison, and they do. And we don't complain, and we don't have some big outcry over that. It's just that this is a trans person, and that's why it gets people so worked up. So that's why I say we have to zoom out a little bit here and say, okay, if there is a problem with this instance, and if there is concern that someone who commits a sexual assault and identifies as another gender and wants to go to prison for that gender, then we can deal with that, right? Like, we can isolate people or something. I don't know, but I'm saying it just opens up a big can of worms.
I have a question.
That's the very issue. That's why this is a problem, is because it's a trans person. That's exactly why we're talking about it.
Right, I have a question.
I don't think that's
the problem. Is that story gets
amplified. But that's what the story is about.
Lefty-controlled media chooses not to highlight cases of people being murdered or raped in prison, but this one they do because it's trans. And they know it'll be a hot button issue that'll get all the Twitch streamers talking about it.
All right,
I have a question. Yeah. So, let's say a man rapes another man, not in prison, do we send that man to the men's prison?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if a woman rapes another woman outside of prison, and she gets sent to prison, we send her to the woman's prison?
Correct.
Woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if a trans man rapes a man, do we still send that trans man to the men's prison?
What does their driver's license have for their gender?
Man.
Well, honestly, I don't even think that.
You would send them to the men's prison. In my worldview, I think you would send them to the one that's what they live and identify as.
Right. They live and identify as a male.
I said that earlier, but I'm saying if this person just flipped to saying, "Oh, I'm a woman now," and after they got arrested, that is what I would see as the issue.
I'm skeptical if that is the case, right?
I don't know.
Sure, but that's like how the facts were presented, right? And if the facts presented are true, this could be a problem, because if this could increase in the future. If one person's like, wait a minute, this person was able to go to a women's jail because they were just able to post hoc after they were arrested for a crime, switch their gender, I'm going to do that too. So while I agree that maybe it's not like a widespread problem, it could be, because I think, actually, I don't know this, but I'd imagine that women's jails are a little bit less rough than men's jails. So I imagine they have a big incentive to, start.
I'm gonna have to cut you off on that for one reason, because from what I'm told, that when women spend a whole lot of time together, their menstrual cycle synchronized. So can you imagine being in a population of 1,500 women on the menstrual cycle at one time? That is not less rough than a men's prison. No,
I've had many a conjugal visit, and let me tell you, they are rough.
What?
Okay, well, I mean, I said I was speaking out of my ass. That's true. So I think based on like all this conversation, I think we can obviously see this is a very complex and nuanced issue, right? Like, I think this really has to be handled on a case by case basis. I think we can all agree that we probably wouldn't want somebody like Blair White going to a men's prison. That just doesn't seem, just cognitively to me, just doesn't seem like a good place to put her.
Yeah, I think
And
it would
so
make sense.
so I think this has to be done on kind of like a case by case basis. I don't know if that like violates laws or whatever, but I think that's the best way to handle it. As far as
Well-
the J.K. Rowling thing goes, just let me just real quick. It looks like this was based on the actual police reporting, not necessarily like somebody going to prison. But I think in what she was saying, because I have the tweet pulled up right here, if the Scottish police are going to list it as a woman as the rapist, regardless of any other factors other than the person saying that they identify as a woman. Now, whether or not that will affect their case on the road and whether they get put into a women's or men's prison later on down the road, I don't know. But as far as what she's saying in this tweet specifically, I do think that it is kind of ridiculous that that is the only standard by the Scottish police.
This trans.
So,
Oh, God, sorry.
no, I'm done now.
This trans woman got to choose which prison they went to, right?
I don't even know what you. I
We
I
don't
didn't
know
see
the
anything about the actual
details.
trans person.
Well,
I'm
that's what I'm
trying to
curious
find
about.
the actual article
That's-
for
Yeah.
it.
Because
That's what I'm trying to find too.
You're a rapist. You don't get to choose shit.
Right.
Fuck you. You don't get to choose a goddamn thing. And that's
And
why I
I-
said
and-
I joke around about genital jail, but absolutely that's what it should be. 100%.
And,
So,
and,
but
and I'll
that's
go with
what-
Biggs.
What if
Oh,
you
go
have
ahead.
both?
I think
What-
just for clarifying this, I'm
That's-
not trying to add my
that's a
opinion
discussion
here.
to
I'm just
have.
trying to
They're so
clarify.
rare,
I
though.
think this is talking about, yeah, they've definitely changed the way they report or log like rapists, so that they can, like the way they record the rapes they record it based on like the attacker's identity or something like that, so that they could end up in a women's facility. And the way I was presented this was told that this had already happened, although I haven't been able to find an article on it yet. I'm still looking.
And I also, and somebody in my chat brought up, there should probably be some type of a process that a person in this situation would go through as far as the actual prison system goes. Like, I know the prisons have like psychologists, things like that. I think there has to be some type of a system to at least, weed out any bad actors, if there are any, you know what I mean? And actually make sure they're in the place that's the best for them and where they're going to be the safest. Because like you said, do you really want to put people in a place where they're going to be in danger? I mean, that's the
You're
biggest
so
problem
much
I have.
nicer than I am, yeah.
I know. I do believe like there has to be some nuance to this, right? Like we can't just put people in a place that are going to be just completely unsafe. Like obviously, I don't think that Blair White would be safe in a men's prison. I just don't think I think that's probably the worst place. I mean, obviously, if she committed a crime, like you said, like they shouldn't have. We're taking away their rights because they committed a crime. But I think in that case, you're actually talking about somebody's safety and putting them in harm's way. So I think that we have to be kind of considerate of that too.
Right, and I think also if we look at it, like if this is a transgender woman out raping a woman, then obviously I believe there's probably some strong testosterone for one thing in that person to keep that sex drive going like that. And on top of that, you're going to put them in a prison where that testosterone is going to have them stronger than the other women around them. So you're almost begging to create victims. The person's obviously a sexual predator to begin with. Male or female doesn't even matter. They're a sexual predator. And you put them with their, I hate to say it this way, but the weaker of the victims. Whereas I don't think if that person was in a male prison, I mean, they might still get away with it. They might at least try it, but they'd probably end up swallowing more teeth than they would in a female prison.
This is a great opportunity for the government to open up trans jails and make some more money off the prison system.
Well, there
You guys
actually
got this
are-
all wrong.
There are some prison systems that do have like an LGBTQ.
Is it really?
Yeah, there are some. Yeah.
Probably much cleaner.
You know, like
And that-
disco
and
balls
it's
rainbow sheets.
Well, no, it's meant to protect people. Like if you send an M to F person
Stop
to a
joking.
male men's jail,
Right.
they have like a 60% more chance of getting assaulted in that men's jail, right? So you don't want to send M to F people there, and I guess I don't know if you would want to send them to a women's prison, but there are prisons even there that have a unit that is specifically for LGBTQ people. So I think
People used to consider that idea horrible.
The
They
unit.
call it like the separate but equal thing. Because I'm sure you remember all the talk of bathrooms previously, and everybody saying, "Well, that's fine. You should have a male bathroom, a female bathroom, and an other bathroom." And that's effectively now, I guess, what people are talking about doing with prisons, where you used to be called transphobic, awful, horrible, Nazi, everything under the sun for advocating for a third bathroom option. It's just
Well,
weird
we
to me how
already
things
have
change
we
like
already
that.
have third bathrooms. They're
What, the
family
tree?
Yeah,
bathrooms.
that's a lot different than separate. I mean, we're
Well,
talking
it's my
about
bathroom.
neutral
Yeah.
facilities with that stuff, like neutral bathrooms, neutral
Is that
locker
I've
rooms.
never had the impression that
Unisex.
the family bathrooms with the changing table were intended for
They're unisex, right?
transgender,
So anybody can.
LGBTQ.
Well, they're unisex, so anybody
in.
can use them. They're
I
usually
would never
family.
use one. I find it incredibly rude. If there's a mother
Okay,
there that needs
so-
to change
so
a
wait,
baby,
let me
she's gotta wait for
finish.
me because I
Let
want
me
to poop in the
finish.
big bathroom.
Okay, just a second. All right. The family
I'm not gonna
bathroom.
keep letting you interrupt me though. But go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Hey, this is the octagon. We're not holding hands here, okay?
All right.
I stopped earlier. I wasn't that time. Go ahead.
All right. I'm just just trying to be like you guys, okay? So anyways, right.
Go to our prison.
Wrong.
I can't go to your prison, right? So, the family bathrooms are often, they often have like the handicap access as well. A lot of the times they serve as a handicap access bathroom. It's usually like a one fits all bathroom, right? The family bathrooms. That's the way I've always seen it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen it as like a neutral bathroom or a bathroom for people that need that. Again, if they have a child, if in the case of me, I'm a dad. I've got 3 daughters. You know, where am I going to take them? With a urinal, a bunch of nasty dudes? No, I can't go take them to the woman's restroom. I'd get arrested. So maybe I'll use that one. Guy in a wheelchair. Like, I don't know. I've never really seen those as like just an open third-party bathroom, just an option for people that need a special requirement. I don't know.
Yeah.
be
Well,
honest with you,
would that not be like a special requirement if somebody were non-binary, right?
Yeah. And when I go to
guess it
Walmart and
depends.
they have both bathrooms shut down for cleaning, I'll use that family bathroom.
Yeah, that's
Just
another
saying.
unique circumstance that I
true,
could
yeah.
see being reasonable.
Fuck it. Close all public. No more public bathrooms. Get rid of them all.
Well, listen, in San Francisco, you just use the street anyway, so.
Touche.
Macy's driveway.
Based.
I do think these issues
Alright.
are a little bit different though. Prison and bathrooms,
Yeah.
because prison people are in
course they're
imminent
different.
danger.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think you're actually in danger from a trans individual using the same restroom as you, as long as they're going in the toilet, not the sink.
Depends
I
on
don't
what
think there
people
should
had
be
to
a
eat
problem.
that day.
Well, I
Does
wasn't trying
it?
to
I
equate
mean,
the argument. It's just
regardless
trying
of what
to
they had to
equate
eat.
that the potential solution to both used to be met with much vitriol and anger, and now that's being proposed as a potential solution for this instance. And it's all, I don't know, kind of bottled up in the same topic, was trans rights, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I do get the similarities, but I just wanted to point out, because I think this is a very big difference, that one is people being put in danger and the other is just completely like convenience sake, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with you that they're very different.
Listen, if someone's ripping a deuce or pissing in the sink in the bathroom, gender's the last worry on my mind about what's going on there.
Touche.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just
I don't
to
know, if it's a hot chick, might not be as bad as.
How can you be a I'm sorry, but if
I
you're
walked in,
if you're
there's a chick
Yes.
shitting on the
It-
sink, I'd
Um,
probably feel
if
different.
I
If
can,
you're pooping in a public
World
restroom,
star.
if you're pooping
Nobody
in a
should
sink,
sit-
you're not a hot chick.
nobody should
Okay.
shit on the sink. Stardust.
That's true.
Go ahead.
Alan did. She's
Yeah.
You're an upper decker.
okay,
Stardust
so
looks offended. Let's hear it.
no, I'm not offended. I don't get offended. So I'm looking at this article here, and it says where a person born male obtains a full gender recognition certificate and then commits rape, or where a person born male but who identifies as a female and does not have a full gender recognition certificate commits rape. I guess these are both different.
Waiting it right now.
The
Jenny.
Can you
rapist.
enlighten me what the that certificate is? I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
don't understand.
there's a. Okay, so let me see. Gender recognition.
Do they like frame that? Or
Is that
is that something you have to like
something
carry
maybe-
around with
maybe-
you? Like
maybe
you have to like
need it
show
when
it to
you're
people, but like,
driving.
here's my certificate.
You get a
No,
you
no,
get a
they're-
you get a cardboard card like to stick in your wallet, and then you get
Okay.
it's just like getting like a certificate. You can stick it in your wallet.
Yeah, they're
Uh,
debating new laws for this,
yeah.
but there's no reference here to somebody actually committing this crime. So where did you see that, American Nacho?
To be fair, this was like third party. This is stuff like I said.
Fake
This is like current event
news,
stuff
fake
that
news.
I threw into this tonight.
Listen, he
So-
made
Okay,
it
but
up
what-
just
like
so
you
we can
threw
have a
in-
topic.
You
Twatter.
threw in something pretty charged there that somebody
Yeah.
did this, that they
I
like that's not
agree.
mentioned anywhere in here.
So
Wait,
what
did-
it
and I-
is, what
wait,
I
it
can
didn't
see
happen?
is that no, it
I don't
didn't
know.
happen. It did not happen. This is a hypothetical posed by somebody, right? And then J.K. Rowling quote tweeted this and said, "Oh, put her thing there, her little
Penis?
whatever the fuck, and yeah, so it's not even a real event that's occurred." Right? It was just a hypothetical question posed at
we just
somebody.
talked the
Yeah,
hell out
we
of a
dodged
fake
a bullet
person.
there.
I mean, technically,
Hey,
it has occurred. Like this has occurred in other places, right? Like we've seen it with that. What was that? The one that was the internet person, the Pika Sonic person, or whatever.
Oh,
Wasn't
I
that
have no
something where
idea.
they like abused their
CWC?
whatever
Yeah,
that was? Like, isn't that
CWC
something similar?
is, I would say, heavily like impaired, right? I don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
even.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying we've seen like
Yeah.
other type
Also-
of things like happen, and these
I
type
don't
of.
think-
I'm just saying, even if this thing is a hypothetical or whatever, it's still a conversation that I think is important to have because these are things that are going to be happening more and more
Right. So
as we see this more
Well,
people
and
being.
to be
I don't
fair to
know, are
what
they?
Big said, this is why I wanted to like talk about this because I knew that I wasn't 1,000% on this, like whether or not this has happened, but I feel like it's a good thing to talk about regardless because because the law supports that that this can happen according to the law, so that's why I wanted to.
Well,
bring it in
okay,
as a
but
topic.
it's kind of fucked up. Like it'd be like me coming on
Yeah.
here and be like, there's people named Nacho out there that have murdered people and like hung them upside down in front of their like it's just
Oh, I
like
knew that
you-
guy.
you know,
Hey,
but like you can't
I'd
just
like to
paint this
discuss
picture.
that
Especially,
I'm sure there's
know what I
a
mean?
Caltech.
I'm just bringing this
Right.
on as a topic, okay? I didn't say this was a fact, okay?
you said it
I-
happened. You said there
You-
was.
You
funny-
kind
Yeah.
of implied it was a
Yeah,
fact.
it was
said
kind
from
of.
what okay,
Okay, so let's take out
fair enough.
let's take it out that so it didn't happen, but it is a topic that probably
Delete
should be
that.
discussed because it could happen. And what do we do in that situation? What do we want to see the government do in that situation?
But
Uh,
anything could happen, right?
But a
Like,
rapist is
Well,
still
yeah,
a
I
like
think
it's
yeah,
rapist.
fear mongering to
Do
me at
you
this point.
do
right?
you
Like,
send
what if-
male rapists who rape other men? Do you send them to a different prison? No, you don't.
Anybody disagree with my
Right.
take on janitor jail?
Yeah, I
He-
don't-
I mean,
he-
I don't
think,
I don't
and
see
and
any-
I'll probably catch flack for saying this. What I'm trying to say is, if someone is still has the strength of the testosterone, right? Respect their identity, but still you're putting them in with women who are going to be weaker, more susceptible to their powers. I think it's I don't know. I'm not saying that's the answer. I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you, but it's something that we're going to have to look at because I don't think transgenders raping people is this huge rampant thing. But if it does come up, like, what do we want to
They're
see?
far more likely to
Maybe
get
we just-
raped in an all male jail. If we're talking about M to F, right? They are far more likely to get raped in an all male jail.
Okay, so I'm open about my past. I've been incarcerated, and you're correct.
Yeah.
There were M to F in that facility where I was at, and yeah, they had a hard time, and yes, some one of them I do believe did get severely raped. You're right, it does happen. It's a shame that it happens. But I'm saying, like, I don't know. It's a different situation that has to be looked at. But I guess if you're right, okay, put them where they're gendered, and
Yeah, I
just
mean, if
rewind
they're
back to
on
my initial
hormones.
point. If someone has a baseline, exactly, they're on hormones, they've been living as a female, they get convicted of a crime, then yes, you could put them in a women's prison. But if what's presented as a potentiality, whether it happened or not, somebody does end up getting convicted, involved with a rape of some kind, and then they try to claim that they're trans so they could get
Right.
into the women's prison. I wouldn't be okay with that. But someone
No,
who's
I
been
wouldn't.
living as that gender, yeah, I would say put them in the prison of the gender that they identify with.
And I could definitely see that happening, what you're talking about, because I mean, if someone's a sexual predator and they get the right to choose, of course, a sexual predator is going to go where they can have more victims.
And then what are you going to say if somebody does that and we get to the super woke world of madness and somebody says, no, you are not trans. And now you're, what do they call it? You're denying that person's existence and being
Right.
trans. Like, I don't know how you would draw the line there other than having some established evidence of living that way or identifying with that, which is why I said driver's license. which sex you have on your driver's license. I think most states allow you to change it
Yeah.
if you are in the process of transitioning.
I would think this would be a rough thing for the trans community, knowing that there's a potential for some scumbag out there that's just gonna use that as their opportunity. Use the trans community for that opportunity. Unfortunately,
Well, I feel like the courts and the police would deal with this unique situation accordingly. Like, to me, this is just a red herring to draw attention to some culture war issue. And unfortunately, trans people are the ones that are trampled in the process and their lives are made more miserable. I mean, don't you guys agree that, I mean,
Yes.
just even debating the hypothetical is kind of ridiculous because how many of trans people are going to rape people and like we have to deal with this. I mean, you're talking about a handful of cases probably a year and the judge and the police, I'm confident will be able to figure out what to do with these people to keep
More-
people safe, you know?
More
Do you have a lot of
clergy.
faith in the justice system to do the right thing, IRI, every time?
I do. I don't believe in the deep state and all that. I trust law enforcement.
More
I'm not talking
clergy.
about
I
deep
think
state, more
clergy
face
has a
value stuff.
much more high likelihood of raping people. If we're gonna be real
Oh,
here,
well, yeah.
right? Yeah.
yeah.
The
And public
clergy.
school teachers are even higher.
Or the government.
You think really public school teachers are
Or,
higher
yeah,
than
CIA
clergy?
agents.
Yep.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Oh,
People in religious institutions, man.
Oh, I'm not
All right,
defending
so-
the clergy. They.
Yeah.
I think we all
So,
know those jokes are
I
based
think-
on an element of truth.
I think we've reached sort of the end of this topic. I think that's fine. If you guys want to do some closing on this is
Yeah,
in the
I
same
have a
wheelhouse as the
closing.
first one.
I have a
You want to do some
closing.
closing? All right, go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead, Stardust.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to advocate that if any clergy member gets convicted of a sex crime, that we don't send them to the normal prison. Okay, we send them to an island where they all hang out. Okay, and they hang out in the prison there. Okay, because I don't want those
Gonna
clergy
rebuild
people.
Epstein's island here?
Right?
Yeah, but only them. Okay, only them. Nobody else.
Okay. All right.
We got
That's
like
Yeah,
a religious-
look,
fair enough.
okay, if we're going to make
That's
a
no
third
state of
one,
sorts?
if we're going to make a third one, okay, we're going to make a third prison for these people, make it for the clergy people, okay? It doesn't matter what religion they're in, because all religions seem to have some exploitative nature to them, right? Let's just throw all of them, if they're convicted of a sex crime, throw the clergy, all of them into their own little prison, and I think that'll be better for society as a whole than us freaking out over the one or two trans people that we've seen so
Why
far.
just clergy members?
That
Okay,
would
so
be
someone in the
great
chat
if
wants to
society
call it.
actually.
Wait, Stardust, because I think you have rights to name this island. Someone in the chat wants to name it Genital Island. What do you think?
I think that it should be called just Rapist Island. I think that it's better. Just
Oh.
call it what it is. They're just rapists,
All right.
right? So we just call them Rapist Island. So yeah, throw them
All
there.
right.
Yeah, I would
fair
say, I would
enough.
say don't
Okay.
stop at just clergy.
And-
I mean, anybody who commits that crime, put them on that island.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
so a
sound
legitimate-
worse than prison, though. You're gonna send them to an island?
No,
Yeah,
we're
well,
just.
here's
It's a
they're raping each
desert.
other.
The island has to
Here's
be
a-
a desert. The island has to be a
Like here's
desert. There has to
gulag
be.
for rapists.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
here's a legitimate question. This is a freestyle topic off the dome that I just because this is something that I've thought of, and this is something that I've said before. I do feel like there actually should be some kind of separate prison systems. People like to talk a lot sometimes about how we need to take we need to take care of. We need to have more of a reformative justice prison system. So I have said before, I feel like if we're going to approach that, then I want basically everybody who is like assault, rape, murder, etc. above to be in a totally separate facility where it's like bare bones and you guys can kick the shit out of each other and you guys can basically fight for your lives, and then everything underneath that, like minor drug crimes, traffic violations, not paying your taxes, white collar crimes, whatever, can go there.
Dude,
Those people can
can
be
I-
rehabilitated
can I chime
and
in
let
with
back into
you on that?
society.
Are you
And then,
you
well,
kidding?
this is sort of like you guys can pick this apart however you want to, but this has been sort of like something that I have said before. So maybe,
I want
yeah,
to
what are your
piggyback
thoughts
on
on
what
that?
you're saying, Nacho, because like I said, I have unfortunately my stupidities of the past 20 years ago, and and I'll tell you right now, there was I was in what they call the gang prison, not because I was a gangbanger though, and it was a very violent one. It was one of the most violent in Pennsylvania. And this young kid came in. He looked like a little bit grown up version of Ralphie from the Christmas Story, and he was in for a petty crime. And I was coming out of the chow hall one day, coming down the walk, and I watched this kid get so violently attacked with a razor, his face, his neck, everything. He should not have been in that situation. I agree with you to that point, only because I've lived that life, unfortunately. And the reformatory that you're talking about, and Jen from Kentucky in my chat was talking about it. Reform in prison comes if the person wants it, because you're a number coming in there, and they want to get you in there, and they get grant money for each person that goes into certain programs. They don't care if you learn from the program. Put you through the time, push you out. If you want reform, you actually have to take the time to be honest with yourself. Read the materials they give you is awesome. It is awesome. The counselors presenting it, not so much. So it's up to the person right now, and I think there really does need to be a change to how it's done, because that's why you see such a high recidivism rate, because it's not pushed to, hey, maybe you do need to change. Just, hey, let's get you through this group so we can get the credit for you going through it. I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
I've
on
chased away 2 panelists already. You want me to keep going?
So,
I'll empty this bitch right out.
Well, because somebody in chat with Doghouse, a good friend of mine, is saying like,
oh, not him, no.
Come on, man, he's all right. So he's like, he was saying that, well, this already exists. It's called maximum security. It's called maximum security facilities. But my only issue with that is that these people don't go straight to maximum security. Many times they're processed through jails and prisons or whatever, and they go through these other systems. So they have their impact on those systems along the way. And that's why you see, even down to jails, everything is segregated in a lot of cases. All the way down to the local jails, you have these segregated cliques, because that's just how the jails and the prisons and maximum security, like that's how all of that operates. So it's basically going from like the worst has an influence on the lesser. So you could go in for basically nothing, and you could come out, like a gangbanger, because you had to affiliate with these people while you were in there. So
you're 100% correct, and I'll tell you, like, I can only speak for Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. They have right in Camp Hill, it's SCI Camp Hill. Anybody who goes to the state system, everybody comes into Camp Hill. That's where you go through all the psychological testing and all that, and plus going over your crime and your past and everything. And then you put out to whatever home prison they're going to put you in. The one I was in was everything from a level 2 MC, where you go out to the community and paint at churches, all the way up to Supermax with the serial killers. I was in with Ira Einhorn. I don't know if you know who that is, but there were some creepy people in there.
Inkle and Einhorn?
What's that?
Inkle?
No, not that one. This was Ira Einhorn was the liaison between the government and the hippies, who had decided that he was done with his girlfriend, so he murdered her, put her in a trunk, and then he fled to France. When they went to extradite him, he thought he'd get out of it by cutting his own throat. He wasn't successful. Has a hell of a scar, though. He just died a couple years ago.
He sounds like a nice guy.
Oh yeah, he was. Let me tell you something. He was dirty.
All right, so we're agreeing way too much on here. Let's get into some more culture stuff. Juicy Smollett was just
Juicy.
Juicy was just convicted, and he'll be sentenced. I don't know, whenever he gets sentenced. So I guess I just had. So basically, I wanted to ask some questions about this. This will lead into like our larger topic, which is going to be more about like the Biden administration and handling of things like that. So Biden and Kamala had both supported Smollett and Black Lives Matter, and Black Lives Matter has came out showing their support of Jesse Smollett. So basically, how do we think this is going to have like some kind of like cultural effect on this? I have some more questions, but I kind of want to like tag them in along the way, but we'll just kind of start it there, because I don't want to give you guys too many things to remember at once. So.
I'm completely shocked that it even went to court. I don't think he'll serve any time, and I think it's funny as fuck.
Okay.
Isn't it BLM? It's BLM, the organization that
The organization, yes.
Okay, so not
Wait,
the
but
movement
Biden
as a whole,
So-
right?
Marxist
No.
Well, the
organization.
movement as a whole doesn't have a
I'll
Twitter
count
account.
that. I'll count that as Steven
Correct.
starting us. Stardust, go ahead, take us to the next.
Yeah.
Go ahead
So
and
I
open
think
up, and we'll send it around.
right. So I'm not a Marxist, but I think
Sure.
I'm really not. But
Okay, stop. It's opening statements right now. Okay, guys.
right.
Sorry.
So yeah, clearly there's a difference between the BLM organization and the BLM movement as a whole. And the BLM organization, I can't really speak to why they do the shit that they do, but I would not attribute the movement itself to the organization because yeah, it's just different. There's no head of the movement really. Each chapter is its own thing. So, yeah.
Okay. Who else was trying to get in there before? I think it was Preacher. Preacher. Well, he's just sat down. I'll give him a second. Preacher, did you want to go ahead and hop in next?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, hey, when it comes to what you're saying about Biden and Harris, this is why I try not to have knee-jerk reactions. Wait until everything comes out.
Yep.
You eat a lot less crow that way. They weren't the only ones. There were so many people that were that listened to him, fed right into it. Now, I'm not surprised about BLM, the organization. Not the offshoots that are actually about a movement, but the organization themselves. I've said for the longest time that they're doing more damage to the black community than they're doing good. And well, Juicy did more damage to the black community than he did good. So why wouldn't they support each other? You know what I mean? I mean, it's like hand in hand right there. But
Yeah.
that's all.
Okay. IRI.
Well, I just think, look, this is the reality of the world, that you pick sides, and when something happens that favors your side, you're gonna be on that side, and it's just not popular to be like, you know what, let's wait and see, and let's hold on here. You know what I mean? Like, how many times? I mean, I'm sure we could dig up some things that happened with
Kyle
Trump or
Rittenhouse.
something where people jump. Well, yeah, I'm sure, Kyle. I don't know, but like this happens on both sides, and so for anybody to stand up and be like, this is the one incident where it's just over the top. I mean, come on. This happens all the time, this kind of stuff. And we're all guilty of it, whether we're the president or running for president or whatever. And none of us apologize. None of us care. And we keep moving. I mean, that's life. What are we going to make of this?
Thanks, Obama.
Fuck that guy. He sucks. He should go to prison for lying and filing a false police report and putting us all through that and damaging people's lives and all that. But, I mean... What do you want people?
Okay.
What do you want Biden and them to say? Like, what do they care? Like, you know what I mean? At the time, they saw what they saw, and they made their
He was
comments.
so goddamn quick to go on the Rittenhouse thing, and he hasn't
Okay,
retracted
Coop-
any of
yeah,
those
Coop, go
statements
ahead.
going back. So don't say
Well,
like people are quick to pick sides, and when the facts come out, like, oh, let's all of a sudden be on the side of virtue and be like, oh, well, actually, I was wrong in saying
Narrative.
this. That does not happen whatsoever.
But okay,
So when
but
you're
to be
Okay, stop.
Oh,
fair,
this is
wait,
my opening
stop,
statement.
stop,
Excuse me.
stop.
Reclaiming
Sorry.
my time. Reclaiming my time.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Coop. Finish up, please.
No, I'm just kidding. So, I think this is a huge missed opportunity for people to actually see things on the same side. Like, people don't give a fuck about what the actual facts are. They care about what the goddamn narrative is.
Of course,
Like-
but
Okay.
like,
pretend that
when
you're
the
above
facts
that.
are-
I don't think-
Wait, stop.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay,
and I'm
save
not.
it.
I
Wait,
think
wait,
everyone
stop.
agrees.
Hold on.
We've been pretty open, so I'm just okay. Coop,
This
please
ain't a
finish
goddamn
up.
octagon.
Then we gotta send it around, and then we're gonna go into opening. Okay.
No, but no, and I agree, and I am guilty of that as well too. When I look at something at face value, and I will be like, okay, this is my judgment on it. This is my opinion of it. But when it comes out and then you still continue to defend it, that's where the issue is. It's okay to be like, have an initial opinion, be like, okay, fuck this guy, and then when something comes out, be like, hey, I'm wrong. But when you come out and you see the very clear
but-
facts, and you say, okay,
Okay.
well, no, I still support this guy, they're like, that's really fucked up. Like, there's something severely wrong with that.
Wait,
Well,
but they don't
but-
still just support Jesse,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Stop. Okay.
I think not
Pan,
just
go
try to say
ahead.
these are opening
Let's
statements.
finish opening and going around because I have some
This
more
was
questions to add into
octagon.
this topic too. So I want to make sure everybody gets like an opening, like their how they feel about it, and then we'll go around. So
I feel bullied.
Pan, go ahead and go next.
Yeah, I do agree that it would be a lot worse if Biden and Kamala Harris were still defending Jussie Smollett, just like the BLM org was. I think we all kind of knew the BLM org was wacko. This doesn't change anything. I think for the most part, most like 95% of Americans agree that fuck Jussie, obviously wasn't real, and he's obviously a hoaxer. He's not a good person. Blah blah blah. I think that we've seen actually a surprising amount of unanimity on this issue. I've seen people from all around, like lefty Twitter, people that in real life who don't pay attention to this. Everyone knew he was guilty. I don't think this was some super divisive issue. I do think it's really cringe that the BLM org was defending him, but again, I'm not going to. I think it's funny, and I think it's going to be fun. It's fun to make fun of Biden and Kamala Harris for getting this wrong, but at the same time, it's not a big deal. They're not still supporting him, so I have many problems with Biden. This really doesn't even make the top 10.
They say they were wrong.
Okay, Preacher. So we'll get into more Biden. This is our segue into the Biden stuff. Okay, so we'll get there. Trust me. I have more questions or topic points to add into this. So, Preacher, go ahead.
Yeah, I already said mine, but I will throw in there that they even a lot of like the people on the View that were pro Jussie, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, but this shows the racism. Like, it's all about creating a divide to them. Even when it doesn't fit their narrative, they're gonna make it fit their narrative, and that's what it comes down to. The divide is coming from political leaders and mainstream media talking heads, and the whole knee-jerk reaction stuff. I've had knee-jerk reactions, but yeah, I apologize. I try my best not to, because I don't want to have to apologize. I will if I have to. I don't want to. I don't want to have to get up and say, you know what, I'm a dumbass, but I will if I have to. And I have not heard a single one of them come out and say, you know what, as someone that people look up to, I made a statement that was wrong, and I apologize for that. I would love to hear that. And we can talk about Trump, too. Maybe Trump should have apologized for some of his mean tweets. No, he shouldn't have. But anyway, any left or right, if you come out and you make such a bold statement that could have the potential to create division, and you find out you're wrong, then get your ass out there and apologize. Do the responsible adult thing. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Killer Steven?
Fuck, I didn't think you were gonna call me. I forget what I was gonna say. Oh, of course Biden and Harris were gonna run with it and say, look at the level of racism and violence and white supremacy in this country. This poor guy Jussie. Everybody that heard this story at the time knew it was absolute bullshit. I mean, every little detail, like he didn't even drop his sandwich. There's some dudes running around in Chicago at 2 a.m. screaming it's MAGA country, dumping bleach on black people. Like, come the fuck on. And then they'll quote with the word we can't use, but aren't you that, XYZ from Empire or whatever? Like, it was clearly bullshit. They knew it was bullshit. That's why I said earlier, like, I think the whole thing is kind of funny as fuck that it even went to court, because I don't know what an acceptable, how do you pay restitution for something that likely influenced an election in a large way? It doesn't matter what they do to him, the damage is done. What is Biden and Harris? Sure, it'd be great if they came out and said, look, we were completely wrong. What are they going to say? We apologize for being racially divisive scumbags. When that's what people like. That's what they want. They want that division. They keep pushing it nonstop. And Preacher was hinting at it, but it was the same thing people did for Trump. When he, look at Charlottesville, and he says good and bad people, but openly condemned all white nationalists, all white supremacists, KKK, every group. That still wasn't enough, even if he does condemn it. So that at the very least, they could practice what they preach and say, yes, we did say these things. We did jump the gun. And they could even keep their same thing with when Trump was president, this country was terribly racist and hard for people. But we were wrong on this. And we wish we could take those words back, but we can't. But no, of course they were going to, do everything to defend him. Of course, all of the other people that are mentioned, The View and all the other people that were caught with their stupid tweets, they knew it was bullshit, but they didn't care because it helped them push a certain narrative going into the 2020 election, and they ran with it. That's why I'm still surprised that it even went to a trial. I never thought that would happen.
Okay, so now we're going into opening. Stardust, see you raising your hand.
Oh,
so
you
we'll
skipped
throw it to
red.
you. We'll throw it to Biggs.
Biggs has it.
I am going to be focusing more on like IRI and Stardust probably and Pan because it's a little outnumbered, but that's because all the lefties got banned, okay, for saying the C word on Twitch. Okay, so
For hate speech.
all right,
Right.
yeah. So go ahead, Stardust, and kick it off.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say that with this case in particular, I think most minorities who looked at it were not very happy looking at it, just because it really makes things harder for people who actually do experience these kinds of things. But I would say that as public officials, they make snap judgments all the time. They say things all the time. And I don't find them, having said what they said, all that surprising. I mean, we can look at examples of plenty of other public figures of that same rank making the same sorts of statements without any backing to their claim, and no apology either. Right now, I that's fine. This is just apparently the way it works. And I think that it's, they obviously are not supporting that person now, right? So
because they're not coming out and openly
Okay,
saying
so
stuff about
one
it, but
sec.
they said stuff in support of them, and then they don't say anything
All
to
right.
retract what they said in
Right,
support.
but-
That's
but-
still
but-
supporting
Real
them.
quick,
Because that's what you do
Not
in
really,
politics.
not
real quick.
really.
Stop. Give me just a second.
Not
Okay, because
really.
I forgot to
It's
to
not.
let Biggs
It's
jump in
not.
here because it got a little chaotic when we started talking about this. So
We
I want to give Biggs a chance. Okay, go
This
ahead,
was
buddy.
like fucking telephone topic. We started off on like one thing, it goes completely off the rails to
It's-
something else.
It's
I see
my
how you
fault,
treat
okay?
your people that fill in for you last minute. You just treat us like shit.
Biggs, this is what happens when Nacho
Hey,
goes
stop
fishing
playing
for
the victim,
drama.
okay?
Hey,
Can I
no, right,
respond
okay.
That's
to what
I
you said?
I got it.
Yes, Stardust,
Go ahead.
but
Go
I
ahead.
didn't
Stardust.
give.
I
Yeah.
see my time to
I'll-
start. But
I'll-
you have something I want to say.
Okay, okay, my bad, Biggs. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, if we can, did Donald Trump ever apologize for making the conspiracy theory about that 75-year-old man who got shoved by police?
So then, would you believe that he still supports that?
No, he doesn't. But I'm not holding him to this apologize, please thing.
Just say you
So-
were wrong. Did he say he was wrong?
No.
I'm not sure which story you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what
to
you're
be
talking about
honest.
either.
Are you talking about the one in Buffalo?
sorry.
At the
The one in
it-
Buffalo. Yeah, the one in Buffalo.
It doesn't matter. There's plenty of times where Trump didn't apologize
Yeah.
when he got something
That's
wrong.
Different subject. When somebody comes out in support of something, then they find out that it's wrong, and then you're completely silent of it.
Right.
You don't think
that's
still in
exactly
support
what
of it?
happened. That's exactly what
You don't think
happened
that's-
with
You don't
the
think that's still
Buffalo
in support
incident.
of it?
That's exactly what happened with the Buffalo incident, and I don't think that he's
Fuck
still
Trump in that
in.
situation. Then
I'm
what do you
sorry.
want me to say?
I don't
I mean,
think.
I would assume
Wait,
your
you want to
argument
let me
likes Trump.
finish? You actually want to let me finish?
No.
Okay, so
really?
I'm tired of people being like, "Oh, you're interrupting me," and then interrupting me. So anyways, what I'm
I'll
saying,
let you cut me off earlier. It's okay.
yeah, no,
I'm
you're
not keeping
fine.
score.
You're fine. Okay, no, what I'm saying is, yeah, we can look at Trump and we can and look at them plenty of times where he's not only not just given support of people that were in the wrong, but actually perpetuated wrong information that he had no reason to believe in about those people. He said that the 75-year-old man could have been Antifa, like that,
Fuck Trump
and
for
that
that.
we found out that was not the case. Did he apologize?
Fuck Trump for that.
Okay, let me finish, dude. Can you shut up for 1 minute? Okay,
Cage
just
match.
let
Match.
me
Cage
fucking
match.
finish.
All right. Starting right now. All right, go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, right. So he didn't apologize. He didn't retract what he said. But he didn't support that afterwards. He didn't support the police. He has done the same thing with plenty of other facts that he's gotten wrong. And I am not holding him to that standard where, oh, you should apologize, you should retract it. Because guess what? There's so much shit that he said that was just so unbelievably incorrect.
Not me and Denham's Jr.
I'm not Denham's Jr.
It was supposed to be between me and Steven. That's why I called the cage match. It's between me and Steven.
Oh, between you and Steven.
My mic
Wait, what?
connected. So I called cage match, and I wanted it between me and Steven.
Oh, okay. All right, that's
Yeah.
different.
What?
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. We're gonna start like a minute in though, because shit got crazy.
I don't know how this works.
I don't know exactly how this works either. I want to know why you haven't caught a fucking shark yet. Is what I want to know why.
Oh, for fishing.
We need some explanations.
I don't have any big enough hooks.
You got
Yeah.
that big ass fishing pole? Show it. Do you have it sitting right there?
No, it's behind me. No.
I'm a little
I need a bigger
disappointed
hook,
in you.
and I need a steel leader. While we got some time, though, I put something in chat because I knew it might be a while till I could talk, but I'd be curious to see if Stardust is really about the consistent standards that we were talking about earlier with, what was it, with the slurs. You know,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to ask. Like, I assume you hate Donald Trump. Like, you're probably not a Trump fan. So
I'm
for you
not
to
a
hate
Trump
him
fan,
for doing
but
that would make
no.
sense to
Okay,
me.
so my
Cage match.
point,
Stop,
my
it's a cage
point. Okay, my point. My
But
point of my point of what I brought up.
If the case, you thought
Yeah.
Trump was wrong for that, then obviously you would be in agreement with all of us that Biden and Harris were wrong for it. You know,
Yeah, of
hold-
course
have the
they were
same
wrong. Of
standard.
course
If
they were
Trump was
wrong.
terrible, then they're
Yeah,
terrible.
100%
I
they
even agree
were
with him.
wrong.
Like if Trump
Right.
said something and didn't take
Yeah.
his word back on it when he was wrong, fuck Trump for
But-
saying
but
that.
again,
if you
I'm
say
just
something and you're
saying-
wrong about it,
Okay,
come back and
okay,
say
guys,
it. But anyways, my
guys,
point
all
is,
I'm
why have you not
saying-
been fishing and why have you not
all-
been shark
okay,
fishing specifically?
Okay, all right. All I'm saying.
You've been doing way
Over
too much
and
BMX riding. Yeah, way
lazy
too much
all the
BMX
time.
riding. You live right by, you literally like 10 minutes
okay.
from the fucking ocean.
All right. So,
Pretty close.
what I'm
You
what
got
I,
a nude beach like 45 minutes from you. Go fishing there.
I'll dangle
So-
the old worm out there.
okay.
So I'm just to let you know, I'm a little disappointed. And you haven't caught a peacock bass yet either, for the record.
I haven't
You were-
caught
you
a
were
single
literally
fish in Florida.
Wasting your time in Florida. I am severely disappointed
oh
in
my
you.
God.
I've been having meaning to
Okay.
have this out with you for a while now.
Skate
Right.
parks and dirt jumps.
I know you got the girl going on there. It's pretty dope too.
Yeah.
We got like how much time left? We got a timer left.
No.
I thought it was a
You
well.
got a
I thought it was
minute
a
and a
well-timed cage
half
match.
left.
I thought it was a well-timed cage match. So
A
yeah,
minute and a
in
half.
in conclusion, go get some big ass hooks, man. Go catch yourself a fucking grouper. Make us some grouper tacos.
Yeah, I need some bigger hooks. I need my steel leader and some other crap. I kind of want to get a second rod set up, but
Do you have
lot of money.
a casting one or do you have a spinning one?
it's a casting.
Hmm.
Which that one I'd like to set up for shark and then get a a spinning for just doing the normal shit, going for pompanos and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense.
So
Hey,
Right.
while we
With
still
that-
got time. Yeah, I'm gonna do it to you, Coop.
Oh, what a dick! That is mine. That is first off unclaimed property that you were holding for me. Is what that
Fishing
is.
King.
Y'all need to ask him about Lake Stockton. He knows. He already knows. With that, I yield back. Yield back
okay,
the
so
rest
the
of my time.
reason why I brought up Donald Trump is not because I'm asking for Donald Trump to make an apology. It's not because I'm saying the opposite that what Kamala Harris and Biden said wasn't wrong. Obviously, it was wrong. 100%, I agree with you guys on that. But this idea of holding these, expecting anything out of these public figures when they make statements all the time, and it's the popular thing to make a statement as soon as possible, because if you don't make a statement, everybody in the media is like, why aren't you making a statement? Why aren't you saying something on this? Right? I've never expected an apology or a retraction or somebody saying that they were wrong from when it was from Trump. And I guess I don't really expect that from other public figures the same way. But they were wrong. But are they going to apologize for it? Not really. No, probably not.
Right, but what I would expect from a public
Aren't
figure,
they supposed to be
you're,
muted?
You're right. Huh? Oh, am I okay to talk?
Go for it. I give you
All right.
permission.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I thought that was Coop. Sorry,
What
preacher.
what I expect from my public figures, you're right. They're going to be questioned, especially on a hot topic subject like this. What I would expect them to do is say, you know what? I want to get all the facts in before I make a statement.
No public
that's-
figure is ever going to do that.
Right,
That's
and
never
that's
ever
gonna
going to
happen.
happen in a million
Right,
years.
it's
This
a
is
shame.
politics. You can't just expect this stuff, right? And it's not something we can if it's something you want to solve, you have to vote based on it.
Right,
Unless
and
this is
and
such a
that's the-
big
but
issue
that's the
for you,
problem in our
the
country.
waiting.
And that's
I
the
mean,
problem
it's
in our
a
country is
problem with
that
our country.
they will put politics above integrity. Like, listen, you don't know what happened. There's a thing called innocent until proven guilty. Let's see what happens in a court of law. Let's see it laid out, and then make your announcement, especially when it comes to anything. Listen, the easiest way to cause division in our streets is through race. That's the easiest way.
So
That
we should
type
have presumed Jussie innocent until just last week, a couple weeks ago. Is that what you're saying?
we should have not made assumptions. We should have let the whole case play out.
I think it was pretty reasonable for us to make an assumption that he faked the hate crime. I'll be completely honest. I don't think you always
I'm
need
not,
to wait.
No,
for,
you're
like,
right. You're right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when it first happened, just because someone comes out and says, I did this, or this happened to me, let's not make a knee-jerk reaction as a public figure and say, this is horrible, this is the signs of Trump's racism, blah, 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 create more division. Instead, say, you know what? If this is true, it's a horrible thing. We don't know all the facts yet. When we know all the facts, I will give you a full statement. Not that hard.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Like, did you even see the tweets that Biden and Kamala put out there? Biden said what happened today to Jussie Smollett, and this is back in 2019, must never be tolerated in this country. We must stand up and demand that we no longer give this hate a safe harbor, that homophobia and racism have no place on our streets or in our hearts. We are with
None
you,
of that
Jussie.
happened to Jussie.
Okay,
Right,
but the
but
message is that there's no
racism and
homophobia.
homophobia don't belong. Right.
Right.
I agree with
That's
that.
what it is. I mean, come on.
I
Who
can
cares
agree
about
with
this
that.
one little case?
He said what happened to Jussie, but nothing happened to Jussie.
But it was
Well,
used
okay.
as a chance to stand up and make a statement on
To make a political
homophobia
statement.
and racism in America.
If we can make
These kind of things
hypotheticals
do
about
happen.
trans individuals
based off
raping
a
someone in
false
prison,
narrative?
hypothetically, I think we can hypothetically assume that hate crimes happen
This
occasionally.
isn't
No,
a
you
hypothetical.
can't- no,
In
you
fact, he
can't do
just got
that.
charged
No,
on
no, no,
5
no, not
counts
in
All right,
for
wait,
in
wait,
this
wait,
case,
wait, wait, wait.
No,
hypothetically.
no, no. Let me be
Stop.
clear. Not assume it in
Pan,
this
go
case,
ahead.
but in general it happens. Earlier we were talking about like, oh well, we have to discuss the transgender thing because this could happen in the future. Well, hate crimes do happen now. Now this case was a hoax, but it's not. You can't just say like, oh well, we can't talk about a hypothetical because what Joe Biden said in that tweet is he said that what happened doesn't have a place in our streets. He was clearly talking about the idea of hate and homophobia, which does occasionally happen in our streets. Now, it didn't happen to Jussie, but he wasn't only talking about Jussie. He wasn't saying like, "Oh my God, we have to put Jussie, we have to free, I don't know. We don't have to cater everything to Jussie, right?" He was talking in general about homophobia.
So do you think that statement would have came out if the shit didn't happen, allegedly happened to Jussie?
Right, and
What
it
do you
wasn't
mean?
in general
No, of
when
course
he said
not.
we stand with you.
He specifically said what happened to Jussie. And as far as
Yeah,
a
but I agree
hypothetical,
with
we don't
that.
have to have hypotheticals about
Yeah,
hate
he's-
crimes because that's a very real
using it
reality
to-
of things that do happen. And if they happen so broad, why are there so many instances of fake hate crimes like this one? But again, he specifically said what happened to Jussie. He
No one's
didn't just
denying that.
randomly.
He-
Well, that's a very specific. That's not just a hey, hate has
He
no
was-
home here.
Okay,
That
there
would
was
be
like
fine.
multiple clauses there,
So-
right? The first one was specific to Jussie. Then the rest of the stuff he said about hatred being on our streets is very general.
In the same
Are you going to
sentence?
say that that's just because there's the limited number of characters in a tweet? You think that's
So-
why he did it that way? He couldn't do a separate tweet? Hey, if this is
I'm not
legit, then
saying that
that's
they're
fucked up,
unrelated.
and then
No,
also
no,
you
sorry.
shouldn't be hateful fucks?
It
I
seems
mean-
to
So
me
here
like
was-
you think I'm
here's
saying that
another
these
question.
are completely unrelated. Obviously, he
I
was
was
saying
gonna
this
say
as
one
a
more
response
quick.
to
All
the
right,
Jussie
stop
Smollett
for just a
incident.
minute. Here's another question that I had as part of like a bullet for this topic was because this is sort of like what we're getting pretty close to. Like, the footage was out pretty early on for this, so to me, I was wondering why. There was a lot of people that were watching this footage, and the same kind of thing happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, and it's happened with other shootings. The footage is released, but politicians make their statements without kind of like reviewing any kind of footage without looking at those kinds of things. Should politicians be held to a different standard? Obviously, media outlets and political pundits are going to have their own takes, and regardless of whether they've seen the footage or whether they haven't seen the footage, they're going to try to twist a narrative in their favor. But if you're if you're an actually elected political official, shouldn't you be held to like a different standard?
Most
Yes.
definitely.
I mean, you can be held to whatever standard the voter wants to hold you to, but unfortunately, I think we need to, if we're going to talk about this, we need to blame the system, not the individual politicians, because they have an incentive to do this. If they don't do this, they're going to lose. So we have a self-filtering system, regardless of what any one politician does. Since politicians in general have an incentive to speak out for the facts, like that
Then you would
politician's just going to
encourage
lose.
more fake hate crimes for political motivations to make
That's
sure
exactly
you
what I
frame
was saying. Yep.
politics.
Yeah, I,
mean,
love
think
fake hate crimes.
that's what that would give you. That's what that's going to get you if you basically encourage that behavior and just say, "Well, vote harder next time." Then the next guy decides he's going to do it. Somebody else is going to do it. And they'll rinse and repeat. it all depends really what's going to happen with Jussie. Is he going to slap on the wrist? Does he do time? Like, what is an appropriate punishment? I don't know. But if you tell people that, and to an extent, I know you're going to say I'm straw manning. This is not what you're saying, but that's the situation you're kind of setting up for yourself, where you encourage more people to do the same. The politicians can piggyback on it and say, this is what it's like under this guy, so vote for me.
I'm not making a normative. I'm trying to be descriptive. I think that regardless, this is going to happen. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying you can't expect anything else. Like, you can't expect more than them because there are these forces.
Well, I think you could if you didn't have a reason to think that the politicians that would benefit from your faked hate crime would then endorse you and come out and say, hey, what happened to this person is terrible, thus boosting the story even more and spinning this narrative further and further. No, I don't think people would do it. I think there's a lot of reasons people fake hate crimes, and a lot of it's that because they know most of the time it's not going to get investigated the same way. It's going to be treated differently.
To be clear, Jussie wasn't making a political statement. He wanted a raise, right? This wasn't about
he was making a political raise.
I mean, he's yelling. Oh, they said MAGA country.
He wanted to be famous.
Yeah. To make it more believable. Stardust hasn't had a chance to get in here for a little bit.
I thought
want to
she
give
was just
Stardust a
waving
chance.
at me.
I think so, but
Hi.
I'm still gonna give her a chance to speak.
Right. So I just want to again draw your attention to the fact that what we're talking about is Biden and Kamala, their response to a faked hate crime, right? Where they just made a general statement. What happened today to must never be tolerated, to however you say the guy's name, must never be tolerated in this country.
Juicy Smollett.
We must stand up and demand that we no longer give this hate safe harbor, that homophobia and racism have no place on our streets or in our hearts, and we are with you, Jussie, I guess. Versus an actual crime that happened where a 75-year-old man was shoved by police on camera, right? We all saw that. And
bad.
And instead,
why are we all doing this whataboutism?
Wait, well, let me finish. And
instead, here because I still want to know this story. I don't really.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Let's stop. Okay, stop. Stardust and IRI are kind of outnumbered here, so I want to give them a chance to speak. So let her finish her
So
statement.
instead of just giving a blanket statement on like, oh, I support the police or oh, I support this man, it was this man could have been with Antifa. It wasn't even like a blanket statement of support like what Biden.
Do you have a screenshot
and Kamala
of the tweet or anything?
Let me see if I can find it here.
No, I'm not familiar with this, honestly.
I'm familiar with the action. I didn't know about Trump's, and I'll be honest with you. If what you're saying is true, then Trump's a douche nozzle for not issuing an apology.
Yeah, he said it could have been a setup. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
And we still hold it to the same
Buffalo protester shoved by police could be an Antifa provocateur. 75-year-old Martin Gugino was pushed away after appearing to scan police communications in order to black out the equipment. At OANN, I watched. He fell harder than was pushed. Was aiming scanner. Could be a setup? ?
To be fair, however, Antifa has been known to recruit at geriatric centers. Just saying.
To be fair, however, hate crimes have been known to happen.
This guy bled from his head.
Tweet he could have, but it does end with a question. Could be a setup. He's not saying this is a setup.
Right,
I
but
mean,
this is all.
I don't think it's the best.
Right. Here's what I'm drawing attention to. Right, the fact is again that Biden and Harris, they put out a blanket statement without alleging any specific details, without any evidence, whereas Donald Trump here is actually putting out a suggestion that this man may have been Antifa, that he fell harder than he was pushed, right? That it could have been a setup, right? I think these are all like suggestions that are kind of nefarious.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, yeah.
All right, so listen. They were kind of being specific when they opened with Jussie Smollett and closed with Jussie Smollett. It was a Jussie Smollett sandwich.
But it was a blanket statement.
Right, but focusing in on that instead of just saying, "Listen, we're gonna have anyway." With the Trump thing, I don't know if there's been any actions taken on it, and so Trump was wrong. So guess what? He's in the same boat.
Maybe he was
You're a
wrong.
douche.
We don't know.
He was
Well, no,
wrong,
they
yeah.
could have been recruiting him. You're right. But let's say, okay, so Trump's wrong. I'm saying this is why I love being an independent, because I look at left and right and I try to pick the lesser of the two evils. Unfortunately, in this case, they're both freaking evil, and they both should have at least an apology to come say, listen, you know what? I spoke at a turn. I had a knee-jerk reaction. I said some dumbass stuff, and I'm sorry. Because
Come
my
on,
issue is this.
preacher.
Listen, listen.
What's
this-
one
this-
thing you're on the left on if you're an independent?
What's one thing I'm on the left on? Oh, you know what? Hey, listen, I will always respect a transgender's rights. I will always respect their pronouns. I have no issue with that. I have
So
no
you're saying
issue.
people on the right don't respect trans people's pronouns? How do you feel about that, Steven and Coop?
I'm not. Whoa! I did
What
not
was the
say.
question?
Well
Hold
played.
on.
First off,
no,
well played.
no. Hold on. I did not just lambaste the entire right. You asked me what I respect of the left.
Yeah,
wouldn't
so
let
you're
it based on
implying
race.
that people on the right don't respect trans people's pronouns.
No, I'm implying that anybody that says they're from the right is automatically labeled a homophobe, a transphobe, a racist, a Nazi. That's what happens when you say you're from the right.
Though the difference here is that you
I
were
don't know
asked
me-
specifically what on the left you align with, right? And you gave that as an answer. So what you're implying by saying that is that the right does not align with you on that.
That's not what I'm saying. Absolutely not. I'm talking about me specifically.
Right. But you're saying
I would,
Listen,
I would
listen,
agree if that is the case, that on the right as a whole, there's a lot of people that don't respect pronouns. I was going to say IRIs know me long enough to know that I typically do. If somebody tells me they prefer being called something, I do my best to accommodate. Do I make mistakes? Certainly, but not intentionally.
Depends on the.
I would
Hell, I have to
100%
get on
say
to
that
people
about
for
you.
using derogatory terms about certain people on my stream, and they cry about it for a year.
There's definitely more people on the right that would be offensive and insulting to transgenders than there are on the left. I will say that, obviously.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
But I would never lambaste the entire right. Just think I would never lambaste the entire left as something. I do not speak in like generalities like that. That's wrong. Especially since I don't
Well, that
know
was a
everybody on the
generality.
right.
You just said you don't speak in generalities like that. You mean never? There's never
Oh,
been a time where you've spoken in
I try.
generalities?
Listen, okay, I try my best.
I'm kidding.
not
I'm
to.
kidding, Preacher.
I know. I mean, I've tried to know everybody, every single person on the right, but a couple of them are some dodgy characters that won't let me get to know them. I don't know what their issue is, so I can't speak for them.
Dodgy character.
Okay.
But here's my thing with this whole situation is that we keep saying, well, preacher, that's not how it is. That's not how it is because we don't stand up and demand this from our politicians. If we say, listen, I'm not voting for you because you're a jackwagon who does nothing but knee-jerk reactions and pander for votes through racial division or whatever, then maybe they'll start, hey, you know what? Maybe I should have a little bit more integrity. Maybe I should stop throwing out these stupid ass, and Trump too. Listen, I voted for Trump both times, but I will say, yeah, he said some dumbass things at times. All politicians do. Maybe they need to cut the shit, get back to the basics, and have some integrity. I know it's
Who's
really
saying about a
crazy.
consistent
I
standard?
am
If you're gonna bash
Damo
Trump for it, then
Suzuki.
bash
Thank
Biden
you for
and
the
Harris for it.
resubscribe.
Exactly
I
right.
appreciate
That's
you.
Okay, so the last kind of like thing that I wanted to bring up on this particular topic was sort of like, should he serve jail time? And if he doesn't, is this kind of a classist situation? Was this a classist case to begin with? Because part of me feels like it was, because I feel like if he was poor or not popular, regardless of race, however this went, that maybe the cops wouldn't even have taken this that seriously, and that's black or white. So I guess what are your thoughts on that? To
I'll
the
be
general
honest.
panel.
I was
Go
gonna say,
ahead.
I think he should get. I think it was he got 5 counts, and they have 3 years apiece, so it'd be a maximum of 15. I think he should do 3 years. I think he should just run them all concurrently. I think that'd probably be the fairest thing. What I think we miss here in this whole argument is, if we just look at the I think they said it was like over 200 police hours that were used to like investigate this and deal with this whole thing. Just think of all the people in Chicago that may have been harmed from that. I mean, I know we'll never know what that number might be, but just how many assaults, how many rapes, how many murders, even. I mean, Chicago has a pretty high murder rate, on weekends and whatnot. So, I mean, like, just think about that. Like, those are the people that are being harmed in this whole issue. And to me, it seems like he should have to do something for that. I think 3 years is fair. Obviously, I think if they run them consecutively, I think they'd be kind of absurd 15 years. But I think we have to think about those type of things. And then as far as the actual like Biden Harris thing, I think what's just absolutely despicable is when people want to jump on these things only when it serves their agenda. We've seen it time and time again, especially with like not only the Biden and Harris, but like lower level like attorney generals and stuff not bringing up charges against Antifa people doing things in like Seattle and stuff like that. We saw them advocating for raising money to bail these people out. I just think that's ridiculous that when they just want it to serve their purposes, they're just useful idiots. They use these people and then they're the ones that get harmed in the end. Having this fake hate crime makes real hate crime suffer. Like people will not be believed now because of this as readily and things like that. So I just think this whole thing is absurd. We're missing the whole point on this and he should pay for it. I think 3 years is fair.
I think honestly, I think Nacho, you nailed it correctly. I think if this was your average
I'm just
homosexual
asking
black
questions,
man,
okay?
no, I'm saying if this was your average homosexual black man, say in the Bronx or something, I don't think it would have had any of the attention. The police probably wouldn't have even taken the report. You're probably correct on that, and that's a shame. And that's the damage that this is doing because now even less likely that it would be believed. And to what Biggs was just saying, like I just read an article, the San Francisco mayor, saying, "Oh, we need to stop this bullshit that is destroying our city." Well, I mean, you kind of promoted it for quite a while. When they're using this for political gain, it's disgusting.
Pan, I saw you throw your hand up. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah,
He was trying
I
to
don't
slap
think.
me.
No, I'm not trying to slap you. You're
Oh.
you're good.
It's
I
on
don't think
camera.
he should spend time in prison. Personally, he's not a threat to the public. He's suffered a lot. Obviously, he's going to be blacklisted from future gigs. He was making tons of money before, like $100,000 an episode film. Now he's not making that. He's still relatively wealthy and relatively well off. I don't think he's like going to be suffering in poverty for the rest of his life, but he suffered quite a bit, and I don't think that there's unless we really, really, really believe that
You
we
don't
need
think
such
that
a
you
strong
think this is a victimless crime? Do you really think it's a victimless
I didn't say
crime?
it was victimless. I said he
Okay.
wasn't a threat to the general public. It's
Okay.
not a victimless crime.
Would you settle for maybe 6 months community service in MAGA country?
I think community service could be
Chicago?
a really reasonable
Y'all are
way
stealing
of
my
punishing him
statements.
but I don't think that he's a danger to the public, and I think that unless we really, really, really need a
Have you
strong
seen
reason
his
to
acting?
put someone in jail, what
Have you seen his acting? He's a danger.
is he?
I heard Empire's pretty good, honestly.
I
Oh,
mean,
he is a good actor.
yeah. I mean, look, I don't see any reason
He's
why
not
we.
good
I don't
enough, I
think we-
guess.
Yeah, actually, I'm just repeating myself at this point. I think I've made my point.
That's all right. We
Video
like your
killed
voice.
the
Um,
video star.
IRI,
Yeah.
Stardust. Any closing?
I just think I don't think this is
kind
about
of
these
thoughts on
people.
this?
I think it's about us and myself included in all of this. We eat this stuff up. We love pointing fingers at other people and finding people we can vilify and say they're the problem and all this. Like and these people wouldn't do this stuff if we didn't eat it up. You know what I mean? It's like the people that complain about drama on Twitch and they're sitting there watching it, and we all do it. So I just think we need to reflect on how we engage with this stuff and how we engage with each other, because I'll finish on this, just that the idea that a lot of people believe this could happen and it was a possibility is pretty fucked up, right? That some guy could be beat up by some guys associated with another political party and called homophobic and racist stuff. Like the fact that a lot of us were like, yeah, that could happen, it sucks. And we should be focusing on that, not how terrible it is that this guy faked it.
Stardust, anything to say on this?
No,
Up and
Not
just
really.
as
actually,
a
I agree
So-
with IRI 100% on this. Like when it comes to like
So-
Hey,
response.
don't skip me.
Wait,
I
I'm
muted?
not, because I actually have. Sorry, because I was just gonna interject one more thing. I did forget one more of
Oh.
my little bullet point things that I had to add to this was just what. Well, IRI reminded me of it. I mean, I heard it as a joke, but then when I thought about it, I was like, actually, it makes sense. So it was like something to the extent of like, well, isn't this a good thing when it comes to like our attitude towards race in the country? Isn't it a good thing that to some degree race relations are so good that this guy had to fake this crime, that this isn't something that's just happening, that he can put a spotlight on someone like him who has money. Like,
Eh.
is there truth to that, or like?
I think it's more. I was gonna say I think it's more the demand for it in the media is the problem. Yes. There's not enough supply for the demand in the media for these stories that have the clickbait, rile people up kind of stories, and I think these are like prime for that.
I honestly like if you look across the country. If I look at just within my circle, race relationships aren't. They aren't what the press makes them out to be. So yeah, I do believe. You know what? They saw an opportunity, run with it, and I do agree with what IRI was saying earlier too. Hi, Stardust. How you doing?
Hi. Thanks. Yeah.
So Coop Show was trying to say something. I think Steven was. So Coop, go ahead.
No, I actually agree with IRI on this. Like, I could give a shit less what happens to Jussie as far as the judgment and what comes down on him. I could give a shit less about that. I care more about the cultural impact that it has on everyone else and whether or not we can all come together on a same consensus for what actually happens. I don't care what happens to Jussie, but if we can't all come together and be like, okay, this is a really fucked up thing that happened, then where are we? Like, I don't care what happens to Jussie. I don't care. He's going to be fine whether he goes to jail for 3 years or he gets on probation for 6 months. I don't care. Whatever he does is not going to impact my life. What will impact my life is how others react to me and my community reacts around me about this and whether or not we come together on this.
Well, that's why we need to be proactive and be reaching out to each other. And that's like Stardust gets shit for hanging out with people on the right, and that's messed up. Like we all should be hanging out a lot more and talking to each other, like kind of like this. Obviously, we're debating here, but like just hanging out, like so we don't assume those things are about each other.
Agreed.
How dare I give VIP to people on the right in my own chat?
Right. Steven.
So.
I don't care anymore.
Did you want to say something?
We moved on. Yeah, it was
Okay,
like 10 minutes
I
ago
didn't know if
when everybody was talking about something else.
I was trying to get you in there. I saw you had.
I just realized I've been muted this entire time.
Rip.
Let it rip. What have you been saying?
I wasn't gonna
dunk on everybody.
I wasn't gonna say much. There's not much to say. Just that it's disappointing. It's just disappointing. I guess that somebody would do that. So yeah.
So then to put the bow on this thing, because I think I said it earlier, but I wasn't sure. How does this make everybody feel when you see like Black Lives Matter, the corporation? Obviously, there was a distinction made, which I'm glad I can appreciate. Like, it's not just Stardust, but I've seen other people on the left start to come around to this, that there is a difference between like the corporation and the movement itself. I mean, what is it? I mean, if you're already making that distinction, so obviously you have a difference, or you can see the difference. But what does it make you think about, like the corporation, Black Lives Matter Incorporated, whenever they come out and stand behind Jussie? Like, do you think it's damaging to the movement Black Lives Matter?
Obviously, yeah.
Just some thoughts
obviously, very, very damaging to the movement, and it just makes everything look bad. I don't like that there's this group that took the name of a movement and is trying to kind of hijack it, right? So, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
If you follow, if you're on Instagram, go to Black Lives Matter Instagram, and they had that comment that they had put about supporting Jussie and all that. And if you read the comments on there, they're comments from people who are following them and how disappointed they are in the direction they go. So, yeah, this has a major effect on them.
Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Well, I think I don't want to speak for BLM, but like we've been screaming this for a long time, that there's a difference between the BLM movement and whoever these people are running BLM. And I don't know like how many times I've had to tell that to people, and they just don't want to hear it. They just keep going, well, BLM said this. Don't you want to speak out against it? It's like, dude, I don't care what some like 4 or 5 people said that are making money on a website or Twitter account. Like BLM is bigger than that. But BLM is standing by Jussie after the verdict. I'm reading their statement here, and it's just kind of saying like, you know, these things happen, and they're fighting white supremacy, and you know, and that's they're saying the whole system is stacked against people. So that's what their fight is. But look, there's people out there that are saying Michael Jackson was set up, and that's all a charade to take down a powerful black man. And you hear a lot of stuff like this. So you know, I'm not going to try to justify what they're saying. Their fight is their fight, you know.
I have a
So,
joke.
and just to give a little insight onto maybe what's like going through my head in this, to put,
I want to hear
you
it.
know, to try to help you get into my shoes, like, yeah, for a while, there was no distinction for me between these two things. So someone coming from the right and kind of seeing these things from, you know, a perspective of like, well, and even then, I'm still probably more independent. I hated politics for the longest time. I only got in because of COVID, and it looked like the world was burning to me. I was like, all right, well, I
You
guess I'll
saw
get
an
involved.
opportunity to
But
hang out with me too.
yeah, so
I hate myself after that, too.
basically, like for the longest time, to me, like there was no distinction, and I feel like there's probably still plenty of people on the right that don't see a distinction. Um, it's the same kind of things as like trans issues. Like I feel like everybody on this panel that's on the right is probably pretty progressive in terms of like what the middle to far right would consider us. They would probably all call us fucking Democrats, but so we choose to be involved in these things and we choose to read about these things so we know about these things. But that's why I brought up Kamala Harris and Biden as the sitting president and vice president. Is there some kind of responsibility for them to come out and address these kind of things, and or you know, maybe what's the thoughts on that kind of thing? Like,
Oh, he gone.
You know,
I'll bring it
it's
back.
funny you're saying that because what you said about knowing the difference and being from the right. I didn't understand the difference for the longest time until in my hometown, it's a small town of 5,000 people, but they were having a BLM protest in what they called Central Park, which is really just a very small area. And I went there because Antifa was threatening to have busloads brought up from Philadelphia. So I went there with my video camera and stuff. And Antifa never showed up. It was just a bluff, but I watched it and I knew a lot of the people speaking. And I didn't agree with some of the stuff that they were saying, but they did it properly. They walked around the square with their signs and their chants and stuff, and then they each spoke. They did the First Amendment perfectly. And it was that was the time where I was like, you know what? These aren't the idiots I see on TV. These aren't the jackasses that I see that are doing the Marxist stuff. And that's when I realized there was a huge difference. I honestly don't think this should have to make it to the president and vice president. I think this is stuff that we as American citizens can work on ourselves. Race relations with the citizens should be with the citizens. I mean, it's going on 2022. If we can't figure it out by now, then we're in the friggin' dark for a while.
What was your joke, Denims? Stardust. I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
I'm very different from Denham's political beliefs, so I would.
I know. I'm just a smartass. No.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say what did the kids say to Michael Jackson at midnight?
Oh no.
Ow, Shimon.
Okay, so problematic pan is trying to get back in. So
good shit.
Yeah,
good
sorry.
shit.
wanted to do
my
something-
internet died.
okay, so we wanted to do something a little different with this American Octagon. We want to start trying to do some kind of like an open panel. So that's why we kind of had saved some of our bigger topics for later. If you guys all want to stay, that's fine. We already have like CTV waiting in the waiting room. I would like to. I mean,
Do we still get our cage
Stardust, IRI. You still look. I'm gonna moderate, but I'm gonna do my best Prime Kai's impression. Okay, so obviously we want to get people in here to the American Octagon,
Don't be a
and
sex
we'll have
pest.
B-Gal.
Hey,
B-Gal will
Nacho,
come in
can I
here.
say something
Look,
real
because
quick?
I was saving my
Wait.
cage match for the abortion issue, but
I was
That's
in the
fine.
restroom.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's still something that we want to talk about.
I don't
So
have a restroom.
there's some people that
Hey.
were in the chat that had questions and stuff. Did you say you have to use the
Nacho.
restroom, dude? Go
No,
for it.
no,
bro.
I was in the bathroom before when IRI said something that I 100% agree with him on because of a situation that actually involved him. He doesn't even know about it. He and I were in a debate. I forget. It was not too long ago, and someone kept whispering me, telling me I need to be more aggressive with him. I need to attack him on this and attack him on that. That's not my style. I like this better, where Stardust and I, obviously, especially if you saw us on last panel, we don't agree on a whole bunch of stuff politically, but we can
Through
have a
the octagon,
conversation.
okay?
Same thing with IRI. I would rather stuff like this where we can actually talk and conversate rather than beating the hell out of each other, because I don't think you get anywhere by beating the hell out of each other.
False, but I like your spirit.
Yeah, you're on the wrong show. This is the American.
Yeah, I mean,
Octagon, not
you're-
the-
Stick a steel chair upside your
not the
head.
American
what was that about?
hand-holding
Look,
circle.
your heart's in the right place. Your heart's in the right place, but you're just wrong. Okay, when you're in the
Listen,
octagon.
my heart's not the one holding
Alright.
the steel chair. That's my brain. Baby.
Okay, so please, definitely IRI Stardust, feel free to hang around and hopefully invite some lefties. We're gonna open it up. CTV wants to hop in here. We still have a little dressing down of the Biden administration. We still
I
have
gotta
the
get a
Roe
water
v.
shot
Wade
ready.
things to talk about. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bring CTV in here. I need to use the bathroom very quickly. CTV, hello, are you here? Mic
Hi,
check, 1 2 1 2.
CTV.
Hi, CTV.
Hey, Stardust, how are you doing, hon?
Good. How are
So
you?
I'm gonna let CTV just take the reins for like however long, for at least
This
a
one's for
couple
you,
minutes.
CTV. This one's for
I gotta
you.
use the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Anybody else want to take a shot with me?
Spam the link for the Discord if people want to get in here. I'll message Bigo, the moderator. He'll get back in here and he'll help vet people and stuff like that. So
I don't have any liquor, but I will take a swig of my Ales of the Revolution Washington Porter.
Oh no, this is just water.
So
I just need to get.
we can
I just-
take-
I just need to get hydrated. This is just water. Sorry.
okay,
Oh,
we can
I'm getting
take a
hydrated, too.
we can take a minute, okay, and do like a little cool down debate. Someone,
That did
okay,
get a little bit
Cherry,
wild, didn't
actually,
it?
Cherry, I know Cherry. We were fighting in I want to say it was Stardust stream the other day or somebody's stream about soft cookies or hard cookies. Okay,
Soft.
so let it rip.
Soft.
Soft all the way.
Some people have other opinions.
Is
Okay,
this actually about the cookie or the
Well,
band?
their
slurs?
opinions
Yeah,
are
I
relative.
was thinking that too. Like, I think
It's
if
like
you
a
say,
hard R versus
I
a
think
soft
if you say
A.
the C word, it's okay as long as it's part of a country
no,
music
damn
song.
it, this isn't
Look,
politics.
if you're-
Okay,
if you're
just
singing along-
legitimately food. All right,
If you're singing
Listen.
along to a country song, I think you should be able to say the C word. That's all I'm
it
saying.
has to be
Listen,
soft
you
cookies.
can if you're,
okay?
if you're
Anyone with a
including soup with
brain.
it.
Depends on the
Okay.
cookie.
Yeah, it does. Chocolate
tea
chips are
break.
much better hard. Like, you want to have crispy chocolate chip with melty chocolate chips, you know? Like,
No,
I
soft batch, Chip Ahoy. Oh my God.
are you
Soft
you're kidding,
and-
right? You
soft and
prefer
warm, like,
chips
straight
you
out the oven.
prefer wait, you prefer Chips Ahoy over like nice crisp cookies straight out of the oven?
Oh no, I would rather them, but I'm friggin' lazy, so I'll buy them and I buy the soft batch because, well, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Even-
Okay, you're
you-
right on that.
Listen, when you're smoking the something that's not a cigarette, and you get the munchies, don't trust me
Oh.
around a gas oven.
All cookies lives matter at that point.
Now
Yo.
Oreos, yeah, you don't want Oreos as soft batch.
Ooh. They used to have a s'mores Oreo.
Yeah,
that was
I've never
really
had it.
fucking dope.
Ooh, yeah.
Soft Oreo would be like a cupcake.
Hey, okay. Speaking of cupcakes, I learned this thing. I'm about to be a grandfather, and this is the first time I ever went to a baby shower. And we were having cupcakes, and someone taught me if you take the cupcake and split it in half and flip it upside down so the icing is in the middle. Did you ever try that? Pretty
No, I don't
awesome.
really like cupcakes.
Can I ask
Oh,
a
I'm
question?
sorry. I'm a fat guy.
Go for it.
Yeah. So, what I heard before this panel started was that there was some beef between CTV
Oh my
and
God.
some of the people on this panel. So I want to know what's going on.
Well, lawyer CTV banned me from his chat, and I accept his
Yeah, I'm
apology
banned
for
too,
doing
so
that.
we couldn't talk about
I
it
accept his
there, so-
apology for doing that.
What did you do to get banned?
Ask. You have to ask him.
Nothing. I have no idea.
I'm not the one who banned me. You have to ask
How's
him.
that? Are we doing this now?
Yeah.
Come on,
I
I
didn't
went to
bring it
pee
up.
for
Stardust
30
brought this
seconds.
up.
Stardust
Okay.
brought it up.
I
Thanks,
just want to
hon, for bringing
know.
that up.
Listen, that'll teach you to go take a leak. From now on, you wear a diaper during the
I
night.
know, right?
Okay, so
Jesus.
you don't call me hun, okay? I don't call you names like that.
Oh, so CTV came in and called you hun instantly.
Yes, he can do that. You can't. So
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to respect
Oh,
that, hun.
Shit.
Yeah, I won't either, hun.
I'll be...
Right.
I'm gonna call you two, hun.
Please, IRI. We're not
True.
as easily offended.
So
I
go-
just
no,
wish
please.
I just
All
wish
right.
anyone called me.
You know what?
No one.
You know
If
what?
anyone
Let's-
wants to do anything to
let's
respect
just-
Stardust,
Just
I
looking
think
for a hun,
CTV
okay.
would answer her question and
Let's
tell her what it is.
jump straight into some hot water, okay? One of the topics that we were going to talk about was the Roe versus Wade coming back up in the Supreme Court.
Oh,
We
you
had
let
the
him off
issues
hook?
with
Sorry,
wait,
Stardust.
who
I
just
tried.
left out of here? We had the Roe versus Wade coming back up. We had the Supreme Court looking at whatever's going on in Mississippi. They basically want to reduce the abortion, the earliest abortion from 24 to 15 weeks. So
Yeah.
Pan, I know you said you were excited to talk about this, so why don't you go ahead and kick it off?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we had a very interesting conversation when we discussed it on the Infrared Showdown. I think that abortion is a constitutionally guaranteed right, which means that neither the federal nor state government is allowed to pass laws that, prohibit it. At least past the second trimester, I think. Maybe it's the first trimester. I have to refresh myself on Roe, but you're not allowed to pass laws against abortion on the first trimester because it is a constitutional right. So, I guess.
I honestly don't even remember the conversation we had on Infrared because I was like
You were tired
a
of
full
getting
case in by that.
destroyed.
No, I was just
absolutely
a full case in
Yeah,
by
this
that.
is
So
just not as interesting. I'm going to be honest
And
with you. The
it's
reason why,
CTV ended
reason
up winning
why-
the panel, so I mean, obviously
the-
the right one on that.
yeah, the reason why that Coop and Steven both got banned has to do
Oh,
with
God,
their
here we go.
specific behavior that they just displayed, right? They don't understand that there are levels to relationships, right? And that whenever the first time
Right.
you've been in a room with somebody, right, after a year,
Right.
you specifically bring up a drama to clout chase because that's all it is. You can. It's real easy.
I
Clout
don't even
chase who?
stream, you
How
fucking
did
idiot.
you do
What am I
that?
clout chasing? I don't even stream.
Are you saying that
What?
Stardust is trying to clout chase by asking you what you've had your panties in a wad over for a
No.
year?
Absolutely,
Oh,
she is. Let's be
no.
completely honest.
Absolutely
Let's be
not.
completely honest.
Surely,
Stardust
surely.
is
Stardust
no-
is trying to
she's
incite
no
righty
innocent little
infighting
star,
here,
okay?
okay?
No,
That-
no.
that
Here's the
probably
thing.
is
I
what
like to
CTV
see.
seems to be about stream
Here-
drama.
No,
This
no,
is
no.
the
Here's
second
the
time
thing.
he chased us on a stream. The
Here's-
second time. he
second
chased
Here's
us.
the
time.
thing. Here's the thing. I like to see people uncomfortable. Okay, and I was trying to see how I like to see how people interact. So I like to see how people react to certain situations, especially these two people that I have barely interacted with. So I
You were
wanted
on
to see
Steven's
how.
stream not too long
And
ago.
all
Do you know
I
that,
would
right?
say simply is that I
Steven
am perfectly
streamed when?
comfortable. I don't know if CTV is as comfortable as I would expect him to be if he feels so right in the situation. Certainly
Good
not something
discussion
I
on
would shy
abortion,
away
everybody.
from or be afraid to discuss.
Yeah,
Have
we're-
it.
we're
You were-
encouraging
You were
this.
both crushed in the last debate. You always come as a tag
Debate?
team, even though.
Is
even
that-
though
is that the
Wait,
case?
we
clearly the
came to you.
bottom.
Wait,
Believe
wait,
I-
who came
I-
here?
and
Who
not
came
you.
here?
Hey,
Hold on.
I have a
Hold on.
question. Is your debate like?
Hold
the-
on,
okay.
Stardust, hold on. CTV, finish what you had to say. This is a
Yeah.
2v1 or a 2. I don't know what this is. A 2v2. I'll do my best to moderate this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Stardust doesn't know the situation.
What it always happens, right, is that both of these guys have to come in and defend each other, right? If Coop is here first, doesn't matter what it is, here comes Steven, right? And then if Steven is somewhere, here comes Coop, definitely, right? So
Right?
Thank you, Sansol, for the
first
raid.
time, what happened last Friday is that I got pulled into a room because remember, everybody knows I'm sitting in the rafters at the Hippy Dippy, right? And I get pulled into the room by Dylan afterwards, right? Steven happened to be on that panel, which is no different than what I've been doing for the last few weeks, right? Steven has not been on these panels, right? So he comes over here into this world. The first time this dude's seen me in a year, first thing he's got to do, right, is bring up some shit from the past, even though he has had more than ample opportunity, right, to try to fix the thing offline, reply to DM. He doesn't do any of that, right? So the first chance is to bring this
Leave the
drama
DM,
up
Steven.
in an attempt to clout chase. That's what's
Completely false. There's no clout for me to gain from you.
really and
So what are you
And
counting
I-
over there,
yeah.
buddy?
I'll be right back, everybody.
And this thing that he says about me and Coop following each other to do whatever to back each other up, no. You've been on my stream a number of times. You used to be on there all the time. You got all butthurt over something. We were all there. Nobody followed anybody. When it comes to Dylan's thing, you saying you just got dragged. You got dragged in because you were in the channel. You knew I was there. Today's the same exact thing. You knew I was here. You came.
Oh, actually,
I didn't bring it up. Stardust brought it up. Stardust brought it up.
And actually, right? I have an open invitation to jump onto any American Octagon. Period.
Oh,
right? That's great because I was also invited.
With this?
Look, I will say
that is attempting to try to bring up a reason as to why things happen, but you assume conspiracy from the fucking start.
Well,
I will say,
can I ask a question?
Hold on.
I have a question.
Wait, real quick.
Nacho were there. They can tell you what happened that night on Dylan's.
Yeah, I was there, but okay, real quick. I decided to have Coop and Steven on at the same time because I thought they were funny on together at the same time. So I thought they were good, like little tag team duo.
I don't have any problem with having them.
I know. I'm just saying. I also have extended the invite as well as like Sprout to CTV to have kind of an open invitation to the panels because CTV is the alpha of the wolf pack. You know what I mean? Always bringing the gamer content to all of us. So
I have no issue with CTV being here. I'm just merely pointing out, since he accuses me of clout chasing or drama engineering, that he comes to me recently. The times we've discussed this, he came to me. Whether or not he has an open invite, he knew I was there. And the only reason I brought it up is the first time we've been in the same room together in like over a year.
So I have a question. I have a question.
Wait, real quick.
I have a question.
Let's throw it to Stardust. Let's throw it to Stardust. Go ahead, Stardust.
Right. So
we'll throw it to you, CTV, after.
All right. So if you guys are not riding each other's dicks like CTV is saying you are, why did you start a cage match just to talk to each other about fishing? That seems like you guys are riding each other's dicks pretty hard, huh?
I ride Steven's dick. What does that have to do with any of the
homophobic?
CTV? Yeah, what is it? Wait, hold on.
No, you're
a couple guys riding each other's dicks.
No, I have no problem with it, but you're denying it. You're denying
it.
No,
time out.
No, wait, he's accepting it.
Absolutely riding each other's dicks. You should delete that VOD because it might be TOS.
Can I take this real quick? So what does me riding Steven's dick have anything to do with CTV?
I mean, CTV said that you guys come in and you're tag teaming all the time and you're riding each other's dicks. So I mean,
who was invited? So who was invited?
Answered your question
already. Afterwards, you fucking idiot.
Literally just told me that.
Wait, hold on, Coop. You defend Steven like he's your. Well, why do you defend
Stardust is just
like
asking questions, okay?
I'm not
just
even
asking questions.
No.
I'm just asking questions.
But
you know what, co-op.
Tone down a little bit.
One thing I will say.
Okay. Wait. IRA was trying to get in here. Let's go. IRA, what do you have to say?
All the time, dude.
I know. I'm trying to.
You're a victim. We know.
Look,
you're a victim.
All the time.
I'm out of here. Okay. I'm doing the moderating thing again. Okay.
I'm
doing the moderating thing again. Okay. IRA, go ahead, please.
I just want to say, Coop always is defending Steven like he's his little brother and can't fight his own fights. Why don't you just let Steven work his shit out? Because you're the one who got instigated this shit on Twitter. I saw you. Don't act like you didn't. These two settled it last week or 2 weeks ago, and you had to go start some shit on Twitter. I saw your ass on the tweet. I almost said something.
I don't deny one little
bit.
Why
are you starting shit? Why don't you just leave them alone and let them?
I don't think it was actually settled. Because I was actually there during the entire thing, and when he said it was settled, the very next day CTV was talking about it. The very next day on his stream.
So what?
Steven said, as far as I knew, it was settled.
It's between them. Why
Stardust,
you gotta
please go ahead, hop in here.
Because Steve and I used to be super cool. Like we used to fuck around and joke around like he was my lawyer. Like we used to have a ton of fun in Discord. And then he turned into this huge fuckboy.
All right, Stardust.
So all I want to say is that I don't believe for a single second that you guys didn't instigate some shit with CTV, because all night all you've been doing is being a complete asshole to me. I don't think I've been that forceful on you. I don't think I've been that forceful on you. I don't think you've been a complete asshole. I don't care if you've given me subs, dude. I don't need your fucking money, okay?
If you can't take the bullshit, then get the fuck out.
No, I don't need your fucking money. What I'm
right, we're
saying.
calling a cage
Yeah,
match.
okay,
Cage
let
match.
me
like her
let me
money.
finish.
I would
Let
like
me
her money.
fucking
I get to
finish.
go.
Let me finish. Okay, I have not gotten a chance to finish
You're
yet
acting like an
tonight
asshole.
because I keep getting people fucking interrupting me. Okay, what I am saying, right, is if you are claiming that you didn't start the fight with CTV, then why the fuck are you starting shit with me all night? I don't give a fuck if you start shit with me. I love starting shit with people. I love fighting. I come here to fight, okay? But don't tell me this bullshit about you not starting shit with CTV when
What
you
shit was I
have been
starting with you?
trying to start shit with me all night, dude. Like,
What shit? What shit?
Please.
Be specific. What shit?
I don't know. Whatever drama you have with him on Twitter.
So the drama with him on Twitter was what I was starting shit with you.
No, I'm saying that you have
So
been
what shit? What shit? No, be specific. What shit did I start with you specifically?
Oh, with me. Okay. Yeah, you've just been an asshole all night. That's pretty much it.
So
You've
nothing.
just been,
So nothing specific. Yeah, you really got me there.
I mean,
Man.
do I have to count every single instance that you're an asshole?
Name one. Name one. Name one.
Sure. How about you starting a cage match just to cut me off? Like, that's pretty fucked up, right? Like,
Yeah, that was
I
actually
didn't.
kinda funny,
I don't do that shit to you, dude. I don't do that shit to you.
But that's starting shit. That's starting shit with you. When I cut you off to start talk to Steven, right?
Yes, that is starting shit
Right?
with me. Yeah.
Okay. Do you really take it that seriously? Like, why are you so offended by that?
I'm not offended, really. I'm just saying that
It sounds
I don't.
like you're dick riding CTV right now. Is that,
I am
should we-
dick
should we
riding
bring that out?
CTV. I'm dick riding CTV and IRI.
Oh.
I don't give a fuck. Okay.
I love IRI.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you are telling me, well, I don't care about what you and I interact. I love fighting with people. But you're telling me that you guys didn't instigate shit with CTV when you've been
So what did we
instigating
instigate,
all
since you know
night.
so much about the
You've been
situation? You know so
instigating
much-
all night.
So you're assuming, right?
I mean, your behavior is showing a pattern
Do you-
here.
Do you have any
Coop,
idea
you
what
are a
happened?
bit of an instigator.
Oh, I will. 100%.
All
Yes,
right,
100%.
everybody's
I
unmuted, but
absolutely
nobody's
agree with
muted
that.
since this is the after panel. You guys are still ready. You guys are still
What
live.
are you
Go ahead.
talking about instigating shit? Like this is the
We didn't
pettiest
talk
shit
about
I think I've
CTV
ever
for a
heard.
year.
Hold on, fucker. This is
Yeah.
like I don't even know you because people interrupted you a couple times. As if you didn't interrupt me multiple times. I stopped, let you
no, of
finish. As
course.
if people
It's
don't
totally
interrupt from
fine.
time to time on a
Look,
panel.
it's totally fine to
But hold
interrupt
on,
me.
you
It's
had
totally
5
fine to
minutes. Can I
interrupt me.
please? You had 5
It's totally
minutes.
fine.
Can I please?
But what
You
I'm
had 5
saying
minutes.
is that
Exactly. See
again,
that?
if you're going to be
See that?
consistent
See
on
that?
this, right?
This is
See that?
If
no
you're gonna be
wait. This is
consistent-
the after panel.
see?
This is the after
You
panel.
doesn't
Okay,
matter.
nobody
It
gets
doesn't
muted
matter.
after a
If
cage
you-
match.
Rule or whatever.
If you
No,
were-
see, don't-
if you're
don't-
telling
don't
me,
throw
if
stones
you're
if you live in
telling
a glass
me,
house.
I
Don't
have
throw
no problem
stones
with
if
you
you live in a
interrupting
glass
me. I have
house.
no problem with you
Stardust
interrupting
built
me.
the
I know
house.
you
But
don't. That's why you
again-
shouldn't
Don't
act
complain
like
about
you
it.
What
didn't
I'm
have an
saying-
issue with it.
I'm not
You're
complaining
saying
about it.
that you
I'm
were
saying
whining about being interrupted, and
Yeah,
the Coop
the
is
fact
rude
of the
and
matter is,
instigating.
No,
the
that's
whole
not what I'm
reason
saying.
why you
Okay,
even have
the
a
reason-
studio to come
the
over
reason
to, you
why
have
I
specific
brought it
things to
up-
do.
All right, all
The
right, all
reason
right, all
I
right, all
brought
right,
it
all right.
up-
All right,
You-
stop.
you guys are
Stop.
completely
I'm gonna start muting
straw-manning me.
people. I'm gonna
You're
start muting
straw-manning
people.
me.
You will
Everybody
mute
stop.
me, but
Everybody
you would
stop.
never mute her. I
Stop.
understand.
I'll mute. I was
At
about to
some
mute
point,
everybody.
At some point,
All right.
Oh, I
I'm
know
supposed to be able to speak, right?
everybody, not
All
the
right.
person that interrupted me.
Shut
All
up,
right.
you simp.
All right, Steven, finish your
Whoa,
thought.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
And we're
When are
going.
we gonna
No,
go to
wait,
music?
wait.
It was
Finish-
Stardust, and we
Just
let-
give me a
I
second.
let
Give me.
all that other shit
me a
go.
second.
We're
I'm
here
about to-
now. I've been fucking
CTV.
waiting.
I'm about to send it to you. Okay. Steven, then Stardust, then you CTV.
No,
Okay?
a minute ago it was Stardust CTV. Now it's CTV.
Bro,
There's no
stop.
cutting in the fucking
Stop
line.
instigating
Come on,
CTV.
man.
Stardust
There's
is gonna
no
get mad
cutting
at
There's
you.
a whole lot of
line.
shit.
There's
There's
no
a whole
cutting
lot
in
of
line.
shit.
There's
Now,
no cutting in
everybody
line.
was
to get mad at
talking.
you.
I
Hey,
waited
wait,
in
wait.
line.
Stop.
waited
Everybody
in
was
line.
talking. Everybody was fucking talking. Okay. I'm trying to do this as fair as possible. Okay. Steven was
fair is
finishing
I
whatever
was
the
in
fuck
line.
he was saying.
I was in line.
Stardust was talking. All of you were
should've-
talking at the same
as soon
time.
as the
Okay.
cage match is over, you should have
CTV
threw it to me.
Hey, I'm
But
used
sure,
to it. I'm
okay,
surprised
my
CTV
bad,
has the ability
okay?
to mute me here.
You can blame that on
I'll
me.
mute
All right.
myself.
We're gonna go, Steven. Please finish what you're saying. Okay.
Fuck. I mean, I was replying to Stardust. She's saying that Coop's instigating because of people interrupting us. She then proceeds to interrupt me for like a solid 3-4
Oh
seconds.
yeah,
and
of
says
course,
she
it's
doesn't
fair
mind
game.
it.
It's fair game, isn't it?
Okay,
Excuse me.
Stardust. Here, go ahead.
Excuse me. See what I'm saying? It is fair
If
game.
it's you too,
Don't
then yeah,
try
go
to
ahead.
Pearl clutch. Don't try to pearl clutch about it and say that
Oh, I'm
people were
clutching so
instigating
hard.
because of it. And the second thing I wanted to say is if you do love IRI and if you appreciate Nacho, you should ask them about what happened Friday. They were there. We all asked multiple times for CTV to explain what his issue even was or what it was for me to apologize for. And he failed to do so for multiple hours until I eventually did my best to muster up an apology. as someone who never apologizes, and it seemed like we were good, but no, I told you earlier, Coop's kind of an asshole. He did instigate shit on Twitter after the fact, and CTV decided that he was going to put us into this canister together and whatever else. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. I can't do nothing about that.
Okay, if I can say, just, again, it seems like you guys are not understanding me, okay? My problem's not with you interrupting me. I'm interrupting you back, okay? The reason why I brought it up is that it's showing a pattern of co-op or whatever the fuck his name is, instigating shit here, because he's clearly an instigator. We know this. You acknowledged it, right? I got no problem with you interrupting me. I'll interrupt you back, motherfucker, okay? But I'm just saying, okay? I don't believe for a fucking second that you didn't start shit with CTV. And why the fuck would you bring up how much? Why the fuck would you bring up how much money you spend in my channel? I don't give a fuck, dude. Don't spend money on me. I don't give a fuck.
I do give a fuck.
All right, CTV.
Hold on. Can I address
no,
just the money
stop.
thing real quick?
I'm sorry. We gotta wait. Sorry, everybody was talking before, so CTV, go ahead.
Okay. Now, the whole the thing that I didn't like that got said earlier was that Steven thinks that I'm following him, right? Fact of the matter is that Steven's been on that side of the tracks for a long time, right? Hasn't bothered getting involved over here in the debate community, right, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why there's any kind of community happening over here on more of the right side of things has to do with me being involved with what Dylan's been doing, building the Hippy Dippy brand, right? It has to do with when Sprout reached out to me and when TRN fell apart, right? There was Preacher and Nacho and Sprout was all a part of that, right? I got all of these guys together, kept them streaming, kept them motivated, right? They started putting together their content. I started helping them with it.
Don't put me in that group, okay? I was around before them, okay?
Okay, well, you're in the group now. I don't know what to tell you. You made decisions to make them the association, so you're guilty.
Listen,
okay?
fucker, you're riding right with me.
Yeah, you're there. So the
We'll
fact of
ride
the
or die,
matter
Nacho.
is that no matter where you go, no matter where you go on this side of the fence, Steven, this is all shit that I've been over here building, right? And because it's been built, when you come over here, anytime you come over here, you're coming into where I'm already at. And that's just the way that it is, because I've been building community. This is what a leader does. So anytime you come over here, right, and the problem that you wanted to say earlier, that there was no explanation, right, we'll go ahead and cover that. It was the action or the words that you said that if you would drop, that if someone would apologize, you would drop a thing. Yet you did not drop the thing. It is what you said. We watched the VOD.
Thank you, Mr. Potato Karen. I appreciate.
Yes, we did. We watched the VOD. That's how we know when you said in the VOD, right, that if you
multiple witnesses here.
If you said, "Hey, my bad," right? I'll drop the thing. Whatever. It's the same shit. You're being colloquial now, just to be colloquial for no fucking reason. The fact of the matter is, my bad. I'm sorry.
I felt like
an
I kept
apology.
getting talked
it's
over.
all the same shit. Pedantic. There you go. Right? That's all you're doing. So the fact of the matter is that you said you would drop the thing, and yet you didn't. And that was the thing that you apologized for. Was for the
it did get dropped.
The philosophical inconsistency of what you said versus your actions. Right? So because of that, right? This is why it's dropped. Then we get Steven on, Coop on Twitter,
down.
right? Just being fucking Coop. Well, if he's just gonna be fucking Coop in that way, instead of being able to rein in his fucking, whatever that yappy dog syndrome is, like, I just don't want to be a part of that, right?
That shit was funny.
Okay, that was actually
okay. Look, I have no fucking dog in this race. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
Take some water shots and cry about it, CTV.
I thought it's
like you did on stream. Why didn't you play that part of the VOD? Why didn't you play that part of it?
I thought you guys had fucking squashed this shit. So like, I didn't think this was like when you were hopping on. Like, I didn't even think this was gonna be a thing. Now, like, I don't give a fuck if you guys want to bring this shit up and rehash it. It doesn't matter to me. But like,
to be fair, I brought it up.
Give me 1 second though, because K Buck just joined in here. Thank you for joining in here. Sorry.
The other night, it took off.
Whatever, man. Okay, I've had enough brews tonight. You tell me, can I just say K?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Mute and whereby.
Oh, me?
Can I get a quick 5 seconds?
Now me,
Nacho?
I didn't realize I was muted in there.
Okay. Yeah, but just let Kay say something, whatever. If you want to bring something up, if you want to ask a question, something
Oh,
about the panel earlier. If you want to insert your 2 cents on what's
they're
going
just
on,
hashing it out, and I'm just gonna.
okay, that's fine.
I
Just
don't want
wanted
to
to
get
give
involved
you.
in their bullshit.
That's
They can do their
fine. I just
bullshit.
wanted to give you a chance.
Boys will be
Okay,
boys, and they'll
Ain't even
continue on
my
with their
shit.
shit.
I
You
made
calling
Rue,
me a
okay.
boy?
Steve. Okay, Steven, go ahead.
No, I'm one of the boys in
just
most
wanted
places,
to-
so I don't give a fuck.
I'm just
Like,
joking.
True.
I'm just joking. It's fine. Yeah.
I just wanted to reply to CTV's little beta energy comment there about like being the king. Motherfucker, I was doing these panels
about
before
being
you
the
even
king?
downloaded OBS.
Wait, I let you talk for a while, man. Come on, let him talk.
Downloaded
Oh.
OBS.
Wait, what are we the
Like,
king of
anyone
now?
that's Been around.
King of
knows
dicks?
Who the fuck I am? The only reason I stopped going on those panels
Good
because I
one,
figured it's
Stardust, good
probably
one.
not the best thing to do to boost lefties and give them content. You're a jester for them. That's why a lot of us stopped doing
Absolutely
it for a while.
not.
But I still do as a favor to Dylan because I like Dylan. I enjoy his streams. Danabo's been trying to get me on, so I said okay. But you know goddamn well, I was doing these panels long before you even started streaming. So don't try to come at me with this bullshit like
Right,
your
so-
coalition building.
right,
If
so
you're
you
gonna
had
tell
your
me your
5
coalition
seconds,
building
right?
through
So I
righties,
guess
why are
I'll
you
just
still
go
holding
ahead
on to
and
petty
start
drama from
stating
a
the
year
truth
ago?
of the facts of the matter.
Why are you holding
Is
on to
it the
petty
first time
drama
that you
for a
had the
year ago if
opportunity-
you're Mr. Coalition Builder?
It
Don't
ain't-
worry, I know you won't
Who the
answer.
fuck said I was Mr. Coalition
Steven, you
Builder?
sound just
No
like
part
all
of
the
that.
lefties. You sound like all the lefties that tell me, "Oh, Star, how could you hang out with those right wingers? They're Nazis. Oh, Star, how could you do that? How could you give VIP
Well, I
to
demand an
CTV?"
apology. I
Ignore
demand an
this,
apology.
okay? Look,
So
this is
I'm just saying, you sound
He's
just
trying
like
to
the
throw
lefties.
gasoline on the
You
righty
sound
infighting, okay? Don't
just
listen to him.
like the leftists.
Look,
Have
you're
fun
not-
with
you're
that
a biased
one.
observer. You're not a neutral observer. Like that's
You
your
don't know
boy.
what
I
happened.
get it.
You
In
don't
the
know
same
what
way
happened.
Coop's sort of my
You
boy
don't know
on
what
this.
happened.
You got
don't know what
CTV's
happened.
back, but you're
don't.
literally doing what Kamala
You don't know-
and
you don't know what
Biden did
happened.
with the Jussie tweet. Is literally what you're doing. You're picking a side
I'm
without
just
knowing
look.
any of the
I'm just stirring the
context.
shit. That's
You're
all
not-
I'm doing. Okay.
Of course
I'm
you are.
stirring the shit, and I'm making it. I'm
And you
making
know
it
what? I
uncomfortable for
appreciate
you.
that you
Instigator.
can
Yell at
admit
Coop for
that.
the
You're not making me
instigator.
uncomfortable. The only thing that makes me uncomfortable is that I have to
True.
wait to talk. I don't normally stream
Oh,
like that.
welcome.
But
Welcome.
I appreciate
Welcome to the club.
appreciate that you can admit that you're just fucking around. Too bad Biden and Harris couldn't do that.
Is that
Yeah,
supposed to be
alright.
an own? Is that supposed
True.
to be like a gotcha or whatever? It wasn't. It wasn't good. It
Not
wasn't
being
good.
known at all. I'm just
Okay.
bringing it back around to the debate topic since that's what we were here for. Is a
Boring.
political panel.
Boring. We got over
Or
that
we're trying to
topic.
jump
We're
in.
over that one. We already
What I'm
discussed
talking
it.
about.
Oh, are
Lefties
you?
are trying
Hey,
to
did you
drive
guys
a
see
wedge
that?
between
Hey,
us.
man.
Okay, that's what I'm here for. Okay,
That was the
guys see
second
that
time
trying to
I
bring
had
the
it.
right
last Sunday?
together, man.
I thought
All
you'd
right,
be
what do you
better
want to
than
say?
Thank you,
The
Star.
Nacho.
world wants
We
from us.
appreciate
The
it.
world wants
Hold on,
us.
I
Without
want
you,
to
we
say
would be
something.
lost.
Okay, all right. Preacher, what do you have
Alright.
to say? You had something to say.
No, I was
I-
just asking if anybody saw any football games last Sunday. Amazing.
All right,
Amazing.
god damn it.
Jeez,
All right. What were you
trying to
saying?
talk drama here.
I heard Nagy's getting fired. That's all I heard.
I don't want to dogpile on CTV, but I do have a question. Like when Coop brought his little brother Energy over to your tweet and said that the apology wasn't good enough, whatever. Like, why did you punish Steven for that? Like, Coop is just gonna be little brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, did something else happen that I didn't see or something?
There was something else that happened, wasn't there, Coop?
No, not me.
Because
Steven.
Coop's gonna run his
Oh.
mouth. Coop's
Oh.
gonna defend Steven in his own fantasy world. But
Mhm.
I just wondering why that affected Steven and like your relationship with Steven. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, was
what
it
Coop
just
said?
was it just guilt by association or?
Yeah. So what was the other thing that happened, Coop?
Why are
I
you
know-
asking me? See, this is what he's trying to ask you. Why
because
Steven?
you are
He always
always
dodges questions. That's why Destiny's gonna have that
That's
belt.
why?
Oh,
Like,
shit.
talk to Steven. This has nothing to do with me. I'll mute myself. You go ahead and address what he said. Why did you punish Steven? You say it, not me. You say it.
What was
Are we
it?
doing this, Stardust?
What was it?
I think this is called for, Nacho. I think what Stardust is doing is called for.
Let's see. No, there was a second conversation, wasn't there, Steven? Remember? There was a conversation after the Friday conversation.
Was this before or after you deleted your tweet?
Would have had to have been after.
Yeah, I believe so. So why'd you delete your tweet if you're now talking about a conversation that happened after? Huh. Intriguing.
See, now I'm trying to remember. See, whenever I decided to block the both of you, I put all that shit
Mhm.
on my mind because frankly, I'm tired of like dealing with this.
Who the hell
clout
is Frank
chasing
Lee?
Bullshit.
Maybe
Right?
you're lying and you have a hard time telling the story in reverse. I learned this watching those interrogation videos on YouTube. They ask them to tell the story in reverse because they always have a hard time doing so when they lied the first time.
Stop.
No wonder.
Except the fact of the
But I
matter
don't know.
is that
I
you're
had a
not
question.
actually
You answer
important
him.
enough for me to
not
bother
up to me.
remembering, Steven.
Oh,
Right?
really? You
No,
still
don't
have
stop.
the VOD from a year ago. Don't
Yeah.
tell me that.
Yeah, because like I knew that at some point you were going to start this bullshit right here. The same thing that's been happening the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you knew
Right?
that.
Okay,
whole
wait,
year that I
wait,
didn't
CTV,
fucking
It was
wait,
know.
going to come
stop.
up, so all I had to do was save the fucking VOD so that when
Wait,
it came
to
up,
be
I'd be able to address the thing. Right?
Okay, but to
Oh,
be
man.
fair, tonight, this was you bringing this up.
Actually, you can go. Hold on.
I just said you can come in, and then that's what you wanted to talk about. I brought up a topic for us all to talk
Stardust
about.
You can go
Stardust
to
brought
my
it up.
VOD tonight, Nacho. You can watch that I sent the messages over to you to go to the thing before I knew who was in the room at all.
That's
Right?
fair. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't say that you sent me. I didn't say it like that. I'm just saying, like, once you got in here, I said, let's talk about this, and you said, let's talk about this. So
Actually,
I
I
said,
did.
Sorry,
fuck it.
IRI. I don't
Go.
think you're going to get an answer, but I appreciate you doing what you could.
Hello? Oh, there we go,
IRI,
I'm
I
back.
appreciate that.
You know the
Well,
thing.
I feel like I'm missing something because little
We're
brother
all
came
missing
over to
something.
Twitter and said start his shit, and then you responded, I think CTV, and you said, "Is this
Not-
true, Steven?"
It
But I
was
don't know why you took the
Coop
bait
came
on
in-
that. I'm curious.
Wasn't it Coop? You came into the Wolf's Den and we had a conversation, right?
The wolf stand.
Right?
Yes. What does this have to do? Answer IRI's question. Quit addressing me.
That's what it
Quit
has to do with
addressing
me.
me.
Okay, so if all you're going to do is deflect whenever I'm trying to recount my memory, all you're going to do, right, is this thing that you're doing, right? Fact of the matter is that I'm pretty sure that you came over to the fucking Wolf's Den, right? And there was a
Wolf's Den.
conversation and happening during that time, and because of that conversation, I was like, I'm done
Conversation
with
about
the
me
fucking
is
both
why I
of
came
you.
on, because you and Grumple were talking about me.
Oh,
That's why I
right.
came on. Yes, that
That's
is right.
And you proved yourself to
Oh,
be a
yeah.
disingenuous
Wait. So you guys
asshole.
were talking about me, and
Right.
I came over to you after you were talking about me. So how does that answer IRI's question? Answer IRI's question, you
it
fucking
just-
pussy.
I just did.
Well, I wouldn't
You
blame
two are-
CTV for.
you
Wait,
two
wait,
are
wait,
fucking
Wait, wait, wait,
traitors.
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait, wait,
Not
wait,
even your
stop.
Sips
Okay,
Sardis
wait,
can
wait,
say
wait, wait,
anything.
stop.
Either A,
Play-
Stephen
wait.
reigns in his fucking
Real-
boy,
all right,
right?
all right.
Or that's
All right,
it.
Give me a second. Give me a second. IRI is
You
the
reign
best
in
judge of
Stardust.
whether or not his question was answered. Okay, so let's let IRI
Well-
speak for a minute.
Well, I'll just say I understand why you blocked Coop because he was obnoxious and came and started shit on your Twitter. But I was curious what happened with Steven. Like, why did Steven get blocked? Was he just a 2-for-1 on that?
To buy one get one free.
Because I thought you guys squashed that, and you know, Coop's just starting his shit. You know what I mean? That's his own weirdness. But I'm trying to figure out what happened with you and
I'd have
Steven.
to-
That's
I'd
all. I'm
have
not
to-
trying to
This is
point
why I
fingers.
tell
I'm just
people
Yeah, I'd
curious.
to never apologize. It's
I'd have-
never enough.
I'd have to go to that VOD,
People are drama hungry.
but there was.
I wasn't there for any of that.
You know
with
what?
Coop
It
and
probably
Grumple.
had a lot to do
Yep.
with the fact that Coop kept bringing that shit up during that conversation as well. Like, and if you're supposed to be the one that says it's done, then I expect you to say, "Hey, friend of mine, the shit is fucking done. Don't bring it up."
Do you
Next
know why
day,
I
it's
wasn't
fucking
there?
done.
I was asleep.
wait, I don't know if
watch
that's
Coop's
fair.
Interactions
Wait,
online.
hold
They
on.
check
And
him
it is
everything everywhere
whenever
he
they're both
goes.
in the same fucking room. They're a part of the
No,
same fucking
not
conversation,
entirely.
et cetera, et
Wait.
cetera.
Did
Okay,
they not
because
admit
CTV
to riding
wait.
dicks earlier?
No, because CTV, I've got into it with people that are in your
Stardust, you're better
Discord
than that.
before,
Come on.
but I'm not gonna take it out. I don't put that on you to be like, hey, get these people out of your Discord, and I don't think you would put it on the other person to be like, hey, get Nacho out of my Discord because we're fighting. Like, that's between us, right? Not
To
not
be fair,
fair, I
you're
did
missing
tell
the
Coop
bigger
and Boyce he
context of
should
what's
chill
being
out
said
'cause
here.
he's
The
gonna-
thing that kept being brought up was this past drama, and because the past drama they didn't have specifically to do with Coop, because he wasn't the one that the main thing was against, right?
was your
and he was
primary
to keep
defender
bringing that
for a
shit
year.
up on behalf of somebody else.
He was.
And that's where the fucking problem comes in for me. And it's like, well,
CTV.
if he's going to be A-okay in this fucking shit over here, then there's no reason for me to bother with either fucking one of them, because apparently he can't stop somebody else from being himself when it comes to his own shit.
You
Right?
were correct.
So
I
I'm
can't.
done.
What I was gonna tell, I didn't.
This is
Boys
why we
tell
can't have
I'm
us-
nice
done
things
with the
on the right.
both
I
of
told
you
Coop,
as
you're
far
gonna
as
get
dealing with the
spicy on
shit.
Twitter, and
right?
you're gonna kick this
You're
shit right
blocked,
back
and I
up.
don't
But
care.
I thought that maybe CTV was a little bigger than that. He knew that men are men and men behave as they choose, and I don't control that man just as much as you don't control
Boys
any other
act
man.
the way that you guys
So he
act.
does
Men
what he's
don't
gonna
act
do,
this
and I
way.
have no power over that.
False.
Men don't act the way you act. That's for damn sure.
I was your
I've
number
never
one
banned anyone
defender.
in the history of my fucking channel. I don't run from shit. I told you that before. When
You
Coop chooses to
motherfucker.
tweet at you,
I'm still
can't
in the
control
area
that.
that I've been
You thinking
building,
that I
right?
can
You had to
control
come
him
over
like
to
he's
me.
my child is some weird. I don't know if
Well,
that's
he's
the wolf
acting
pack
like a
does.
child. You don't think the big brother needs to let
Is that what all
mother
you
know
wolf
that, hey,
fuckers
I
do? You
fucked
check
with
All
the
I'm saying-
CTV on what's okay to tweet.
Apparently, it doesn't mean a fucking thing, right? And it don't even mean a thing to people that you're close to. So that's the problem.
I
There's
don't
a
think it
whole
meant the thing to you.
inconsistency with
The best
anything
I don't
defense
think
is
it
just
meant
let
the thing to
CTV
you.
talk. The best
Um,
defense is just to let CTV talk.
Honestly, you're right.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Go ahead,
look,
please.
if you guys are saying that this is how men act, I don't really like it. I don't like the way this. I might
don't
not
know.
like men
I'm not
anymore.
homophobic.
Wow.
You,
You
can
have
go pussy
no
right in
Stardust
the
is
idea
system,
what
but
happened.
it's
You guys are
perfectly
making
okay.
Stardust lesbian. Okay, what the fuck, guys? Come on.
Oh, hold that
Kay,
up. What is that?
Kay,
Keep
would
going,
you go
keep
fishing
going.
with Stardust?
Spruce ale.
I'm bisexual,
fishing.
anyways.
I don't
Might
go
as well-
fishing.
It's like an
I
IPA?
honestly
Yeah.
don't go fishing.
Where's that his
I mean,
headphones at?
not after
Fishing is
tonight,
really
though, right?
boring. Fishing is really fucking boring.
You're boring.
Oh,
And you ain't
relax.
fishing
Wait
right.
a minute.
Stardust
Are we
does on
trying to have a
stream every
fishing
day.
debate? Who
Just
wants it?
ain't
Wait,
it.
who wants a cage match? Which one of you, Coop? Go
Yo,
ahead, Coop.
When we pull out gear, I got shit
Fight.
right
I'm
here.
sorry, what
Let's
did you
go.
say? Problematic
She
pan?
said-
I don't care
Oh,
about
she
your
said-
gear.
It was a
Steven.
joke. Don't worry.
She
about it.
Just
said
say it.
fishing
Say it to my
sucks.
face. Say it, problematic
don't
pants.
care
Say
about
it to your face.
I just
Stardust.
Say it
don't
again.
like
Wait,
Say it again.
Hold on. Wait, there's like three different arguments going on. What's going on
and,
here? Okay.
Pan and I are about
Kay
to start a
said-
beef.
Okay, give me a second. Because
Okay,
Kay
sorry.
said that fishing sucked. Okay.
It's boring
Yeah,
as fuck.
and then I said
True.
that's
I
what
agree
Stardust
with
does
you,
every
Kay.
stream.
And Coop looked like he's about to fight her.
I'll
Yeah.
fuck Kay up.
And then
In a video
Pan was
game.
trying to fight Stardust. What's going on here, man?
Hey, I thought if I couldn't beat them, might as well join them on the drama train. You know?
No, well, no
Stir up a
problem.
little shit.
Look, Pan, I
But
didn't.
I
I
think-
3 times
Can
now.
we
I haven't
agree on-
heard what
can we
you
agree
said.
on one thing
so-
here? Can we agree on one thing here? Is
Okay,
that
what's up?
CTV came here. We did not go seeking him out. Mini Denims, you were
pass
the
that,
one who
Coop,
brought this.
Coop,
No,
we'll
but like,
pass
this
Okay,
is
but
what
I can
happens
vouch
every
for
single
what
time.
CTV.
Every single
look,
time.
I'm not going to
CTV sent
respond
me-
to people who
I
won't say
can-
my name. So
Look, I don't give a fuck. I will show logs if I need to.
Stardust.
CTV just messaged me and was like, let's fucking do this shit. Fucking American Octagon. Here to crash
Sure.
American Octagon. I don't know what the topics are, but let's go. Because
I'm good with
I
that.
announced there was going to be an open panel too. So lots of people knew there was going to be an open panel around 10 to 10:30. So it's not
Oh.
like I don't know
11.
if he came here to fucking do that.
We never
and
even
there's
would've
no
talked about it
logs to
again.
I
support
don't
that.
think
That's
that
all
he
I'm
did.
saying.
I saw when his name was in
He
chat.
did.
I actually messaged Coop and said this is probably going to get spicy. I wasn't planning to bring it up, but when Stardust did, like I said, I don't run from a fight. Somebody wants to bring it up, I'm game.
There you go. Okay.
I would like to still hear what problematic Pan said to me because I still didn't
Yeah,
understand
go ahead,
it.
Pan. Yeah.
Yeah, say
I mean,
what the.
it's
Yeah,
really
have
not that funny out of context. Kay said fishing was boring, and I said, "Well, what about Stardust stream? That's what she does every day."
Okay.
It-
You know what, Pan?
It doesn't. It's not
Pan?
funny out of context, Stardust.
Pan, I swear to God, you were so lucky that that this is virtual. Okay, I'm just letting you know right now. Okay, you're very lucky. Okay, sleep with one eye open tonight,
Okay.
bitch. Okay.
Keep your head on a swivel, Pan.
You know,
Video game.
I think we should keep this
In
civil,
Minecraft.
Stardust. I was making a lively joke, and here you
No,
go with
I
death
don't like
threats on
being
me.
civil.
You know,
I
it's
didn't.
really
Are you putting
Whoa.
words in my
Whoa.
mouth,
Yeah.
Pan?
Yeah.
You're putting
I-
words in my. Don't put
Yeah.
shit in my mouth. Don't do
Don't
it,
dox
Pan.
me.
Don't say
You're
cookie. Just don't say
doxing me.
cookie.
I'm not doxing
Please
you. What the
don't.
fuck?
Okay, so is shit on the chest okay, just not in the mouth?
I don't want it.
Whoa.
I don't want it anywhere near
Okay.
me.
That-
Keep it
that-
away.
okay, all right.
I
We
don't
don't need
want
any
it.
more prison stories
Keep it
from you.
away from
This is
me.
the,
It's gross.
this is the official
I didn't know if this was
degenerate
like a
late
Shizer
night
video
panel,
or
okay?
something.
Welcome, Twitch.
Nobody
Okay,
knows.
this is 18 and up, all right?
Can we,
Turn,
I think we
avert
can
your
get-
eyes and put your kids to bed.
Last
Oh,
time
yeah.
we had this conversation between CTV and Coop and Killer Steven, we got some unblocks and unbans and stuff. CTV, can we go that route again here? What do you think? Can we just unban, unblock these two? You know what you're getting. You just got to ignore Coop.
I don't think I'm blocked on
Yeah,
Twitter.
I mean,
it's
take
honestly
the
real
high road.
easy to ignore
Wait,
Coop. I
but
do it a
but
lot.
okay, let's
That's
just
because your
to
account
steal.
was
I demand an
suspended.
apology.
Look, okay,
How
wait,
did
wait,
that
wait, wait.
happen?
From a
Is that
neutral
recording
position,
scumbag journalists.
just relax, everybody, for just a second, okay? From a neutral position, if I'm gonna steel man CTV's argument, CTV, you say that you built
You
these
need to,
communities and you
please.
did these things that you did, and that it's not a matter of you trying to go wherever. It's just the fact that you're allowed to come wherever, and this is your stomping grounds, and you've marked these trees, and that you're allowed to go in these spaces. So if that's the case, then why does it matter to you who's in those spaces, right? So if these are people going to be around here or they're going to be around there, then who the fuck cares? If it to you, what does it matter?
I'm not saying they can't be in the space that I helped build. Am I? I'm saying that I don't want to have any personal interaction, and I think that I can definitely decide that for myself, right?
Fair enough.
Did you say you built Dylan's stream?
Did Dylan even get brought up in the last statement?
Yes,
No,
you said you
but-
built his.
I mean, I said
Dylan
these
specifically, we were
spaces
talking about
broadly.
panels, and the last space we were on was Dylan's prior to this one. Well,
But you-
we were on BX's. Surely you're not saying you built BX's stream.
Yo, she got partnered recently.
She did get
Sure.
partnered recently.
Did you help out in that?
I
Did you-
would
did you
say
build
that
that?
I would say that
Can I step
a
in here for a
larger.
second?
Actually, I've probably rated BX
Yeah,
more
in a
than
second,
probably
Preacher.
anybody else.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Over the
Okay,
past
okay.
year. So I mean,
Alright.
the argument definitely could be made.
But you're not partnered yet.
All right,
Are you?
preacher, what you
Nope,
got to say
not
here,
partnered.
brother?
CTV
I-
is a
preacher-
selfless
preachers
man.
are in. Wait, preachers are in panel minister. Okay, so maybe
Oh
preacher
boy,
can.
I'm a little bit intoxicated for that part, but
Hey,
whatever.
come on, man!
We're
You
gonna
gotta
give it a
have
shot.
something, okay?
I do.
How many
I do.
dang-
Listen, okay, I'm gonna keep it real. All right. When TRN crashed, I was shit out of luck. I did not do anything from my channel, my Preacher 570 channel. I was all on TRN. All right. So when it crashed, CTV was the one that came to me and said, "Hey, man, listen, you do your own channel, but do it out of my Discord." Where, let me tell you something. Half to 3/4 of my followers came from that Discord. I think what CTV means by what he built was the conservative party that is now being represented in these different panels. I don't think he's taking credit for Dylan's stream. I don't think he's taking credit for BX's stream, anybody else's stream. He's taking credit for the fact that he has worked hard. And I'm not saying this to blow smoke up his ass or to ride his dick. I don't know you guys. I had a good time on the panel with you guys. I have nothing to gain or lose here. I'm simply saying, dude has worked hard. If you look at his Discord alone, the amount of people he has in there that he's helping us build our channels, I think that's what he means. He's not being a dickhead saying, "Oh yeah, I built BX and I built Dylan." Although he has helped Dylan out a little bit with his antics in the hippy
No,
dippy. I will say that.
I think that if you ask Dylan specifically, who was the conservative that helped make sure that there was always right
Oh no, that would be
representation?
me. That'd be me, CTV.
Nacho, you
No, that would be me.
Long
Okay.
before CTV was
Sure,
doing panels,
yeah.
ask Dylan where he used to get everybody from.
No, I
Go
get
ask
it. And
him.
listen, I don't know
You
you two.
remember Kershmo? Go ask
Listen.
Kershmo.
Listen,
Yo.
listen. I don't know
Wherever
you.
he's at.
Hold on. I don't know you
man,
two,
isn't he?
and I don't know your past. I'm not trying to knock you down or anything.
Oh, it does. I take nothing personally. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
what you're
please
saying.
don't,
Like,
because
I
I'm not being
understand that you
personal.
appreciate CTV helping you out. I'm
Is there
sure
a
he
safe
also
space in
helped
here?
you streaming and getting people to join that shared Discord, which is his. Like, don't pretend that there's not some self-serving qualities to that. But yeah, I mean, that's admirable that he helped you out.
see,
Pointed
here's
every
why-
single
here's-
bit of
hold
the
on,
possibilities out.
CTV, hold on. Here's why I have to push back, because other people in the past said, "Oh, CTV's using Preacher," and I'm thinking, okay, I have 100
Oh.
followers. He has 2,000. What the hell is he gaining from me? So maybe he's gaining something. I don't know. All I know is I've gained because of his lending hand, and I appreciate that. But that's not why I'm saying this. I don't want to see conservatives beating the shit out of each other. Either we can all get along and be on a
True.
panel together, or we just agree to disagree and do our own shit.
Does
Well,
anybody
Preacher,
disagree?
my
Hold on.
friend,
Yeah.
if I may call you that, that
Yeah,
is
sure.
exactly why I have brought that up on that first occasion that I had with CTV on Dylan's stream so we could squash it and move the fuck on. And I thought we did, but like our IRI was asking, if Coop wants to be a shithead, I cannot and should not be held responsible for the actions of another grown-ass man.
And nobody denies, like, CTV has worked hard. Like, I would never take that away from him. Like, as much as I dislike the guy has worked hard. I will give him that credit. I'm not completely unreasonable. I just don't like the guy.
You dislike him because of his mustache?
More of that fucking haircut, but
Hey, come
That's a
on. The
whole other
middle part
conversation.
gang has to succeed, okay? Relax.
no. But like nobody's denying that he's worked hard, and maybe he's done some things for these other communities. But that doesn't change the fact that every single time this conversation has come up, he's chased Steven and or me around to have this conversation. We don't go
Well,
seeking
but
you
okay,
out.
to
We don't
be
go having
fair,
streams.
No,
We
to
don't
be
go
fair,
doing-
I brought it up. Remember, I brought it up.
Yes.
I was the one
and
who instigated this.
This is
It's
number
art.
2.
It's art.
This is number
Okay.
2, one of 2, at least that I've seen. So I don't know if there's a history of this
There's been
happening, but
two.
It's
two
really just
times
the
of it
two. We
happening-
almost talked about it on BX.
Neither
I-
time
She
did I
had to
bring it
go.
up. Neither
And I'm
time
a
okay.
did I
shitlord, and I'm
bring
a
it up.
shitlord. Don't get me wrong. I'm a shitlord.
BX
So
did
then I
the
wouldn't-
second time. Stardust
Oh, that's
did
what
this
it was.
time. I
That's
brought
what
it
it
up
was.
the
It was
first
the.
time.
That's right. It was a conversation on BX's stream.
Alright.
Yes.
So
That's
BX,
what led to all this
Stardust,
shit,
the
right?
women-
Oh no.
No.
Oh God, my fucking memory
brought it
just
up.
came back to me, right? Her kid started crying, right? And she needed to step away for a minute, and Steven wanted to take the opportunity to start fucking yelling at me while she's
That's
off
not
dealing with
what
her
happened.
kid
Yelling.
while
Hell
she's
yeah.
wearing her
Zero
fucking
yelling.
Not
headphones.
Yeah,
what
take your
happened, right?
headphones off so you
While
can't
she's
hear.
wearing her
Everybody
Not
fucking
what
calling out
happened.
your
headphones,
lie. Are
obviously
you
she's
serious?
Not what happened.
hearing everything that comes in through the headphones. I
I
said,
think
no,
Kay was
the
even there for
respectful
this.
thing to
There's
do right
somebody, a
now is
neutral
to keep your
observer.
fucking mouth
Let me go.
shut
If
and
she
let her
still has
deal
the
with her
VOD, if
kid.
she still has
And
the
I
VOD, I'll
fucking
bring it
shut
up.
down.
She
You can
probably
yell
does
about
still
it.
have the
Right?
vibe.
And she comes
Stop.
back, and when
Okay,
she gets
CTV,
back,
ignoring
wait,
you.
That's what
CTV,
it is.
wait. Rewind it a minute because everybody was fucking talking, okay? CTV, give your
that's
your
when
fucking
that-
side. Then I'll
He's
let you
just
guys
telling
respond.
lies.
I,
That's all.
maybe.
Except
I
I'm
don't
not
fucking
to-
know anything about this, okay? So I'm gonna give you both
Keeps grabbing
a
the
chance
vibe right
to say
now.
something.
I'm gonna see if she
Keeps
has it.
grabbing the vibe
Okay,
right now.
well,
oh
just
my god.
I feel like I
CTV,
feel like
please
him on the center
finish,
screen.
and then I'll throw it to you guys. Okay?
So her kid started crying. She was having a nightmare. BX needed to step away, right? She's stepping away. Everything's going quiet. Rather than either changing the topic of conversation to something a
Dead
little
air.
bit quieter, right? Instead of changing the conversation to something that was a little bit quieter, right? That didn't allow for dead air, but allowed her to be able to not focus on the conversation. She
She
was
left her
participating.
headphones on the table.
Holy fucking
let
She
it
had nothing-
just
she
let him
couldn't hear
let him
anything.
finish,
She-
okay?
No, you have to address
Please.
one point at a time. You
I
can't
know,
just let her
but
go on and ramble on.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, so the fact of the matter is that after that interaction, I viewed them both as disrespectful little shits, and I got nothing else for them after that. That's
Yet
really
he
where it's at.
admitted that
Okay,
he deleted
okay.
his tweet prior to that
Go ahead,
taking
yeah, Steven.
place, and there's nothing he can explain.
No,
he
what I
can't
said
explain
during that
away.
is that I did it after.
Well, stop. Hold
I
on.
specifically
You gotta
said
let him.
after was when it happened, right? When I deleted the tweet. So it was after the BX stream that I deleted the fucking tweet and decided that, you know what? This shit's fucking done. Because this is the third time, right? And the second
No,
time happened
revisionist
because
history.
you brought it up from a raid because I had just got through raiding BX Bullet right before that, and then you raided in not too long after that, and the first thing that you did in chat was bring this shit up. So this
That's
is the
not what
third
happened.
fucking time that it gets brought up
Okay.
by you, not
By
me.
Stardust.
Okay, stop. All right.
Okay.
There's
Steven
another
and-
lie.
If
That's
we're
another
going
Steven-
to
lie.
be if we're going to be charitable here, right? I did bring it up, but the first person who brought it up after me were these two. So I'm just saying.
Okay,
Wait, how do we
fine.
bring it up
Whatever,
after you
whatever,
after it's already been
whatever.
brought up? That makes no sense. That's
Okay,
the dumbest shit I've ever
whatever.
heard.
Come on.
It's not important, okay? Steven and Coop, you want to respond to what CTV just said, dude.
Go ahead,
Look,
Steven.
you
I-
didn't
I mean,
have
I
to
don't really
engage with
understand. I'm
it.
looking for
I
the vibe.
mean, I pretty much said what I
Shut
was
the
going to say.
fuck
There
up.
was,
You have to
there was
engage
no
with it. Shut up,
yelling on
Stardust.
You didn't
BX's
need to.
stream.
Dumbass.
Stop, this is
One,
not
there was
important.
no
Okay, I want to
yelling
hear
on
the other
BX's
side.
Stream. Well, the VOD's
Bullshit.
available, but there was no yelling on BX's stream. Things were relatively calm. I rated BX because it was the day she got partnered. So I pop in and say, hey, Coop says something in chat. I said something like, oh, wow, Coop has a diamond or something. She's like, oh, well, yeah, because he's here or whatever. And I'm like, cool, I don't want a diamond, or something. And then
There it is.
CTV goes, oh, you're coming and picking up my leftovers or something. So I said,
By
oh,
the way,
it's
there
like
is a
CTV.
poll going on in the chat.
Yeah, you
About who
said
the
that the
Well, I
about
said
who
it
the
looks-
father
you
is.
said
If
you
you want to
kill
apologized,
everyone for
right?
a bit.
Hold on, let me
If you
say
want-
this,
So I
right?
said it
Hold
looks
on,
like
wait. hold on, because I gotta plug myself. Okay, if you want to vote on
Please.
who the father is, come to Mari Povich's channel over here at American Nacho TV and vote on who the father is. Okay, go
I
ahead.
have the VOD.
CT
I have the proof that he lied
I
again.
wasn't done, Nacho.
There was
Okay,
Would
yeah.
I please continue?
Steven, finish what you're saying.
So he
And
said,
then
you're
CTV
coming
can
for my
respond.
leftovers or something. So I replied and said, oh, looks like CTV is still salty. And then BX says, oh, what is this? You guys want to come on? I'll moderate.
Oh.
And so I'm in voice with some other people in Discord. I said, should I? And they're like, yeah, go on there. So I said, okay, I'll go on there. CTV opts in. We get to started on the conversation. Her kid comes in, woke up, is crying. So she has to handle the kid. I first offered to CTV at one point that we don't have to have this conversation on stream. We can do it offline. Like, I have no desire for it to be blasted around on the internet, but if that's what needs to happen, because that seems to be the only time, then, that's fine. So we get to talking about it. The kid comes in. She says, hold on, I'll be right back. And so as she gets up, I continue the conversation. There's no reason we can't continue the conversation. And he decides to mute me and say that I'm being disrespectful and this, that, and the other. But again, I don't recall any yelling. I mean, Coop has the VOD. He can post it wherever.
I already posted it. You
I
can
mean,
post it. You're
I
a
don't
fucking
know
liar, CTV.
What else I can really say? There's multiple lies.
You
in there.
you inflate everything. You
All right,
inflate everything
okay.
that happens.
Okay. CTV, you want to respond to that?
So, fact of the matter is, I hope we get the VOD, and then we substantiate everything that I just said, because that's
posted in
exactly
chat.
what will happen. Okay, where's it at?
I posted in
chat?
chat.
I
You
have
go,
it
you
in
go through
my,
and watch
Where's
it.
in
chat?
my link.
I don't see it. I don't
It's
see it. I'm
in-
I'm
it
looking
was
at chat. I don't
posted
see
in-
it.
I think it's because you
It
got me
was-
banned.
Posted
Oh,
in my
that's true.
chat.
That's
Here, I'll
true.
share-
That's
I'll share
true.
it
I love
in-
it.
Running scared. I
Stop.
just wolf run
love
from
it.
it.
All right, stop.
Well, do you think?
I'm gonna
Wait,
share it in the octagon.
Do you think that
I'm
putting
gonna
up
share
walls
it.
is running? Is that what
I'm
you
gonna
think?
share it
You know
in
what?
the
You just made the
octagon so that
best
you can see
lefty
it,
argument
okay?
against fucking walls, Steven. You're a moron. Jesus.
So maybe
God
there's
damn
a
it, that's
way,
not the right link.
like IRI said, maybe there's a way we can resolve this. Maybe
No.
there's a way that.
That'd be between.
Oh yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to
If
say
only there was
was,
a mechanism on this panel to let two
Yeah.
people fight each other. That
Yeah,
would really
so-
come
I mean,
in
there,
handy.
yeah. So
there
what,
is a mechanic. Just nobody's using it.
Did
Okay?
Steven give me his cage match?
Can I just
Oh,
say?
well,
let
I
me
was
wait.
listening to the VOD.
The
Every
cage
time
matches
a
are
VOD gets
unlimited.
posted, I look better and better.
IRI
I
is
love when
actually
people
talking
have
this
VODs.
time.
Can I call a cage
heard
match with
IRI.
myself?
Do it.
Let me just say, as one of the
your
founding
chatterbait link?
fathers, of Twitch politics, I believe that both CTV and Killer Steven have contributed quite a bit. Okay, and it sounds like Killer Steven's got his feelings hurt a little bit, that nobody's given him respect. So I will give him the respect and say that this space wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for Killer Steven as one of the first conservative streamers, one of the first conservatives to go on panels with Dylan in the early days, even before Hippy Dippy. Now, that doesn't take away from the hard-ass work that CTV has done and the heavy lifting, building on that and doing his own thing and making this an even bigger place for conservatives. The sky's the limit. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand what the problem is here. Like, they both have contributed a lot. So I hope they both can see that. That's all I can add.
The
It's
problem
about
is he's
whole
conflating an individual
dick
being
is
with
bigger
the whole
by the
entire
disseminator
community,
millimeter,
and it
though.
has nothing to do.
Stardust,
They are
if you
two
want a
separate,
cage match,
two
we can
separate
cage
things.
match.
Well, the
Oh, it's
nanny
okay.
one.
I'm
they
just chilling.
stopped-
I'm
the
waiting for a
results
good
are-
moment.
Cage match.
I'm
This
waiting
is
for a
not
good
dating.
moment.
Wait, real quick. The results are in. Okay, the child is the nanny's. Okay.
I knew it was gonna be the nanny.
I missed
I
it. What was
knew
that?
it.
Yeah, I
It's
don't know.
always the
bro.
nanny.
Wait, how would that even work? What?
Well, this is 2021. Okay.
Hey,
we were
listen,
asking.
nannies
The
don't
poll
have to
was-
be women, okay?
I was still
Yeah,
8% the
relax,
father.
okay?
Whatever happened, I was 8% the father. And I'm
You're,
taking-
you're right. My
nanny?
bad.
I want my
Yeah.
It was
alimony. I
close.
want my alimony.
It was close. Stardust, were you trying to call a cage match? What was going on?
No,
over
Let's
there?
go
no.
cage match on
she used
herself.
hers in the
I
first game.
offered her a
Oh,
cage
okay.
match and she refused.
Oh, Preacher called a cage match? All
No,
right,
no,
go
no, no,
ahead.
no. I didn't call it. I offered it and she refused. I
Oh,
don't know
dude,
what
you
the-
can use
I
it
don't
if
know-
you want. I
Octagon.
just wanted to save
No, I don't.
mine. Yeah.
No, I don't want to use it. I
Look,
don't know
this
what the hell
is
a cage
the
match is
after,
on.
look. This is the after panel. Okay, this is the open. This is still open technically. We just got a bunch of fucking cowards. Okay, not coming in here because they don't know what the hell to say.
I
to
know
this.
you said you had like
Still.
12 people plus you, and I'm thinking like, well, that's
So-
not 12 people plus you.
Yeah, there's no limit on the cage matches at this point. There's cage matches while we're on the octagon, the official panel, okay? But this is the after show, okay?
We have the screenshots. We got receipts, son.
You don't gotta
Save on my
save your cage matches, okay?
All right. Well,
Look, I'm
in,
back in high school.
in that case,
Right.
True.
hi everybody, how
Yeah.
you doing?
Right.
I'm the friendly, quiet guy.
Oh shit! I just
Hi, I'm
uh,
Jay.
Hi, how you doing?
I
Nice
am
meeting you.
critically thinking veteran, right?
I'm
The
one of the boys.
conservative main boss here in Twitch politics, right? We've got some underlings that are obviously fighting for position, right?
Yeah,
Let's just
and
say
what the fuck?
that they're obviously
Whoa,
like
look,
In all
first or
fairness,
second,
the
Dedicated
conservative has
again.
been saying
first or
right
second
like,
world,
more than anyone.
Villains, right? But
Right.
nonetheless, right? If you're on the left, you need to understand who the under bosses are. They're like way down there, but they do have some boss status, right? But they didn't do
Right.
the work to build the entire world, right? So
Right.
that's how you know that, like, in this analogy I'm building, we'd have CTV, right, as Bowser, right, in
6.
the Mario Kingdom,
Right.
right? So there you go.
7.
There's the analogy.
Toadstool, motherfucker. Look at you.
Motherfucker, quit saying
know,
right
we
all the
got-
time. It doesn't make
yeah,
it
we
right.
got-
Sometimes-
Hi, I'm
Bowser,
Stardust.
obviously, like
Wait,
the
do you
thing,
really want to
This
be
is
Bowser
okay
though?
now.
Like,
You
I
guys
just
don't
want
say
to
it is
right
what it is.
anymore.
right?
Wait,
Right.
I thought we're all
Right.
introducing
Right.
ourselves.
You
Did
know
I
who
get
I
my
wanna be?
chance?
It's
I
Yeah,
want
CTV,
go ahead.
to
Stop.
be
Wait,
Rant.
wait, stop.
and he likes
Can
to
I
lie a
just
lot.
can I just choose
you
who I
know?
want to be? I would
Stop.
just want to give
And,
a rant.
there you
That's
go.
all I want.
People decided they were introducing themselves, so Stardust.
I
go
I
ahead.
Yeah.
swear to God, this is what it sounds like
I
inside
don't
my
know. What,
head.
wait,
usually.
stop.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening, but I like this. Okay, Stardust, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Stardust, fastest rising villain in the Twitch politics community. I'm here 7 days a week. Just come hang out.
The American Octagon's People's Champ.
Yeah, I'd
Hi,
like to
guys.
introduce
Thanks for
myself.
coming to the chat.
Who?
I'm
So good
problematic
to see
fan. Here
everyone.
for...
Oh,
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
don't know
That
what
was rude. That was uncalled for.
this.
I didn't interrupt your introduction, Stardust.
This
I
deteriorated.
didn't
I
mean.
respected
I
the
didn't.
format
I
of the
didn't
pa-
mean it. I didn't mean it
Are
for
you
you.
mega lolling me?
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't. I was. I
Well,
was.
that's how it
she
came
did.
off, Stardust.
No, I'm
Stardust,
so
she did.
You're
sorry.
starting drama
Easy.
left and right today.
Stardust, don't take it easy on this pleb,
I'm-
okay?
I'm
Give
sorry
him
you're
the
being treated
business.
like this, man.
This
I want to
I'm not
apologize on
sorry,
behalf
okay?
of my
This is the
fellow Twitch
Octagon.
partner. This is
You're
not
being
what a Twitch
oppressed.
partner should be
Right.
doing to you, Pan. I apologize for
I am
that.
Well, this
so
is exactly
sorry,
what Twitch
Pan.
partnership-
Pan, I am
Chat.
so sorry. That was not what I meant
drop
at
the
all. I
corner
don't
of it
even
right in his
remember what
head.
I was saying who to, but it wasn't you. It was not you. I promise. So,
Wait, who?
yeah, exactly.
Cares?
Pan,
All right,
Pan, can we hear more about problematic Pan?
Yes, problematic
you
got
Pan.
something
Please
to
go
say?
I'm
ahead.
interested.
My heart is crushed. Look, there's nothing more I can say.
Muscle
Nothing
through
will
it,
make
buddy.
me
Okay,
feel
let me
better.
introduce him.
Besides a $5 donation right now. Come
All right, IRA, did you have something to say?
How do you get muted?
Oh my god, that's so
What-
fucked
What
up.
happened?
Wow.
What
Poor
do you
guy's
mean?
just asking for a donation. To
No, no.
help out
Look,
his stream.
problematic
Hey.
Pan is a very good streamer. Okay, we like him.
I'm
I think he's a
sorry,
libertarian. He's a nice guy.
He's like he
He said
seems
he's
like a swell.
libertarian.
He's a little
fellow.
You guys
confused
should-
right now.
You should
He's a
check him
little
out.
confused,
Go
but
check
we'll
him
help
out.
him.
Yeah.
He needs some guidance.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pan.
I'm
I
just
was
busting.
joking.
on
I don't. I
just
didn't want
I
this
just
to
gotta
come
bust
into a
some
pity
people.
pan panel. Okay, like I was making a joke.
Well,
Anyone
this
was
is
like,
now it's the
I need all
now
this
it's the
sympathy.
now it's the
We
pity
don't-
pan panel.
They don't like
Oh my
libertarian
God.
jokes, evidently.
Keep
Clearly
your
not.
coffee cup out, okay?
Look, Pan, I appreciate you. I was just trying to introduce you because I so rudely interrupted you. So I was just
Well, I
saying
appreciate it.
that you're amazing and everybody should go check out Problematic Pan. Okay. So
I think this is an excellent example of how you resolve a drama. CTV, Coop, Steven, what are your thoughts? Do you think
I
a
don't
similar
stream, so
solution?
I don't stream, so I don't have to.
I tried
Well,
it.
it
It
was
wasn't
about
enough.
restoring drama, not
No,
streaming.
I am being facetious.
I tried it. Nacho was there. Coop was there. IRI was
I was.
there.
I will
Ellen
say.
was
See,
there.
I was a huge advocate of
Who's being
CTV. I was one of his biggest defenders.
Look,
I
I
tried to
just
get
say
Steven and
at
him to get
this
together for the
point-
longest
Can
time.
we
literally
just
for the
move on
longest
from
time.
this topic? Why
Nah,
is
yeah,
this
at
brought
this
back up?
point-
Yes,
I
yes.
thought y'all were doing
Look,
intros.
you guys are
Yeah.
fucking pissing me off at this point because this is clearly
That wasn't even him who brought it up.
obviously-
That was
You
problematic.
don't even
This
have
is-
a fire in the background. How dare you?
These-
that was
pissed off about
Pan
these-
and that was Stardust.
look. These people are psyops. Okay, they're here to divide the right. All right, stop falling for it. All
This
right?
was
That's
going
all
on
I-
before they even
that's
knew
all I have to
about
say
it.
at
So
this
who's
point.
really trying
What do you
to
mean,
Where
brother?
is your fire?
What do you
I
mean,
think
brother?
that
I'm just asking
Nacho was
questions.
poking the fire this entire time, honestly.
False.
Nacho is
Literally.
enjoying every second of this.
I had a
Vosh,
fucking
he was
topic.
talking to Vosh recently.
I had a
He was talking
real
to Vosh.
topic to fucking
Ooh.
speak on, and then we
Yeah.
wanted to talk about this shit for
What do
fucking.
you
Look,
wanna talk about?
Nacho
Who knows
savored
how
it
long?
Y'all are doing
every
intros
second.
again.
Oh, we were on Roe v. Wade.
Hey, I'm trying to be a good
We were.
host here.
Yeah,
He
but
was just
were on
so
Roe v.
he
Wade.
loved it.
I was
Savored
ready
every
to-
no one
second.
could
was
argue
ready-
against my
Can I
point
add
on Roe v.
something
Wade.
here?
So
Stardust ruined the stream.
I
Can
was
I
ready
add
to
something
come
on
into
Roe v.
this
Wade?
panel
I'm kidding.
and dress
No, it's
down the
okay.
Biden
I ruined it.
administration.
That's my point.
And what a
I'm
and what
kidding.
a shit job they've done. And I knew me and IRI would probably get into it on the open panel, but then we decided to talk about whatever the hell we're talking about
We
now.
can roll back to whatever you
Thanks
want
a
to talk
lot,
about.
Stardust.
Hey, can I
I
add
know.
something?
No,
on
let me
disappointed
either
at?
let me ruin it harder, guys. Let's go to a serious topic.
Ruin me harder, Daddy.
Go ahead,
Hold on,
preacher.
before you ruin it harder, I want to say the last time Stardust and I were on a panel together, we argued, and we didn't argue this time, and I'm feeling kind of hurt by that, just a little bit.
No,
Just saying.
you're great. I love arguing
Well,
with
you
people.
couldn't defend your points very well. Okay, you guys were. Everyone on that panel was not a
You
good
guys
pro-lifer.
kind of
okay?
were like, you all on there were on this recent one. We're just like, yeah, we all agree. At least the parts I watched, every
okay,
time it was
Yeah.
like there was
Yeah,
one
we were
person
about
against
to
it.
get there. We were about to
Yeah,
get
it
there.
was mostly
Here's what hurts my
agreement.
feelings.
Notice
I
how they
watched
agree with
one
me.
Me off.
Here's what hurt my feelings is I watched the VOD that Dylan put on YouTube, and Stardust got a lot more praise on that than I did from the comments, and I'm upset by that. I'm just
I'm
saying.
sorry. Look,
It's
Oh, that's
You
because you didn't
are-
defend
I'll
your.
drink another beer.
It's
You
because
are
you
very
didn't defend your
legit.
pro-life position very well. I'm pro-life too, but you got to do better, man.
I thought he did
Listen.
well, actually. I thought he made some really
you
good
did too.
points. I
You-
thought-
you
Well,
were
also
I'm not- I'm not
also
gonna
to be fair, preacher did the only defense because everybody else left him hanging out to dry. Okay, Brant was like, "Yeah, I'm pro-life, but I'm not going to argue." And I was like,
But-
"What? All right, well, that's a cop out." And then other people had things to say, but then they were like, "No." And then Doghouse was like, started out as like pro.
Doghouse is just
I love that.
doghouse.
I love
I don't
that
know what the
degenerate.
fuck
I
that-
love
he
that
started out-
degenerate.
Doghouse.
It's if I remember correctly,
He's
he
just
started out pro-choice,
anti-hypothetical.
but
He's
then he
just
jumped in
doghouse.
with preacher to defend preacher's position. But then he was like, "But I'm also pro-choice, but also pro-life is a thing." And I'm like, I don't know where you're at.
And then when it
anymore,
came
okay?
to
I'm
the
not-
Oxford High School thing, I knew he could hold his own, so I didn't really say much. And now he holds that against me. Like, you left me out to dry, man. You left me hanging out to dry, man. I'm like, dude, you can handle your own.
He hangs himself out to dry. Like
Yeah,
he does it
I-
himself.
I actually really
Fucking
enjoyed
Doghouse.
arguing with Doghouse. Like I really,
Yeah.
but I
Did you shit
will.
on his- Did you shit in his mouth? That's
I
probably
did.
why.
I honestly, I did. Yeah,
Probably why.
I did.
She got lucky that no one put shit in her mouth that night. But
Oh, look, come on. You know that I did very well. Okay, I'm not somebody who's. I'm not somebody who
I think you
who
did well rhetorically,
brags
but
about
I-
myself like ever. But that night I'm very
Except for
proud
right
of.
now.
Bragging about
I
themselves.
will
Is that bad?
honestly say that
we
it
brought it
showed
up,
that you
but-
do your research.
Oh, Wolfgang.
Thank
I will
you.
say that.
You and
was
I,
there
you
to
know what? I
research?
actually really like you follow things like very logically. So I really appreciate that, and I liked all of
Stop
your
it.
points. You did make some really good points. I loved
thank
arguing with Doghouse too, but more because not because I thought I shit in his mouth. I actually thought he did very well, but because
That
he
makes
was
fun of
very
us.
he's very like funny when he gets emotional, and I felt like I was good at getting him emotional. He was so
Yeah.
upset about hypotheticals. That dude really doesn't like hypotheticals. But
Yeah, that
yeah, I
kinda
had
hit
a
him in the
lot of
heart a
fun with
little
that.
bit.
He was really emotional over things that I didn't understand why, but it was the funniest thing to me. So he's cool though. He's a cool guy.
Hey, Kay, I don't know you. Could you do your introduction? Because if you did, I didn't catch it, and I don't know you.
He
I'm
did,
Kay
but it was
Buckoff.
chaos.
Yeah, and it was kind of just quick and easy.
What do you
I
think,
like-
CTV?
I don't really do much. I stream every once in a while when I
Ah.
decide I want to. I play games. I play New World, League of Legends. Recently just delved into the political side of Twitch.
Why is he here?
Uh,
He's playing Halo.
Definitely right leaning.
What role do you play on Twitch? What
Sub?
role do you play?
Oh wait, sorry.
Oh, shit,
Top,
said
bottom,
right
mid,
there.
Oh, you mean
Support.
League?
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
support
Bottom.
mid.
support mid. Facts. All right, well, not mid, but I played support top. So, good job.
Are you
You're a
an
top laner?
anarcho
You're
you
actually the
a-
worst type of person, Nacho.
No, I'm a support main. I play Thresh. I fucking
What IRI?
hook people and I throw lanterns and I protect my team. Okay.
God,
That's what I
imagine
do.
getting a support player autofill top. That would just destroy my elo.
Hey,
Dude,
I don't mind
play
it. I don't mind top.
Trundle, Poppy.
Can I address
I play
IRI
the,
for a minute?
the bangers.
You
I
may
wanna
address
just-
me.
Hey, listen, you and I were on a panel the one day, and we were talking about the supply chain, and I wouldn't say mad or anything like that, but you had said something about, well, the stores, the CEO said everything's going to be fine, and I said, no, the shelves are empty. We were both right on that. There's a guy I follow, Colonel Dan, and he is a U.S. military
Colonel
retired after
Dan.
32 years, and he actually was part of the strategic planning for pandemics and stuff. And he made it clear what they do is in the situations like this, rural areas will not get their stores filled, but the urban areas will. So you and I were both kind of correct, is that the CEOs were saying they're taking care of stuff, and they were. They're taking care of the cities so that there's no craziness going on. And it's the rural areas where I'm living at and that I'm seeing that I was mentioning. So I just want to say I apologize if I sounded like a dick trying to say, no, you're
Dude.
wrong. We
This
were
is
we were
the
both
octagon.
right.
Okay, we're not here to apologize and kiss each other's toes. Okay.
Listen. I'm just trying. Listen, I expect it
guys
from my
can-
political leaders. I will do it myself.
Well, I'm not a good leader then, apparently.
You
I'm
should
not here to-
apologize to me for something.
Well, I can
No,
agree
fuck
with you on that,
dude.
Nacho.
I don't know you, so I can't apologize for anything.
No, not
Okay.
so. Just
No,
not
okay,
so.
you need to apologize to
I'm not
preachers.
apologizing
So.
for
Demand, you
shit
need
here,
to demand
okay?
an apology.
He's
No,
definitely
demand
not
an
saying-
apology.
The only
Hey, I've been
thing,
streaming for
the
9
only
months
thing
and
I
you don't know this, so
apologize
you
for
should apologize for
is
that.
Wow.
the only thing I'd
You only
apologize
get an
for is
apology if you
swearing.
demand it.
The only thing I'd apologize for is swearing this much in front of a
Absolutely
minister.
fucking
okay?
no.
Other
Oh,
than
I
that,
swear like a motherfucker. I'm sorry. It just happened.
Yeah.
As my stream
That's
is
not
PG,
sorry,
please
okay?
keep the language to a minimum.
I'm
I
shut the
sorry.
don't
fuck up,
appreciate
Pan.
it.
Okay.
As a
Nice,
member of the
Pan.
Christian faith,
Very
I
nice,
gotta
My
man.
dad
suck
tells
Dork.
it.
me all the time that pretty women should not curse, and then I tell him, "Look at your wife." So,
Yeah, well,
because that woman
Look,
curses like a motherfucking
Joke's
sailor.
on
so-
you. I don't have a wife.
all right. Well, if you're
Well,
doing
you
the right
could.
thing,
I mean, we'll hook you up.
Okay, I have a
We
question
need
I
to
for
know
you
your-
I
guys.
like
Yeah, do you
almost
want
have a
some help with this?
husband, but I just don't want to plan a wedding. So,
wait. What do you have a question, Stardust? Go
I have a
ahead.
question for everybody on the panel. Okay,
All right, let's hear it.
Mhm.
who do you think, you could, like 100% beat up out of the Twitch politics scenes? Like which other
Like
streamer?
physically? CTV,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
think
talking
that
about
would be-
physically beaten up.
Oop, I'm
I
gonna
think it would be
appear on the
easier to
political
name like
stream
who I
tonight.
couldn't. Like I think I might struggle with Hassan, but I don't know how tall he is. So it's a
Okay,
question,
then
but-
fine. Who
Hassan would be
in
a tough
Twitch
one. I met him at
politics?
TwitchCon. He's
Okay.
pretty tall.
But I don't think he knows how to fight. I think he's just big.
New
though.
question. New question. Okay.
True.
New question. Forget the last one. Okay. Who within the entirety of Twitch politics, and do not include anybody on this panel, just anybody outside this panel. Okay.
CTV.
Yeah. Who could
Would you want to have a celebrity match with?
Ilhan Omar.
No. Who could absolutely pound your head in?
Oh, what's the guy with the
Hans
missing
of
eye?
Fakir.
Doctor. Okay.
I would,
fair enough.
I would
Even
let
though,
Kelly Clarkson.
even
Wait,
though
No,
Doctor-
I'm
Doctor
talking
Celebrity.
about Twitch
Political?
politics from within
Oh.
Twitch
Because
my
my
politics.
answer
He's
is
like, I
Hans of
want her
Fakir.
to pound my head in.
Look at Hans.
Hell
Hans
yeah.
like fucking deadlifts like
Hans is
525.
a
Yeah, that
fucking
dude's pretty
bodybuilder,
jacked.
though.
Yeah,
He
but hold
doesn't know
on.
how
Does
to
he do
use
politics?
that.
Does he do politics?
Look, if you can
Yeah, he's like
if
a
you can
comedy
bench
or
that
something.
much, you can
Yeah.
fucking crush someone's head in. I'm
No,
sorry.
not
No,
necessarily.
Pan,
No,
you
that
don't
makes-
Weighing
understand.
no,
and having
that's the
muscle is
thing.
different than fighting.
They didn't,
That's the
you don't
thing is
understand the
you just
difference. Wait,
bitches.
stop. Hold
Wait,
on.
no,
'cause
we
people-
weren't. This wasn't in a fight. She asked who
We're
could
talk-
bash your head and not who could win in
Forgot
a
about
fight, right?
him.
Okay, yeah,
D-
Stardust.
D-
so
Roaches?
let me
It's the
clarify.
same thing. Y'all want to talk about
It's
pedantic?
not the same thing.
Yeah, it
Alright,
is.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
Okay,
Pan. If someone's
Pan.
coming to crush
D-Roach.
your head, right? Are you not gonna fight back?
Stop for 2 seconds, okay, Pan? So we can get some clarification. Stardust, let's clarify this. If we're talking about who can bash your head in, are you meaning that if you're in a fight,
Or they just snuck up behind you in an alley as a woo?
Ooh, that's a good question. Actually,
Anybody could sneak
actually-
right, those are two
Actually-
different questions.
yes.
Sneaky little
Who?
snake.
Yes, like who could beat you up and fuck you up the most it doesn't have to be specifically in a combat
Consensual
situation.
combat.
Well, hold on. This
oh.
is the octagon, so let's say it's in a fight.
Yeah, that's
Consensual
what I'm
combat.
thinking.
Consensual
Mutual
combat.
is the term you're looking for, Coop. But yeah.
Mutual
But
combat.
not
Use
in
that
like
word
an
too.
actual, not in an actual like it doesn't have to be like a match, but yeah, consensual.
I would sweep
somehow.
the leg. I would sweep
Brown-
the
I
leg.
think that
whoever it is.
Hans dude
Brownicus
could
is in
probably
the
beat me
military,
up. He
right?
looks pretty jacked.
I don't know D
Yeah, but-
Roaches.
yeah, but we
He's
can
a
take
black
him.
belt. He trains in
And didn't that
fucking-
Connor Points
I
guy
think
used to be a
Wake the
cop? He'd probably
Beast.
kneel on my
Uh,
neck.
Wake the
Connor
Beast.
Connor Points was a Marine.
Nah,
and
D
then
Roaches is
he
a
was
black belt in
corrections
10th Planet
officer.
Jiu-Jitsu.
Probably
That-
Anna Frills.
I
He
think
trains and like competes like all the time. D Roaches is a
Medic
fucking
I don't know
stud.
if he still does, but Dylan's a big boxing fan. I know he used to box.
Yeah,
Dylan?
Dylan?
but
Dylan's
he's
like
Dylan's a
tiny.
that's
he's
his name, right?
small,
Wake
yeah,
the
I mean-
Beast or whatever. What's his name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wait,
Wake
Wilder?
Beast. Yeah.
Yeah, that
He's
dude.
got
That
way
dude.
more than words. He's gonna
Yeah,
battle
that's
rap
what
you
I'm
to
saying.
death.
That dude's got some spiritual energy in him. Okay, he says some shit, and the
Hold
on.
spirit comes
To
out of him,
quote a
and it goes
Nightingale
into you.
is an
Okay,
actual-
I
and
can
then
tell
you
who-
die.
I can-
All right.
I will
I can
eviscerate
tell you who I
fiction.
wouldn't tangle with. There's a new guy on Twitch. He's not new to politics. He's been on YouTube and Facebook. New, Don't Unfriend Me show. He looks like he can rip my head off and shit down my neck. To be honest with you,
Y'all don't know who D Roaches is, do you?
no.
Point
I
Break doesn't
don't.
really do politics, but
I
he's a cop
think-
too. I don't think I'd want to fight
He's a
him.
black belt
And
in
a
10th
Marine.
Planet Jiu-Jitsu. He's a fucking
I
stud.
think
like,
I think maybe Connor
That sounds
maybe
dope.
counterpoints because he was like a former Marine and he's like been in like law enforcement or something. Like he's probably had experience in fights. And
And
stuff,
you know
but,
what,
like,
when
I
he
don't know if
talks,
I can
he's
name
really
anybody else
mellow.
because, dude, look, there was 6 boys in my family. All we fucking did was fight, like
Yeah.
fuck up,
literally,
hey.
Did you win most of the
just
time?
for
or lose
fun.
most of
My
the time?
so. It just depends on which brother I was fighting. So like my oldest
How many of 'em?
brother. Okay, so the brother older than me, they used to make us fight because he was shorter than me, but he was older, so he had more experience. So I was taller, but he had more experience, so it was like a fair fight. But then it came to a point where it was like obviously I was bigger, and then it didn't work. It wasn't a fair fight anymore. And then now I'm taller than all my brothers, but. Yeah, so it's not gonna bother me to fight anybody. And I did wrestling
So
in school.
what I
like,
just heard there is that you're so badass that you beat them
Didn't
so
say-
bad that you stunted their
Oh,
growth.
wait.
Is that what happened?
I don't know, maybe.
That's
They're all the
fucked
same
up.
height now.
Holy
Did you beat
shit.
them so bad that you stunted their growth? Jesus.
I don't-
Dude, oh
Nacho.
my
No,
god,
they're all-
dude, what's wrong
Wait,
with you?
relax,
What the
wait a
fuck?
minute,
Why
hold
would you
on.
brag
Wait,
about?
I was 9, okay?
Wow.
I was
Knight's
a
Tale is the greatest movie ever made.
I was
by
a
the
small
way.
human, okay?
Oh, but not small enough to stunt their growth. Yeah.
Hey, look, I didn't have any decision over this, okay? This was forced
Wow.
upon me, okay? This was like Spartan training, all right?
Unbelievable.
I was sent out into the fucking woods, and I
Unbelievable.
did what I had
Talking
to
about
do.
Yagogi and shit.
Mm,
It's true. I had to do the same thing to my sister. You know, it happens sometimes. Sometimes parents put you in a fight to the death. It
Somehow when
happens.
you say it like that, it just
hold on.
sounds way
Wait,
worse.
hold
I'm
on.
just gonna be
Pan, did
honest.
you
Hold
just
on,
kill
hold
did you
on.
kill your sister?
Holy shit.
Kill? No.
In the womb?
Not
What?
so much as killed, just seriously maimed.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
knows.
Just
Hold on, listen. I'm gonna give you the opposite end of this because I have an older brother
What?
who was always bigger than me growing up, and my mom wouldn't let us have boxing gloves, so he came up with this plan. Like back in the '80s, you know, he had the knee-high socks.
Literally,
We
just
each
used to
take
beat
a
the shit
knee-high
out of
sock and put it inside the other one as gloves. I couldn't figure out why he was beating the hell out of me till one day I stayed home from school, where I was putting a full sock inside of the other sock, so I had like that much padding. He was only putting half a sock and beating the hell out of me. So listen, I don't appreciate it.
Oh.
Yeah, I was getting my ass kicked. I probably would today too, even
Wait,
without.
you guys
socks.
wore
No.
gloves?
Well, my mother wouldn't let us buy boxing gloves, and if we punched each other bare knuckle, she would know it. So,
We couldn't afford gloves, man.
well, we couldn't either. That's why we used socks. We had to use
Punched
damn
each other.
socks.
We had black eyes and everything, man.
Yeah, we beat the hell out of each other, to be honest with you.
Holy shit. Oh, man.
But I survived. We get along today.
Well, we all did, you know? We made
did.
it
We're
to 18.
survivors. Okay, how many people here have siblings?
present tense.
Right, come on, man.
That's kind of sad. Shit.
I'm kidding.
No,
I
because
almost
he
felt bad for a moment
ate
there.
his sibling in the womb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Don't you guys remember
stop
that?
Okay, just because you ate your siblings doesn't mean you don't have siblings.
Yeah.
Just inside you, I guess now. But
No, he long shit them out, dude.
Boom.
They're gone.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No siblings
Hold
inside
on.
you. Pause.
there's probably
Wow.
something still left in there.
No, it's all digested.
I was
Yeah, well, how
I
long?
feel like in the
ago did you
womb
get
it would have
separated?
been. I feel like in the womb it would have been like made into your body parts. So like it would have.
Ooh,
You would have like taken it into yourself.
good
Is
point.
that a
But I-
safe behind you? Wait, Kay, is that a
Yes.
safe? Oh, okay. What do you got? What's in there?
A lot of shit.
Jesus, talk about like trying to fucking find out what's in
Hey,
somebody's house. That's creepy
It's
as
relax.
not
fuck.
safe,
Okay,
CTV.
wait.
It's
Hey,
exciting.
don't fucking
That was
out
story
me,
time.
okay?
Fuck, what are you
Look, I'm
planning?
trying
You
to
planning
figure-
the fucking like the great
Yeah, maybe.
You-
And I
you
would
planning
fucking
the Italian
invited you.
job?
I
What
would
are
have
you
invited
doing?
you, but you fucking said it on stream, okay? Relax.
Listen,
I'm gonna have to bring-
upset. I'm
I'm gonna
upset
have
that
to
you guys
invite
noticed.
somebody else to the heist. Priest
I'm
know where
upset
I
that
was
you guys
going with
noticed the
this.
safe.
demand an
and not-
apology.
I'm upset that you guys noticed the safe and not the apple crown sitting next to her.
I've been drinking it.
Hey, look, I'm just
Did
trying
I
to.
scare
I'm trying to-
IRI away?
trying to
But I
perform a
have
heist.
I have an
We did.
AR, 2 shotguns,
I think
and
you
like
did.
Probably.
He got
probably,
scared by
like,
the beat up
handguns.
question.
Is
Mm.
Stardust related to Doomer? No. Wait.
Who's Doomer?
Oh, Jeffrey Dahmer?
I'm not. Whoa, why would I be
Whoa.
related to Dahmer? Ask
He's
that to
probably got some
Pan.
good He's probably got some good recipes though.
Wow, why you gotta ask Pan? What's up with that?
He
Pan
ate
was
Pan
with
no,
us.
did
She's
eat
made
his
there.
sibling.
IRA's still in here.
What are you
His cameras
talking
is
about,
off.
Stardust?
Oh, okay. I was confused. I was like, what happened? Where did he go?
I thought so too.
You know, this whole time I kept hearing somebody speaking, but I would look and I wouldn't know who it was. It's probably IRI.
So back to the safe. What you got in there,
Yeah.
Kay?
An AR, 2 shotguns, and a bunch of handguns.
You got like piles of money or diamonds or blood
No,
rubies. or...
just guns, just guns.
I'm pretty sure what she said. What I have
Damn
in
it.
there is the fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
What creature? Look, I'm trying to find the loot.
That's
okay?
basically. All right, even if there was loot in there, there's a lot more of fuck around and find out in there that you
Yeah.
probably don't want to fuck around and find out.
Yeah, if she has loot, you'd probably be better off letting her keep that loot, from the sounds of it.
Man, there's a safe. There's a box. There's supposed to be special things in there. I'm just curious. Okay.
That's a Christmas present for my grandfather. It's got a Santa Claus in a pickup truck with 3 reindeers in the back. My grandfather's very sentimental because he has 3 grandchildren, so anything with 3 in it automatically is him and the 3 grandchildren. And then I got more
Nice.
Christmas presents up here because apparently my room has turned into the hiding room for all the Christmas presents in the house. Like I have my father-in-law's present here, my mother-in-law's present up there. It's just all their shits in here.
I'm still hooked on
Nice.
the apple crown, to be honest with you.
I don't really like it.
No,
I prefer
Nice.
Jim Beam. Jim Beam apple is better
You and
And it's
DBO would get
cheaper.
along great. That's
and
gross.
it's cheaper. Ew, don't say me and DBO
D-
get together.
DBO is fucking gross, man. I used to drink that shit like when I'm back in my 20s. I used to call those cuddle nuts.
No. I just
There's
Jim Beam
nothing
is
better
cheaper
than-
and it tastes just as good,
Ah.
if not better. So
there's nothing better than homemade apple pie with moonshine. Oh,
Yep.
yeah. My
Do you do
dad
with like? Do you do like with
ruined me with
Everclear? Like do you like
moonshine.
the ghetto style, like Everclear, and like put it on there and put it on the oven or whatever, warm it up, put all your apple shit in there.
My buddy does it that way, but his brother has a still.
That's the
I do
right way, yeah.
I do concession work with him during the summer, and he has a season-ending party every year. And I had backed the trailer in and parked, and he came up to me holding this friggin' mason jar with a cinnamon stick in it. And I was like, "What's
Yep.
that?" I took one sip. I had
only
that
had-
bottle the rest of the night, and I went down.
It's fucking delicious and it goes down so good. The shit's
Yeah.
dangerous. I've only had the
My
white
dad
trash
buys
version. Of it. I've
it.
never had like actual moonshine. Like
My dad
apple
buys.
moonshine.
They have apple pie moonshine. They
Oh, yeah.
have
Okay, bring that shit
cranberry
to Kansas.
shit.
No.
He buys it all the time. You can get it anywhere. He gets
Matter
it
of
down in
fact-
South Carolina
No,
and
you
he got
can't
it
get
up
it anywhere.
here.
Well, Kansas, I
CTV
guess.
was just drinking one on stream the other day. What? It was some kind of berry or something. What was that? Because I'm highly interested in that one. I
Sour
had the
apple,
coffee
something.
one.
I thought.
No, it's-
Listen,
it's
I don't mean
probably
to-
strawberry or something like that.
My
I don't
dad
mean
likes
to break
the
up
cherries.
this little bonding session here, but I'm here to fight people in the American Octagon. So
That's what I thought, man.
Okay, well, I
Who
think
wants it?
C-SPAN
Well,
sucks.
American
next
Nacho
chaos
wants to
let me
break
break
into
out.
my
It's IRI
house.
versus IRI. So you and I, we can Biden bro it up together. Let's go.
hell yeah, I will 1v9.
No, it's me and
Who
you.
wants to
versus the
talk
world.
shit?
IRI.
What?
and
What do you
IRI
want to talk
versus
shit
everybody.
about? I'm good at talking shit. We can talk
IRI,
shit.
He said
do you think Joe
he-
Biden's going to have a second term?
Negative.
Hell yes, he is.
You really think so?
Do you think he's gonna
Wait,
live long
how
enough?
is he
Do-
gonna
the
survive
Gale
it,
Jimmy
though?
gonna live long enough?
Do you think
He's not going to survive the first.
Is he gonna live long enough? Like honestly, like I'm being serious.
A perfectly healthy man. He just had a doctor visit, got a clean bill of health. He rides his bike.
What
makes
about
jokes.
wait?
What doctor
Okay,
vouched
what
you?
about the two?
Is
What
piss
about the
Peloton?
two? Wait, okay. What about the two brain aneurysms that are on his? When he turned in his like health records, like there's two. He's had two brain aneurysms.
who hasn't had a couple brain
the
aneurysms?
likelihood. I don't know. The likelihood that you have
OCTV.
the likelihood that you have long-lasting trauma, like brain trauma after a stroke or an aneurysm, is like 60%. And he's had two, so like.
I've never heard of that, but he seems perfectly fine to
It's
me.
hi-
I
it's
watch
on
him
his
every
own
single
medical
day.
You
records
think he's
that
You
he
perfectly
is
guys
fine?
watch clips of him. You guys watch little 10-second clips, and you're like,
You think
"This
he's
guy's so
fine?
dumb."
No,
I watch
Hey.
freaking whole
I
speeches.
submitted
I've watched his whole
myself.
speech.
Holy
I
shit,
was
did
about
I
to say,
just go back in time? I must have just
I
went
have
back in time because I swear to goodness we were hearing these exact same arguments, except they were coming from the right over to you guys before. I swear it's like an inverse thing happening right now. I swear.
I've submitted myself through fucking all. I watched all the DNC. I've watched several Biden speeches, like all the fucking way through. Yeah, those little clips are like they clip them up good, but the sheer amount that you can get out of them, even the amount of Bushisms that you got, I can make a fucking year's worth of like Biden gaffes. And it takes me like 8 years just to get like fucking 5
He's an
minutes
old
of
man.
fucking Bush
He's an old man.
and Trump.
He's
That's
says
my
some dumb
point.
shit sometimes. Look at Trump. Trump can't even walk down the stage without holding on to the general's arm.
True.
A little freaking
Remember him
10
drink-
degree
But-
stage.
He was
But
drinking a
if you're-
glass
wait,
of
wait,
water,
wait,
could
wait.
barely hold it.
Because this is but that doesn't even matter anymore, right? This is the elected president. Your best defense of Biden being look at Trump is not a fucking good defense. He's
That's
in
what I'm saying,
office.
you
You were perfectly
Biden-
fine with Trump's
Biden-
mental You were perfectly
Biden
fine with
won.
Trump's mental competence.
You're just
weren't
mad
you?
You don't know
because
that.
Trump
That's
was
so
Trump
different.
was talking
No,
about
stop.
shit that
Wait,
you didn't want to
you-
hear
you
about.
don't wait. You don't know that. You don't know that. I wasn't
you not?
necessarily fully like
Were you
comfortable
not?
with Biden's. No, I don't fucking like a bunch of. I don't like 70-year-olds fucking running the goddamn country.
Do you think
But-
Trump was in
but
mental decline as
Biden-
well?
But you using look at
Since,
Trump
like,
as a
23,
defense for
yes.
but you using look at Trump as a defense for Biden is a shitty defense.
Not necessarily,
Well, I'm
because
not a medical
we
doctor. I can't put my finger up his butt and tell you he's
Absolutely.
okay. You know what I mean?
no. So
You need to
it's not
try.
necessarily because
You
if
can do
we
that to
were
me, IRI.
if we were under the impression that that you didn't think that Trump was in mental decline, then it makes sense. That's not really that bad of an argument. But if you're telling us that you did think he was in mental decline, then yeah, you're right.
I think by default of him being in his 70s now, and like just by default you're going to be in a mental decline. Sure. I'll concede that all day, but I
Okay.
don't. But that's what I'm saying. Like I don't
That's
think
fine.
that's a.
Then we
a
can
good
argue
defense
something
of
else.
Biden.
Yeah, we can argue
Sure,
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not the one who brought up that he's not mentally there. I think when you're old, but he cracks jokes. He rides his bike. I mean, Trump couldn't even walk 20 feet. But I'm just
the
saying, like,
reason that
Yeah,
Wait, but the
Trump
reason-
can't walk
Trump could walk
upstairs.
up-
Used to rub my legs and the hair.
Not
my
even
hair
just
legs.
once, not just
Alright.
twice, right? But 3 fucking times Biden can't walk upstairs, right?
So
Like,
the
okay,
reason.
This is
So
a
the
valid
reason
point.
I brought up
In all
the
fairness,
reason
my
I
track
brought up-
record with that is not very good either. But
the reason I brought up the age was because we were talking about him running for a second term.
sure.
And the reason I brought up the mental decline or the cognition of Biden is because he's running for a second term.
I think once you're in there, you get the job, you understand it, and I'd like to see him serve a second term because I think we know what we're getting. So I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, but we know where we're
Yeah,
getting,
but
it's hurting
Biden
us.
doesn't know what we're getting. That's the problem.
What
that's
do
the
you
big
mean?
problem. Yeah,
He's
doesn't know.
fully there.
He's
He's
fully
fully-
where?
I mean, he's
Look,
physically.
IRI
he's
can't even
phys-
keep a straight face when he says that.
We watched him give a speech today in Kentucky where he spoke to people who were hit by the tornadoes. He's perfectly fine. I don't think he
Yeah.
flubbed a single word. I mean, I think I would mess up more than him if I was president.
He probably thinks he was hit by
100%
the
I would.
tornado. I don't even know if he knows where the tornadoes hit.
Hey,
He
either or,
knows,
Chris,
he
if
knows.
He was just hit by a tornado. If I was
guys
hit by a
are-
tornado, I'd be slurring my words back and forth.
To prep him, they probably had him read The Wizard of Oz before he showed up at that press conference. Like,
Helen Hunt, get the camera out.
Hey, remember when Trump suggested injecting bleach?
He didn't suggest
this is
that,
still
though.
a terrible defense.
Dude, we
like,
really have
look,
to go over
Biden
that
is
again.
the president in office right now. You got to give me something better than this. Is the best leftist defense of Biden.
Hey, thanks, Matt Attack, for that one. I appreciate you. I totally stole that from you, dude. I totally yanked it. I janked it. You can't do nothing about it, okay, Matt Attack? Okay, yeah. You understand me. I took your joke. And you can't have it back. I used it, all right?
Smart's hopping in here.
All right. I'm gonna make my exit, y'all. It was good seeing you. I gotta wake up early. I gotta be to work at like 7 hours. So.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you.
You're a bitch, okay? Fuck you.
Whoa, relax.
Oh, wow. So you just running scared now, Coop. I understand.
Yep, that's it. I am terrified.
Of course you are.
I'll catch y'all later.
Sparking it
Bye.
up again. Nice.
Of course you are.
Listen, we can talk about Biden's record if you want, if that's better, instead of talking about his mental state. I mean, I feel like he's walking the walk here and doing a lot of good stuff. Record stock market. You want to start there? You want to start lowest initial unemployment claims
if we
in
want
50
to touch
years? Where do you guys want to start?
IRA, what's going to happen to the stock market when the Fed has to raise their rates 3 times next year to fight inflation? Because I can let you know what happened.
I was gonna. So okay.
Do you remember what happened in 2018 when we did that? The Dow dropped to below 20,000 points. So, and that was just one rate increase. If we actually do have to have 3 rate increases next year, our stock market's going to go down by so much.
So. Sorry, I'll let you respond because I have something to say too. Because I know I don't want to dogpile on IRA here. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I was pretty much done. I was like, yeah, there's.
I know.
Rates are going to go up. Economy's going to go down. You don't want to.
Where was the stock market before it went below 20K though?
It was at like 26K. Okay. It was a big drop.
Oh, I mean, it goes up, it goes down. You know, what are we going to do? I'm just saying, right now, the stock market is booming. Well, I'm not talking about the future. I mean, aliens might land in the future. I don't know. I'm just saying, right now, Biden's doing great.
Okay, but the Fed said today that they were planning on raising rates 3 times in 2022, right? So we can't just say, oh, well, what if aliens land, right? We know what's going to happen in the direct future. We know that rates are going to go up. We know that our economy is built on speculation, can't handle rate increases, and we know what will happen.
IRI, when the stock market was booming under Trump, didn't a lot of you people say that was the result of Obama-era policies?
I mean, I would say that it was the result of Trump having the same monetary policy. He cut rates as well.
But I'm saying that if it's now doing well under Biden, would you not attribute that to Trump in the same way that they say usually the previous generation or the previous administration is responsible for any successes or failures?
Yeah, that's what we had for the whole Trump administration. That's what we had was, well, this is due to Biden.
What the fuck, book smarts? What the fuck? Lord / Milord.
Listen.
My apologies.
Listen, what I expect from my Joey B is this. There's a lot of problems in this country, but I have complete faith in my Joey B that if we throw enough money at it, it's going to get fixed. And if we talk about the border, you know what? If we just open that son of a bitch up, let all those people come on through and make them citizens, there will no longer be a crisis at that border because they are now all American citizens.
That's basically what he wants.
My Joey B.
That's true, yeah.
That's what he's going to do.
I'm Joe Biden.
Like it or not.
Message.
Well, to respond to what Pan was saying, like, the reason why we have to have the Federal Reserve raise the rates and scale back the bond buyback program is because people are spending money. They're doing pretty damn well. We recovered from this downturn so fast that it's not even just the supply chain problems, which are most of it.
People, wait, no, stop. Because even just before you get that far, like if people were spending money like that, then you wouldn't need the Fed to like manipulate the markets like that. You wouldn't need any intervention. If people were spending if people were spending money like that, then the market would be correcting it. You wouldn't have an issue
here.
You wouldn't need crutches. You wouldn't need crutches for the market like that.
Who here is doing worse economically than before the pandemic? Worse, really, Steven?
Actually,
I hasn't worked in a year and took a huge check.
Yeah, I had a better job before the pandemic. Absolutely, yeah, sure.
I would have rather had my job that I had pre-pandemic, pre-COVID layoff, pre all that. I'm working on finding a job.
You haven't worked in a year, and what are you saying? So now
He's-
you're in a worse
he's
position.
wondering
You haven't
in the
worked in a year.
Hey,
Biden.
IRI,
What
I
do you
wonder
mean?
why there are supply shortages.
Come on now, you can
Hasn't
look.
worked in a year.
You have got to give Steven.
Oh,
Look,
you're gonna
hold on. You
Yeah.
have got to give Steven some credit, right? He's been holding down, like a B-rated stream for a long time, right? This whole past year, he's been holding it down on the B streams on Twitch,
Everybody
right?
remember
Yes,
this.
he hasn't been
Everybody
working.
remember this.
He
Don't
hasn't
let him
been
deny
working.
it later. Don't let him
Oh no,
deny it
I
later.
give you credit for
Alright.
holding down a B stream, right? It's all
Don't let
right.
him deny it
Okay.
later.
So okay, Book
Keep
Smarts, you
exposing
hopped in
yourself,
here.
Steve.
Do you
It's
do you
gonna be
wanna
fun.
do you wanna
I'm game.
do
We
you
can keep it
wanna
alive.
Book Smarts? I know who you are.
Hold on,
Do you want to
hold on,
introduce?
Steven. Now,
No,
I
hold
gotta,
on.
I gotta
No,
ask
hold
you
on.
this. I
Muting
gotta ask you this
people.
question.
I'm
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
start meeting
nothing.
people.
I gotta
Hold
ask
on.
you
Don't
this
you
question,
playing
right?
Halo?
All right.
I
hold
gotta
on.
ask you this question, right?
All right. Sorry. Hold on.
Womp,
Steven,
womp,
I mean
womp.
not Steven. Book Smarts, do you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself? Say hello
Yeah,
to
I don't know book smarts.
everybody. I know Book Smarts because
Well, I'm glad you do.
I
'cause
like
you're one of the
Destiny because
panel.
I'm a politics nerd. Okay, but Book Smarts, do you want to introduce yourself? Say hello.
Hi, my name's Booksmarts. I'm new to the debate space. Long-time watcher, first-time participant. I normally review debates and I like give advice or critiques on like how things could be improved or better approaches I think people could have. And now I'm on the other side of the fence, and now I'm in here with you guys fighting the cage.
So you
Cool,
just
awesome.
openly admitted
Well,
that you
I
have
feel-
watched this stuff go on and you chose on purpose to join it.
True. I feel honored that Booksmarts chose the American Octagon to be the first place that he jumped in. So yeah, all right. I'll okay. CTV and Steven, you guys are unmuted.
Well,
If you guys
I
want
was
to go
trying
back
to
at it,
reply.
that's
I didn't
fine.
know he couldn't hear me. Wasn't I on a panel with you like a year or two ago, Book Smarts? I thought you've been on panels before.
Who?
Yes.
I
He
could
was on
swear
Hippy
we've been
Dippy
on
when
a
we
No,
panel
were-
Book
before.
Smarts is really new.
Oh, that's Killer Steven, Booksmarts.
really new.
That's who's talking.
That's the guy that called you a sand N-word or whatever that person said?
No,
Wow.
that's somebody else.
Whoa.
What the fuck?
Whoa, Steven.
Wow.
Whoa.
Look at you.
Come on,
coming in
Steven.
hot.
No,
What
the
is
guy-
this?
Steven?
Was
Oh
the-
my
well,
god, Booksmarts, you
Booksmarts
can't mix
probably has your
every
Discord
single
logs.
conservative together. What the fuck, dude?
I'm not
That's so
goddamn
racist.
conservative.
They do
Conservative.
look alike. They do look alike, yeah, to be
We
fair.
do.
A little bit.
As
Who are
far
you
as I
talking
know,
about?
Booksmarts is not a conservative as far as
Oh,
The guy that looks
No, I
like
was saying
Lycan
I'm
in a
not a
hat. What's
conservative.
that guy's name?
Liking. Isn't that guy
Yeah,
a
the
lefty?
bald guy.
Okay, so legitimate question here,
Wait,
Steven.
are you mixing
Whenever
Killer
I
Steven
start
up
trying
with
to rib
random
you-
streamers?
Whenever I start ribbing you, like before the apology, right? Like before that whole incident, because that's how I would rib you before. When you choose to take it in an offensive way, like you have, right? Even in the BX chat,
Dude,
you took
come
it that
on,
way.
man. I'm
That
trying to
right
rib
there is where
Biden
the
here,
problem
okay?
comes
It'd be
in.
possible for
Can
you to
you move
offend me,
past it?
CTV.
You're
I don't
choosing
think it'd
not
be
to move past
possible.
it, right?
Wait,
One,
can-
I
So
don't think
since
it'd be
you're
possible
choosing
for you
not
to
to move
offend
past
me.
it,
Two,
that's how
I
it
think you
keeps
have
going.
no desire to move past it. Everyone here is a witness. Everyone here has been
Yeah.
a witness multiple times now. You are the one unwilling to move past it. So go on and do
Hey,
whatever you're gonna do.
You're not,
We can
okay,
keep
look,
it
maybe
alive.
I'm
maybe you're
witnessing-
maybe you're not understanding me, right? So I'll put it in like this very simple language for you, right?
Yeah, put it in CTV words.
No, I got to put it in Steven words, right? Because apparently you can't even keep up with that level, right? So
Let's see if you can do that.
all
Guys,
right,
can you please
I have a
speak English?
question for both of you guys. I have a question
my
for
Stardust-
for Steven and
yeah,
CTV.
go ahead, please, God.
Yeah.
I'd like to
So
hear it too.
okay. So Steven and CTV, out of the two of you, who would you be most suspicious of? If you were a dude, if you're just another dude, who would you be most suspicious of fucking your wife between the two of you?
Probably CTV. I wouldn't sleep with another man's wife. I don't think my wife would fuck him, but I wouldn't even try with his. And that's not an insult to her. It's just a respect thing. And that's a line you don't cross.
am I supposed to give an answer?
Yeah, between the two of you, who do you think would be most likely to fuck? If you were somebody else, if you were
Assuming
another
they're
dude.
married. I don't even know if CTV's married.
I am married. Of the two of us, which one do I think?
If you were not you and you were another person, and you
I
met
feel like I want to
both
put a
of
poll in
you,
the chat.
Wait,
If you
This
met the
fight
two
is
of
so
you,
confusing,
Based
Stardust.
off
I feel
I'm
like
confused.
this is really hard
that
to
just
ask
changed up
two
the
people
question. I
because
don't
they're both gonna
understand.
be like the other person.
Yeah.
No,
Like
actually,
nobody's gonna
hold
admit
on.
to cheating
no,
on
no,
them.
they
No.
won't. Not necessarily.
No, I would say based off of perception, right? Because that's all you have to base it off of is perception. You don't have. I'm supposed to not answer this from me having first person knowledge about myself. I'm supposed to answer this question as a third party looking
Yes.
in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So because of that, Steven is boring, right? What does he do that's exciting? Even just today, right? We had a video of me and Tiberius fucking riding in the Wolfstang looking hot as fuck. You know what I mean? Doing 0 to 100. We've got,
Yeah, but
past,
she said
past
wife,
hippie
not boy.
dippies. Hello, are you listening? See,
Trying.
apparently you don't understand how like groups of friends get together and then they go off and they meet other groups of,
Yeah, and they fuck
girlfriends
each
and
other,
then
I guess.
okay, so that's the best you got. So like of the two of us based off perception, right? One of us is having a good time and the other one seems kind of boring, so it's obvious that I would be the one that would have the eye on him, right? I mean, like you could even compare like say looks. Look, handlebar mustache went out a while ago, right?
It's not a handlebar mustache, brainlet. But I would
It
also go with
sure
CTV.
looks
The
like
guy
it,
lives in a
right?
camper, drives around in a Mustang, clearly a midlife crisis. I'm married, got 3 kids. Like, yeah, I ain't fucking anybody's wife. He's correct. I
Yeah,
mean,
so-
it's just objective truth. You know, I got a life at home. I don't have time running gallivanting with people in the Wolfstang or whatever the fuck it was.
And then
You
like
got like a
even though
wolf belt too, and like a batarang. Like, what are y'all doing out there?
so even now, right? We're still not
Fucking crime, man. What do you mean?
So even now, Steven's response is not from a third-person perspective, right? It's only from
It
his
is
first
from a
person.
third-person
Why?
perspective.
No, you had to bring up yourself in your analysis, and therefore you're doing it
You
from a
brought up
first-person
me in your
perspective.
analysis saying I sit at home boring, and I agree with you. Yeah, I
And
hang out
that's
at
what
home
a
'cause I
third
got 3
person
kids
sees.
and a wife.
Okay.
That's
Yes,
match.
I'm not
this is
going out
true.
fucking anybody's wife.
This is true. This is
All
true.
right,
Okay.
it's just
Okay,
you guys.
Steven.
Everybody else is fucking muted. No, stop. Wait, it's cage match. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't have anything else. I was done. I don't know what you want.
I just wanted to
Most awkward 5
explain.
minutes.
I just wanted to explain to
I don't know, I guess I
Steven.
could reiterate. Yeah, I'm not running around in a Wolfstang or living in a camper or whatever. You know, I mostly hang out at home, do shit with the kids.
Yeah,
So
that's
you are a
what
fucking hamburger helper. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I do, right, on a regular basis. Is I stay at home, I take care of my dogs and my cat, and take care of all the the truck and the camper shit associated with the house.
You stream like
right?
14 hours a day. Yeah.
I don't stream 14 hours a day. Feel free to go to Twitch Tracker and check the actual hours. But yeah, I got a lot of shit that I get done
Never
during
mind.
the
I
day.
thought you were on the grind set. My bad. I guess I overestimated.
Well, or
See how
you
easy
just,
that is to say my bad and move on? Pretty
except
cool, isn't it?
except, right, the fact of the matter is that you were just not aware at all, right? It's not. It's like
yes.
you overestimated, right? And because of that overestimation, right, it brought you to an illogical conclusion. And I feel like that's been a lot of the same types of thing that happened. Like, so you wanted the apology to be forgiven, right? And let's move on, which is what. No, you did. You did.
No.
Otherwise,
I told
why
you
bring
from
it
the
up?
jump that I would not apologize for shit, but I tried to meet you in the middle, tried to extend the olive branch. You weren't interested. But this ain't about that. This is about who's the bigger scumbag wife fucker. And I agree with you that would be you. That would probably be you.
From a third party perspective, that would be logical, right? Because I mean, yeah.
Well, I use the same reasons you gave. You're bragging about the Wolfstang and Tiberius, you bunch of pussy slayers over there, and me hanging out at home with my kids. Like, yeah, I mean, I agreed with you, really. You're the king of fucking right-wing Twitch over here. Who am I to disagree, right?
See, the difference is, though, is that you think that it would be done without consent. See, that's the implication
No,
that
I'm
you
not
have
saying
there.
it would be without
everything
consent. Why
about
do you
it,
instantly go there?
Because everything
How
about
many
your language has.
non-consensual sexual encounters have you had, CTV?
That's
your
not very
default
conservative.
position. Yeah, that's
consensual,
sus.
right? Consensual, right?
I think consent was implied in the scenario. We'd have to ask Stardust that once
No,
we're
we're
done
not
with this little
talking
cage
about
match.
we're not talking about.
Are you tapping out?
We're not talking about just between consent between, say, like me and the other woman, right? We're talking
I'm
about.
sorry.
In this case, definitely
between
CTV. I'm
all
not a cuck.
parties.
I'm sorry, Steven. Did you
Yeah.
just imply that I am sleeping with him?
No.
Because that's
Oh,
what
Do
it
you
seemed
want to?
like.
Do you
I
not
think
so
he implied
secretly
that you
want
were
to?
sleeping with his
Just
wife.
to be clear, I'm not sleeping with anybody on this panel.
Yes, you are. Pretty
I
sure
don't
Just to
believe
be
you.
clear, I'm not sleeping with anybody.
I've got
That
proof.
was in no way implied, Stardust. in
Well,
the
you were
slightest.
saying, oh, we better ask Stardust about the consent, right? So I mean,
Yes, because you didn't lay out consent in the question. He's saying that it would be a consensual sexual encounter, and I said you would have to ask Stardust because she's the one that posed the question. So you would be the one that would need to clarify on that. Pretty simple, isn't it?
I think the consent is implied, isn't it?
That's what I said.
I think you both are
it?
talking about two different types of consent.
Yeah,
Very
what kind
Even
of
as
consent are we
talking about
about here?
consent in having sex, and CTV is talking about consent from both parties of both the wife he is fucking and the
Man,
wife's
that's a
partner.
weird cuck thing. I wouldn't know how to answer
Oh.
that.
Like
I
more
wouldn't
so
consent
of
to
a
we're
that.
talking
threesome
about
or
a
a
swinger-
foursome
a
rather
swinger
than
situation.
yes, rather than a
That
cheating
camper
situation.
lifestyle. Hang out with the wolves next door. A little howling at the propane tank. Oh.
Steven, you seem so interested in that stuff. Have you ever thought of like getting a more interesting life for yourself, or are you like content?
I'm pretty content. Get to go to the beach just about every day whenever I want to. Again, hang out with the kids. Very fulfilling experience. I would encourage you all to have children of your own if you don't already. While you're young, I would agree
Working
that
on
might
it.
sound boring, but as you get
I'm
older, I
practicing a lot.
promise
Oh, no.
you will find that that is not a boring lifestyle at all. And it's very fulfilling, very rewarding.
I'm 22 and I want one already. If it was up to me, I'd
True.
already have one.
True. We're
But
waiting.
real-
but I'm-
realistically,
we're practicing a lot.
It's not
You have
allowed
a lollipop
right now.
there, Kay?
Oh hell
You have a
yeah,
lollipop?
blow pop.
Relax, Twitch.
Did you say
okay?
you're 22
Yep.
and you're on the right? That's awesome.
Yeah, don't
What went
scare
wrong?
away with this shit. What
There
the
is
hell
hope
has
for the
been
future.
righty infighting this whole night? Okay.
You didn't get that lefty education
not
coming
the
up,
time to
IRI.
fix the right,
That's
okay?
what it is.
We need to get you a little CRT there, Kay. I think somebody messed up.
God, here we go.
We're gonna teach you that critical
I don't
race
even know
theory,
what
and you'll be a
CRT
left.
is.
That's
Well,
calling
really,
on
Who
the
the
law
hell is
right now.
that?
No,
But you know you
Alexa,
hate
you
it,
gotta get
right?
in the. You gotta get in the whereby.
Who's in the
Who's
whereby?
talking?
Nobody. Somebody in the Alexa in the Discord.
What?
I said you got to get in the whereby.
Right?
I am here
Right.
to convert all these people from the right, bring them back to the flock. I don't know what
Luck.
went wrong. We can't make up for that, but we
Good
can
Yeah,
luck.
no, I mean
move
that's
Y'all
the
forward
fucked
in the
up.
right direction.
Y'all
I
fucked
know
up big
exactly.
time,
You
Well,
gotta
alright?
you
absolve
see,
you of your sins.
See,
I
okay,
absolve
no.
you.
After
IRI just
tonight's
screwed it
panel,
all
I
up.
think I'm joining IRI on the left. Holy shit,
Alright,
you guys are a
IRI
that's
disaster.
just
Pan.
screwed it all up.
Pan. That's why I had you on as leftist from the beginning. Okay, we
Listen,
knew that
I-
was coming down the pipe. All right.
IRI
I,
just
uh,
screwed it all up.
I'm with
Alright.
I'm really important on this
If
this
you're
mission.
calling it the
No,
if
don't
you're
be,
if
don't
you're
be. I'll tell
calling
you
it
why.
if you're calling it the flock, I don't want to be a part of it anyways. Okay, because I'm not a fucking
Why?
sheep.
Exactly. Thank you.
We wouldn't
That's where
call
I'm
it the
headed.
flock. We would never call it the flock.
Well,
Who said the
IRI
flock?
just called it the
flock.
flock.
He
Wait,
really
IRI
did
just
call
called
it
it the flock, and you co-signed, and he converted Pan in the middle of it.
Okay,
I
I didn't hear the flock part. The flock
No,
part is
that's
lame.
just
We
a bunch
gotta
of
do
sheep
something
you guys
better.
are, okay?
We gotta
You
do
guys are
something
there to
better,
just-
okay?
No, you guys are
We're-
there to
we
just
might
be
not-
hard along. No,
We're
you
the
already
you
conceded.
guys are
No,
you guys are the
already- you
wolf
already
packs,
conceded.
okay? We're the
Yeah.
bear pack, okay? So
No,
What if
you guys
perhaps
are
if
there to
you
be
just
you guys
invent
are
something
there to
without
go
knowledge?
around
No,
and
no.
graze
Alright.
in the fields and be shaved for your fur to make wool fucking sweaters. Okay, that's what you guys are there for.
And bears don't hang out in packs.
Jesus said everybody's sheep, so I don't know what you fake conservatives are
Book
talking
smarts,
about.
relax, okay?
Damn.
You rhinos.
Whoa!
That's a
Don't
different
come
kind
at
of
my
sheep.
don't come at my Lord and
Based and
Savior
true.
Jesus
That's a
Christ.
different kind
Okay.
of sheep. That's what
That's a
the
good
true
point.
shepherd. That's where our shepherd is the Lord and Savior, not where our
Yeah,
shepherd is the
Lord
neighbor's
is our
dog.
shepherd.
Stop telling fairy
The
tales,
Lord-
right? We don't.
wait,
We're
but
not.
that's what
Okay,
I'm
Chad
saying.
has
The
a
Lord is
question.
our- Wait, but the Lord is our
Stardust
shepherd,
has a
not
question.
Joe fucking Biden. Okay.
Stardust,
Joe
the
Biden
answer
is
to
our
your
Lord.
question is yes.
Okay, well the chat has a question for everybody on the panel. Okay,
Oh
is
boy.
gender
Okay.
is gender an immutable characteristic?
Ugh,
No.
Absolutely.
No.
did we
No.
want it? Wait, is gender an immutable characteristic?
It
No.
absolutely is. You
Gender
can't
is
choose to
immutable.
change your gender. You might might not be born with a binary gender.
Whoa.
It's
No,
obviously
you
immutable.
can.
You
No,
can
you
choose to
can't.
change your gender,
Sorry.
though.
Sorry, there are
Pan.
situations where you can.
Pan.
Okay, I think generally probably not, but like there's some like college situations, like some like let's just try some things out. Let's just see if maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I think there's some discovery phase that
Yeah, hold on,
that
Nacho.
Well, then they're discovering something that already existed.
Yeah.
well
Talking,
maybe
It's really quiet.
Well, gender is different than sex, so that's something you have to specify there.
right.
Yeah, I
That's
think we're.
I
fair.
said gender.
We
I
all,
said
we all know
gender.
we're talking
Yeah.
about
She
gender.
did, yeah, she did say gender. Yeah.
I mean, there's
I don't
plenty
think
of
there was any
cases of
confusion on
people
that.
repressing gender, whether you can say
Yeah.
that's a good thing or not. Like, it definitely can be an immutable characteristic, and then people obviously identify as gender fluid. They choose to change it. Now, whether it's a choice, you know, they still have the choice to present a certain way. So,
Is being gender fluid
guess
immutable,
I would
though?
say it is mutable.
I would. If you're gender fluid, I imagine you can't change yourself out of being gender fluid. So that would make it.
I would
immutable.
say-
You might
hold on,
change
hold on,
genders,
hold on.
but the fact that you're gender fluid isn't something that was up to your control. Therefore, it's an immutable characteristic.
I
As
would
a
say
con-
like 90% of the time it probably is. But like, yeah, there's those people that just like really don't fucking know. And maybe those people fall into that like non-binary
but the-
category or
the
whatever the fuck.
term
But
But that's a
Gender
legitimate
fluid-
gender.
The term gender
it's
fluid in
not a
itself
gender.
is
That's
changing.
just that's the opposite.
I mean,
That's
category.
like
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Gender
I don't
fluid
I
in
should be more-
itself,
I
in
need
the
to be more
definition of
careful.
that, is literally just changing. Like you switch. Like you're not 100% one gender or the other. That's literally what it is. So like
Yeah, but
I
as
feel
you
like-
present
there.
and identify, I would think the
Okay.
person does choose on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, on a
to some
day-to-day
extent.
basis, but they
I
do
have two
change.
things to say to that. One, as a constitutional conservative, I would say that
Oh God.
you're an adult. You can choose what you want to choose, and it's not up to me to judge you. And two, the gender fluid thing, to me, as someone who got in trouble with the law a long time ago, if the cops are looking for a guy, I'm a woman. If they're looking for a woman, I'm a guy. That's
Wait a second.
Where have
Wait
I
a
heard
Okay,
this
second.
before?
Listen,
So-
as a constitutional
stand
liberal,
corrected.
I have to stand
wait, real quick, because I want to get like preacher's take on this too, as someone who's a little more like Christian too. I've had a more recent kind of like unique take or like a epiphany on this whole like transgender and stuff like that. Look, I'm a Christian. People love to attack Christians all the time
Right.
and attack me all the time for saying like, "Oh, well, religion is all made up. It's all in your head. You believing in God is all in your head." Just the same way a lot of people on the fucking right want to attack people on the left or whoever, wherever they are, and say like, "Oh, well, being trans is all in your head" or whatever. So
Hey, don't
I've
group all
actually,
the rights.
I-
Don't group
I
all the rights
actually-
into that.
I'm not saying all of them.
Not
Okay,
all of
I'm,
them,
I'm the
just K.
I'm on the right. I don't do that shit. I don't really give a
Hey,
fuck
Nacho.
personally. But stop. Okay, let me finish my point. Okay, so I actually figured that I actually have something in common with some people that are trans because they get attacked the same way that I do sometimes, and that people can come at them in all kinds of crazy ways and say that, oh well, yeah, this is all in your head. The same way that people can come at me and say that, oh well, religion is all in your head and you believing in God is all in your head. So
You know, it's funny because a lot of people have forgot that old-fashioned saying of "live and let live."
True.
I will respect anybody's pronouns. If they're being respectful to me, I have no reason to not be respectful to them. Now, at the same time, I go, oh, you believe in some fake spirit in the sky and ghosts and blah blah blah. Yeah, I've heard it all too. Listen, I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. We're adults and we're under the same constitution, the same rights. Do you,
But you
boo boo? Now, on top of
You
that,
just made a joke, though.
I made a joke.
You just made a joke about trans people, though, by saying you're going to claim you're a woman if they're arrested. So you
Well,
don't
that's
have the
not a
same
joke.
respect
Hold
for
on,
those people that they
No,
have.
no. That doesn't mean I don't have respect. That means I do have respect. If I wasn't making
No,
jokes,
by saying
no,
you're going to
wait,
choose
wait,
it,
wait,
that make it
right,
so
right.
flippant of a choice. Like,
No,
I'm a
that's-
woman now,
listen.
copper.
hold on.
Wait,
you
but
can't do that.
hey,
Listen,
wait,
hold on.
preacher, hold on. Let me
say
give me
something
1
real quick.
second.
Oh
Wait,
no,
Can I ask a
dude.
question?
Wait.
Preacher
Wait,
defend
wait,
himself.
Rambling.
You're
let me say this
busted in
real quick.
4K, preacher, from a constitutional liberal. You
Wait,
just got
no,
busted.
No, I didn't. Listen to me.
Okay,
You have
if somebody
right.
makes a
Give
joke
Give him
about
a
her,
chance to
You
say
need to wipe your
something.
face because you
Give
got egg
him-
on it.
How about you
I'll
give
just say it.
Preacher a chance to say something? All right.
Listen,
So
my
no.
sister.
Whoa,
my
CTV,
sister.
stop dick riding.
My sister
nah,
started.
he's right.
My
He-
sister
he's
dated
moderating.
Andrew, right? Her and Andrew got
Oh,
married.
thank goodness.
After marriage, Andrew came out as transgender as Drew. But Drew knows my personality, my sense of humor. I love Drew. I respect Drew. And I call Drew my tranny-in-law. Drew doesn't get offended because
Bruh.
Drew.
Whoa.
Hey,
Relax.
Hold on.
Let him sit. Let him
Oh,
finish.
I'm not
You
gonna
can't
say
say
it.
that.
Somebody
Listen.
else has to. I got in trouble for this before, telling people
Listen.
about that word.
you just took your mask off, sir.
Holy
Let him
shit.
finish.
Pick
Let
it
him
up
finish.
off the ground.
Because she knows I'm not being offensive. I'm not being an asshole. I still call
careful.
Drew she, her. I have no problem respecting the transgender in any way, shape, or form. Just because I make a simple joke, I also make jokes about fat people. Want to know why? I'm a fat person. I also make jokes about people who have speech impediments. Want to know why? I have speech impediments.
Isn't
Doesn't
a
mean I
little
hate
retarded.
people. It means I have a sense of humor. And if you're butthurt by a sense of humor, well, then you're probably part of the problem in this United States of America.
So I was just gonna, if I just tag on real quick to what Preacher said, like,
Yeah, real quick though, is there
I'm
apple? Hold
fine
on,
with.
is there apple crown
Oh,
in that
Jesus
big
Christ.
jug down there?
I don't fucking know. I'm
No,
fine
this
with
is water.
people.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
fine with people making jokes about Christian. I mean, Stardust or whoever it was earlier was memeing on the clergy earlier. That's not offensive to me because I know as a Christian, like, fucking touching young
Hey,
people has nothing to do with
Nacho.
what the religion is. Like,
Nacho,
now,
I've
is
had
there a
people walk
history
up and
in the
say-
Catholic Church? Yeah, and that's why it's funny. Like, it's funny because it's not funny. Like,
Right.
I'm not gonna take offense to that because it's not personal to me. It doesn't change how I feel in my faith. So I'm not gonna take it personally that way. So
No. And I don't think transgenders would take it personally if I made a joke, because technically, honestly, let's be real. If the cops were looking for
you're
me,
friends, yeah.
Right.
If you're doing
Especially
it
if you're
in a way
friends.
that's not meant
And
to
it's
like literally
also
degrade them.
there's also the thing of like you and your friends bust jokes all the time. You guys have fun. You pick on each
Yes.
other. You bully each other all the time. That's a normal everyday occurrence. If you're friends with the person, you are comfortable in that environment to be able to say the jokes, and you know that the person is not going to get offended. Then yeah, by all means, make the jokes. But in an open area where you don't know the people and you find out that maybe the person is transgender, yeah, you're not going to make the same jokes you make with your in-law because you understand the circumstances. You're not
Right.
that much of an idiot. You know that some people may get offended by this just because they weren't raised like that or they don't have that same experience with humor. My
Right,
dad
and I-
made
and-
super terrible jokes as a kid, and I have to watch myself on Twitch because I grew up in a household where shitty jokes were found to be very, very funny, and I still laugh at them today, but I know that they're very shitty jokes. Like,
I agree. And it's like, and also like, if I didn't know the person, I wouldn't make the jokes because I don't know what they've been through in their life. They could be someone who is transgender and who's been put through the friggin' ringer, and I wouldn't want to be the reason why they have a PTSD situation. Like
Yeah, it's
calling
the
that
same
forward.
thing as like I don't like whoever. Well, and this is the internet too, but like whoever making jokes about like Christianity or whatever the fuck doesn't really bother me because
No.
I know a lot of these people, or
also just
regardless
as
of
long
that,
as
I
you
know
know
that
the
this
person.
I know that this is the internet at the very least.
Right.
So it is what it is. I know I know what I'm expecting to hear, so I'm not taking it that seriously just from the beginning. Just this, but like
I honestly
if
think IRI knows that, and he was just messing
I
with me.
I
Just to
might
get
take
him
it
to-
more seriously if it was
I'm
some random
serious.
person in real life. Because if I just
you
was
seriously
like,
think I was being disrespectful?
I think everything's fair game as long as you don't use
No,
the C
this
word.
is no.
You know,
This
that's
is the
really
whole
disrespectful.
problem.
And it's where I draw the
Man.
line.
Hold on a second. This is the
Peace.
whole problem with this. Is that like you're going? Well, Christians are being attacked, and find me the laws
not what I
in the
said.
past 50 years that like Christians are being attacked, stuff like that. But
That's
trans
not what I
people are.
said.
God
not
and
what I
Yeah,
said.
dude.
you said
No,
that. You
you're
said
just
that.
taking this to like a
Christians are being
whole
attacked.
other
I'll find you a law
hyperbolic
within the
level
last
that
week.
you're taking
Show
us to
you
a
one
level
in
that
America.
no,
Show me one in America.
I
You're
will
just
show you
taking
in America
that's
within the
limiting
last
Christians.
week.
that's
where
not
Christians.
wait, preacher,
Hold-
don't
hold-
fucking entertain this shit. This is
No,
no one
there's
was
an
taking
answer.
it to this level.
But within the last
Except
week, the courts
Alexa.
decided that Christians cannot use religious reasons for not getting vaccinated.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Of course you can't. That's stupid.
Well, Christians.
It's been allowed
listen,
for every other vaccine, so why
And
is it all of a
God
sudden
once
not
said,
allowed?
"Don't get the vaccine." That's
No,
ridiculous.
no, hold
That's
on,
not
hold
even
on.
Oh, we
Hold
want
on,
to do
because
the
this
vax
ties
okay.
into the whole night. Hold on here.
Yes.
Christians believe against abortion, and the vaccinations are made or tested by fetal matters that came from aborted fetuses. That's why Christians. I'm vaccinated.
Wait
but
a second. That was back in like
You're
70s.
a
Been like
pure blood?
1,000 generations since then.
No,
There's
we
no
still
connection.
do that today.
all
though.
of these
Come
came from
on.
IRI,
all
you
of
have baby
these
blood
came
on
from
your
that.
hand.
Come on.
True. We still
We
do
still
that.
That's why I'm
do
not
that.
vaccinated. I
The
believe
still do
Pope
it.
has said it's okay. You're saying you know more than the Pope?
Oh, the Pope! Don't go there with the Pope. Come on now.
I'm just
Come on
saying the
now.
Pope said it's okay, and you're saying
Pontifex
it's not. The
Maximus.
Pope
The
talks
Pope is a
directly to
political hack.
God. The
The
Pope
Pope-
talks to God.
The Pope is a
Pope is a
political hack, and
fucking
he covers for
governmental
pedos.
hack. Okay, the Pope is deep state.
The
You
Pope
heard
is
it
a
here
political
first.
hack. The Pope is
You heard it from infrared.
theology.
I have a
How
question.
can you say that?
I
Um,
love
No,
Stardust questions. Go ahead,
Stardust. Every
Stardust.
time you ask a question, we end up in a battle. So go ahead.
Okay. Steven, it's really for Steven and CTV, but everybody else can answer immediately.
Oh shit!
Stop.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Between the two of you, who do you think would be most likely to be elected to be a pope by the other people?
Oh, Jesus.
Panelists. By the other panelists.
Dude, why are you
By the other
talking?
panelists.
I have no idea.
She really
would
likes
get
this
that white
drama
smoke?
that's occurring between the two of them.
Hell yes, she does.
She's like, let me feed off of this. I really
Listen.
like this right now.
You're
Guys, this is
farming,
funny.
and I like it, but
Fishing, I believe, is what
Stop
Pan
it.
said she does.
I
Thank
think
you, thank
I
you.
think hold on. I think
Good
specifically
callback.
I think specifically for all of the arguments made earlier, I think that Pope would definitely be more of the realm for Stephen, right? Yeah. For all of the
I
reasons
don't know. I would
before.
definitely lean a little more CTV because if anyone was more likely to bear false witness, it would be him. I
poggers.
tend to stick more to the truth. So, I don't
Look
know.
at
the
this.
Pope?
Why
Which
do
one
you-
of you-
Why do
It's
you
the
look?
Pope.
Okay, look. I'm sorry. At this
I'm
point, why do you fucking nitwits keep falling for this shit? Okay, stop
Wait,
getting
which one of you-
debated by the
Fun?
left. Stop allowing
this I
yourselves
can
to get
enjoy.
divided. Stop allowing yourselves to get divided by leftist, socialist, Marxist, communist like Stardust. Okay.
Okay,
Don't be
okay.
doing this
Nacho,
on
I have a
Hey,
question for
Stop
Nacho
doing it.
specifically.
Stop doing this
Nacho,
crazy
I've done
I have a-
everything I possibly can to smooth that over.
Not-
So if she wants to ask some fun, gamey questions like that, and we can poke fun at each other. I'm all for it. That's how you heal, I suppose. And CTV needs some healing time, a little more, it seems. So I'm all right with it.
Okay, Stardust. What's your question?
I have a question for specifically you, Nacho. Do you think
All right.
that you are the smartest conservative in the room right now?
I'm not a conservative, so yes,
Okay.
How much have you drank, Nacho?
enough.
Wait,
You're
I don't
not a
know what you
conservative?
are then.
Okay,
I thought you were.
let's
I thought you were
rephrase it.
right leaning.
I'm a
Are you- yeah,
Republican.
are you the smartest right-leaning person?
Yes, that's what I
in
mean.
this
yeah.
panel.
Yeah, that would be easy to say yes to.
I've drank quite a few beers tonight.
I
so.
hope you think
This
so.
is
If you're the
no, no, no,
moderator.
wait, yes, actually, yes, because I'm not gonna
Really?
fall for this fucking Hydra-headed snake shit. Okay, you IRI have been on this shit all night. Okay, it's gonna work with Killer Steven and CTV because they already have fucking division between them, but it's not gonna work with me. Okay, CTV's my boy, Killer Steven's my boy, Preacher's
We're
my
just
boys.
boy.
We're
We're gonna
stick-
feel again.
Am I not
The
your
children
boy? What the
Nacho.
fuck?
and
We
we're
are
all
just
in here.
Misgendering,
Yes, boy.
no misgendering.
We're all in
just
here in
asking
the
questions.
and Kay's in here with us, okay? In the fucking nacho basket together, okay? We're all fucking.
Okay,
We're all
but you
here
do
together
think you're the
getting
smartest
fucking-
conservative in the room. That's what you not conservative, right leaning person, whatever. Right
I
winger.
mean, no, probably not, because
You
I'm
just
sure
said
there's
it.
Or
people
more
in.
than me.
No,
Because
I'm sure
here,
there's people.
Stardust.
No, I'm sure there's people. Pan, you're a leftist, okay?
Oh,
Let's be
really?
honest, all right? You're a
Okay.
you're a
Leftist,
socialist
communist.
libertarian. No, I'm just.
I
kidding.
would
don't know
bet
what you
that
are.
IRI could role play a very smart conservative, and I would pay
Look,
money to
that-
see it one
look,
day.
if we're talking about knowing more about the military or knowing more about guns or knowing more about riding fucking BMX bikes or whatever, or knowing more about raising fucking kids, like,
what you
yeah,
guys do?
Steven has children.
I'm
I don't have any
asking in
fucking
a
kids yet.
asking in a politics
No,
way though.
I'm just not allowing
Just
you to divide
politics.
us, okay, Stardust? Okay?
Just
If I have to be the
Divide us.
true
I'm
alpha,
definitely the
if I have to
smartest
be
here.
the real Sigma in this moment and bring us
Wow,
together,
what the fuck?
I just refuse to
You
let you
think
divide
that
us.
you think that CTV's wolf,
I just see
hierarchy
through
isn't
you,
good enough for
Stardust.
you?
I
Wow.
see through you, Stardust. Okay,
Oh.
you will not divide us, Stardust. Okay.
Okay, so you're just accusing me. By
I'm
the way, the
accusing
only
you.
person
I'm
of
accusing
color on
you,
this panel,
Stardust,
I'm just saying, the only person
of
of color
trying to divide
of
the
trying
right.
to
Okay.
You're the one who called me a leftist. You're dividing the right, Nacho.
I don't know who you
Yeah,
are, Pan.
exactly.
Okay? You've got to figure out who you are, Pan.
I know who I am.
Is a Bidenist. Stardust is a left liberal. You're a libertarian. Who knows what? Okay, you'll figure out it eventually. But when you do figure it out,
liberal.
I
get back
feel
to us,
very
okay?
threatened now because this person is implying that I am the one who is splitting up the right here. I think that's a little bit.
Antifa left.
And you're doing it intentionally, and you know what you're doing. Okay, don't hide from this. Okay,
I'm
at least
not-
own it. As a brown person to a brown person. Okay, I'm half Mexican. All right.
Okay.
From
So
brown
really
to brown.
isn't that just like a quarter though? Really?
Relax, CTV. Come on, we're supposed to be on the same side. All right.
Oh. Wait, we're
Back
picking
me
sides?
up.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be on the side of a racist.
Of course,
like
we're
you, Nacho.
picking sides. Pan,
Oh.
we don't want you on this side. Okay, relax.
Wow. I'm going to start my own side.
Okay, so
Nobody
you're,
likes libertarians, anyways. Okay, they don't vote.
As a
you vote?
conservative, I think competition is good. Nacho's afraid of it like any other leftist would be.
I'm not
But I
afraid of
think it's
anything.
good.
Okay, you just got to come with something
Bro.
better than this. Okay. I welcome competition. You just
I
got to
just
be
think it's a
stronger
little
than this,
problematic.
Stardust.
I think it's a
This
little problematic
works.
that you're implying me,
No, I'm just saying that Steven and CTV have their differences, and that's fine, okay? That's not me and CTV have had our differences. I'm sure in the future, me and
Do you
Steven
ever
will have our
think-
differences.
Do you ever think,
But
Nacho,
does that mean that
I'm
gonna
offering
allow-
therapy to them?
Am I going to?
Am I
am
not
going
giving
to
them
allow-
therapy of some sort?
Am I going to
They
allow
get
liberal,
a very
Stardust to come in here and divide us? No way,
they get a
Jose.
chance
Okay?
to,
Not a chance
fight a bit
in
without
hell.
hurting each other's feelings through the questions that I ask them, so.
But it doesn't
You're
hurt
giving
my
us
feelings.
therapy. It's a little
That's why
I
you're
know,
hitting
that's what
this
I'm
wall
saying.
here.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why you're hitting this.
No,
that's
I'm
why
not
you're hitting
trying
this
to hurt
wall
anybody's.
right here
Nacho,
of
Nacho, I
pure
need. Wait, Nacho, please, please,
cheesy
Nacho,
American nachos that you're
Nacho,
not gonna get through, okay?
Please. What I'm trying to do here is I'm not trying to make anybody upset. In fact, if you looked at the questions I'm asking,
That's exactly what someone who was trying to make people upset would say.
Excuse me, are you gonna let me finish?
This is deep state Stardust, and you know
okay,
it.
okay. Excuse
Who's
me.
paying
Excuse
you?
me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Show me your
Excuse me.
Show me your.
Nacho.
Show me.
Nacho.
Whoa, wait.
Nacho.
Were you just about
Nacho.
to ask her to show you her papers? Is that what you're about to say, Nacho?
That was
I
fucked
gonna
up.
say PayPal, but
I
I
think
can't
it's
remember
Okay,
what the other one
okay,
is.
Nacho,
Show me
I
your
need.
Cash App, okay? I want to see the
Nacho,
payments from George
Nacho.
Soros.
The questions I asked the two of these people are questions that they can use to fight each other, but without hurting each other's feelings. Okay?
You
It's
just
great.
admitted it. Relax.
feelings
You don't
can
have
be
to
hurt.
add the without hurting each other's feelings. You know you want them to fight, okay? You're on the
I-
left. I want to see you.
Yes,
if
I
there was
want them to
something-
work out their issues.
No. If there was
I don't
something
think
right now
this is
that
the
I knew that you
situation that
hated
everybody works
IRI
out
for,
their issues.
absolutely I'd bring it up.
Huh?
You're trying to divide the right, and I'm not going to
No,
let you.
I'm trying
That's
to
the
get
point.
them to
Nacho's
mend.
trying to
they-
unite the right, Nacho?
Man, I don't know whether you're helping or hurting,
I'm not
so
trying to
I'm
help.
just going to...
Just like in Charlottesville, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Well, that's what it was
Not even
called. I
close,
mean, I'm just.
okay? No.
I hope that CTV
I
and
disavow.
Killer Steven would know that I come in here with the best intentions, okay?
don't
I don't
believe
think
her.
this is the
okay?
place or the time
This
for that. I think
is-
they've got to figure that out on their own time.
This is the nine-headed Hydra, CTV. And Steven, listen to me, okay? You cut off one head, and you cut off the other head, and then
Are you
fucking
calling
8
me a
heads
fucking
grow back,
snake?
okay?
You're just like Zerka
Don't
now,
believe
huh?
this.
I think he is.
I think
Don't
I think he
believe
already called
this.
you a snake.
Wow.
I see
Not
it for
just
what
any
it is.
snake.
You're looking for memes,
No,
and I'll
not
do
a
what I can to
snake.
provide them.
I
love
said a
memes.
Hydra, okay? You cut off one head and 2 grow back.
This is
That's a whole
sexism.
lot of
You
snakes.
think
This is
you think you
sexism?
answered Stardust questions? and then
Calling a
she
woman
comes
a
back and makes you
snake.
Two
Just
off.
bit of sexism. That guy right there. Did a
Not even
sexism.
close. Okay, not even close. Not
Busted
falling
in
for it,
4K,
Stardust. Okay.
just like Preacher below you. Both
Whoa,
of you
what
Not
I do?
falling for it.
Shame.
Okay. This is
No,
this is
sir.
all you got because you couldn't defend Biden. Okay, you couldn't defend Biden or Biden's administration. So you had to go back to, hey, let's try to make Steven and CTV fight
No,
again.
I
Oh, we're
defended
getting-
him
Yeah, we're
perfectly.
getting this way,
I
though.
defended him
Hey,
perfectly.
Nacho, Glass
we're getting
half full take. Glass half full take. She actually got CTV and myself to talk about something other than what that previous beef was. Now, while it may have been loaded and we're still kind of swiping at each other, like I said earlier, that's progress.
That's progress that we can have in the wolf's den later. Okay.
Oh,
Or
so
in
you
the
don't
hyena-
consider me
hyena-
as part of
in the
this
hyena
group?
desert-
Okay,
in the hyena
Nacho,
desert
Nacho.
later.
Just
No,
because somebody
Stardust-
has a different political view from me doesn't mean that they're not part of my crew. Like, what?
No, you're
Like, what
part
is
of the
this?
crew. I didn't say you're not part
So,
of the crew.
so what?
Okay?
I'm not allowed to help them work out their issues with each other because I'm a liberal.
I
That's a
don't think
perfect
that's what you're
argument.
trying to do. I'm
That's
just
why
trying
there's,
to help you out here.
Yes
That's why
and
there's
no.
Wolfpack. That's why
Stardust.
there's
It's-
Wolfpack. That way
Stardust.
we get past political ideology. So
That's
one
a
pack.
that's a yes and a no answer, Stardust. Yes, you're allowed, but you're allowed to do it when it's our time to work this shit through. Okay, when it's our time to work this shit through,
Wait, isn't
and you
this
come
an
through.
after panel though? It's an after panel, right?
Yeah, this is the
I mean,
after panel.
technically,
Yeah.
They're
so,
enjoying
you
it.
know.
If they didn't enjoy it, they would have left forever ago, right?
Hey, Stardust, can I be a part of
Sure.
your crew?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thank you.
preacher, come on, man.
What?
So
No,
what does
she's
that
cool.
make him? Is he a twinkle? What
He's
is
a
he?
leftist.
I don't
Get
know.
rid
He's
of him.
something now.
No.
He's a little
Listen,
sussy now.
Actually, I mentioned Stardust on my stream. I said, you know what? She and I do not agree politically, but she is funny as hell, and I like her stream.
I mean, she won.
Thank
Stardust
you.
did. I have to give it to Stardust. Stardust did crush Demon Mama in the debate on whether or not Demon Mama or whether or not Stardust was the funniest political.
They thought
content
Demon Mama
creator,
was
so.
funny?
yeah, I was
No,
just gonna
no.
say,
Well,
Demon Mama,
Demon
the debate was is Stardust painfully unfunny or does Demon Mama have a painfully non-existent sense of humor? And clearly I won
Yes.
that one.
Demon
so.
Mama is nuts.
Demon Mama got destroyed, and Demon Mama clearly has a painfully unfunny sense of humor.
as
So,
someone who
I mean,
spent the 90s
look,
doing
I'm
stand-up
fine.
comedy, I will say you're funny.
Thank you.
I
I
told
appreciate
Stardust,
that.
I said, go work some sets, okay? Do your thing.
Anybody
This is
who
her
en-
stage,
anybody
my
who-
friend.
anybody who enters a debate by saying "fuck you, fuck everybody, you can all fuck off," that's good. I like that.
That's the reason why we have the Stardust rule in the Octagon, okay? Not taking anything away from the greatest whammon streamer on Twitch,
you go.
Stardust.
Wow,
I'm
that's
glad-
really
I'm glad you
nice.
said-
Actually, you don't have
yeah.
to say that.
Political
This is weird. Go back
streamer.
I'm
to
a
go back to
snake
fighting.
to the greatest.
Hold on,
woman
hold on.
streamer.
Stardust doesn't want the compliments. Let's get these arguments going again.
Nacho,
now
what
wait
do
a
you
minute.
mean?
Now when we
If we're
now
trying
when
to
we
get under
flip the
Stardust's
script,
skin, why don't we keep trying to compliment her? I mean, she has a great stream. She's very funny. I love when she zooms in on her
Pan,
face.
I'm
probably-
gonna fucking
She
mute
probably has a
you
good right
locally.
hook.
yeah, she's
Probably has a
very
good right
I just
hook.
want to say
She's-
nice
she's
things.
very-
You're working
she's
hard. You're
very
on the
lightly
grind.
brown. She has a very nice skin complexion. She's a very
Whoa.
what?
What do you mean, whoa?
I gotta
What?
shout
Hey.
out my people,
You
okay?
can compliment her complexion.
I didn't even
Yeah.
notice. That's
I
weird.
can do
This
whatever
isn't
the
a
fuck I
dark
want,
ass
okay?
I
That's
like your
weird.
skin.
That's
That's not weird at all. I like
Yeah.
your skin, Stardust.
No, my last
You
name
wanna
is
wear
Tafari.
the lotion
I'm
in the
Mexican as
basket.
shit. I can
Yeah.
say that, okay? I can appreciate my
Yeah.
fellow brown Twitch streamers, okay? Relax. Just because you guys take it some other way, that's on you.
I don't see
It's
race. Okay,
equivalent-
I'm past that.
Yeah, well, obviously you saw it enough to get triggered.
Look,
okay?
I'm more worried about I like your skin aspect of that compliment. That feels weird to me. Who says
Listen,
that?
it's a good costume.
I do.
Yeah. Race is a social
You-
construct. Okay,
You
I
think
don't
that's
accept
okay
that.
to go up to people say I like your skin?
I'm an
What's the
expert
only thing
on
of them I
human
can
health.
see?
Look,
What am I supposed
I
to
think it should
compliment?
be-
I like
I
your
think it
organs.
should
I
be-
like-
I think it needs to be normalized. Yeah, what's
So
wrong
he
with that?
should walk up to you and say,
Talking
"Listen,
about
would be
women's
kinda
skin on
creepy.
panels? Is
Well,
that what you're saying
anybody's
needs to be
skin.
normalized?
listen."
I mean,
Would you
Yeah, it does.
IRI, aren't you like 87? You look like you're 23.
I'm pretty fly
It's
for a
true.
white guy.
Exactly.
Don't
would you
shift this to
rather-
me. Don't
Would
shift
you
this
rather
to
he
me.
walk up and say, "I like
I'm
your
just
complexion," or
saying.
"Hey, your bone structure rocks"?
All right. Yeah, I didn't say you're. Hey, look,
That's
you
a
got all
little
your
weird.
digits.
The bone
Yeah, that's a
structure
little
part is
different.
weird. We're getting into
Yeah,
dodgy
exactly.
territory
Yeah.
here.
Well, it seems
Yeah,
like you just hate
you're getting
all
into
compliments,
some
Stardust. You're not okay with my
Yeah.
compliments. You're not okay with compliments about your skin or bones or other internal organs. Like, what are you okay with?
Yeah. What if I said you have 2 really well working kidneys?
Maybe
Yeah.
things not about her body. That'd be
Stardust.
Chicks are
kinda...
very
Stardust,
self-conscious
you have
about
very-
their eyebrows.
I won't
You
compliment
can
her
always
mind
tell.
then.
Your hair is beautiful.
You have a beautiful mind, Stardust. A wonderful sense of humor.
Okay,
Whoa, why you guys
how
talking
are
about
you
your
at
body?
compliment?
There you go.
I love your
I love you,
mind,
Johan.
Stardust.
Oh God. Why do you have to say
Why
it
did
like
you say
that?
it like that?
Because you guys are being weird.
Wait, no, I don't know if we were being that
We're being
weird, though,
weird.
okay?
Yeah, I
Those
don't
two
know about-
monitors that are lighting your face in your room are making that skin look real good. Like, I don't know what's
Oh
going
my
on,
God.
guys.
Thank
Let's
you.
debate.
That means a
Love
lot
your
coming
stuff.
from you, Booksmart.
I'm
Thanks.
glad you came in here, Booksmart.
Is this
So,
what you guys usually do here in the American Octagon?
This is actually no. This is brand new. We don't
I'm
usually
sorry.
do after panels. We don't usually do.
We're starting
open-
a tradition.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Joe
man,
in
we're
a
just-
box over here says your foreskin must be extremely comfy. What the fuck, dude? What's wrong with you?
relax.
Whoa, Joe in a box.
So
Look, see, and that's
This
why I
is why I'm
say,
not voting for him for a second term.
look,
Should've been Joe in a
CTV, Steven, Preacher. This is what I'm saying. K, look, man, this is the kind of things that degenerate leftist chatters are saying in liberal streams. Okay, so
Oh, you don't want to hang
I'm gonna
out
be
on my
honest,
stream
it's
anymore, and this is
mostly- it's-
wild.
As much as I want to back you on shit, that is more of weird degenerates in female streamers chats.
True. Fuck men,
Wait,
right?
wait.
That
If
is
we-
that is completely different topic.
So Kay, how are you at accepting compliments?
Depends on the compliment.
Why don't you give her a couple?
That's a
Preacher?
great way to ask the
wait,
question.
hold on.
Pam, why don't you try a compliment this time? See how you get the response this time.
I
Oh,
love your
no.
use of commas.
This is my favorite
Like
fucking
use
stream,
the
man.
commas.
Holy.
Yeah,
Is
Okay.
that supposed to stand for something?
it's a reference to Prime's panel we had a few days ago. You wouldn't get it.
Oh, that was an inside joke.
Yeah, clearly
I'm
she didn't get
honestly
it either.
confused.
So
So.
yeah,
Were you
well, not every
Kay, were
joke
you
can be a
Kay,
winner.
were you on Prime's panels?
Yes, sir. It was
Did you
my
use
first couple
How
panels.
would
I've
you
been on.
subject
Did you use
yourself
commas?
to that?
That's what everyone has said to me after I
Don't-
went on it.
She
Don't
didn't use
do
it.
that.
Wow.
She misused it.
I like
okay,
Prime's
we have degenerates in
panels.
chat.
Okay, I like.
I can honestly say I've never been on a Prime panel.
That's
I
a
was.
good
He had an
thing.
open panel, and I was
First
like,
one.
"Well, it's 5 a.m. Well, it was like 3 a.m., and I was probably a little wasted. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Yas TV was on there, and he was causing some chaos. So I was like, I'm gonna go cause some chaos. And
Yaz was on
then,
there?
yeah, it was kind of entertaining to watch Yas on there. But then I
Yeah, that's
joined,
weird.
and then he invited me back. So I was like, okay, let's go. We'll keep going.
Yeah,
I don't know.
if you're on the right at all,
Yeah,
even if you're like
everyone wants you.
sure,
is what I've
yeah.
heard.
I tend to go
because
on
there's
those.
not enough.
That's why we
Nice.
gotta
So,
stick together, okay?
I'm not
That's
even
what I'm
on the
trying to
right
promote
though.
here.
Like I'm not even on the right, and you guys have to know that every panel I go on, I'm 1v6ing people or 1v9ing them, right?
You get
That's 'cause
included
you're
on
a
the right
female.
sometimes.
I think it's because you're not
No,
right. You're
it's
not left. You're
because-
just gung ho.
Well, it's because to
I
be
do
fair,
stir the
Stardust,
shit though. Yeah.
Yeah,
Stardust
a little
is
bit-
pretty.
a little
no,
bit.
it's because Stardust is pretty based. You think things through. You don't just fucking jump to dipshit fucking conclusions because it goes along with your political narrative. Okay.
You know what else it is? She's on the left and she has a sense of humor.
Which means a lot of leftists put you on the right. If you
That
think
might
about
be
things,
more rare than a conservative on Twitch, preacher.
just
Exactly. Yes.
somebody said
I can agree to that though, because like most
It's-
conservatives, if
somebody
you have
said-
any left leaning views, they're not like, oh my god, you're a leftist. But I feel like with left people are like when you're like have like one take that may be right leaning, they're like, oh my god, you're turning against us, and it's like, okay,
I
chill,
don't know,
dude.
okay. I mean,
Somebody
Nacho's
said
been
they
questioning
just-
my rightness all night long. So
somebody.
Guys,
That's because you're a
Can I
libertarian.
make a quick
Somebody
announcement?
said
really
means I'm
quick.
farther
Wait,
right
so-
than you.
wait, hold on. Somebody said they only insult women nowadays because complimenting women can be complicated. So,
Can be
Base?
complicated. Not
Based
very
on-
hard. It's not
No,
very that hard.
I
Ooh,
actually.
your hair looks nice today.
Yeah.
Ooh, I really like that
Well,
shirt you're
Nacho
wearing.
tried to compliment a woman's skin tone, and it made him sound like he wanted to
Okay,
wear
I
it.
was clearly
True.
joking.
Yeah,
I
you
was
just
clearly
put me in the-
joking. It's okay.
It wasn't clear. I didn't get it.
Yeah, but he can't feel that out. It gets rough out there for a guy.
I'm
Yeah, come
sorry.
on.
True.
I'm sorry, Nacho. Okay. I just do this on
It's
panels,
fine.
okay? I just do this on panels. That's all, okay?
Yeah, if you
But-
walked up to her in a dark alley and complimented her skin, it would have been completely
Yeah, it
different
would have been totally
response.
fine. Yeah.
Wait, why though? Come on.
Guys, can I just say one thing really quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay. We have a new movement on Twitter, okay? We have a new hashtag. Everybody needs to tweet it out. It's hashtag where is my foreskin, okay? I just tweeted it out, and you
What
all
in
should
the
too.
fuck? All right, I'll
Oh
retweet
shit, mine
it.
was gone in '73.
I think I'm gonna skip out on this trend. To
Who
start
knows
us.
where it is then? It might be in the Moderna vaccine. Fuck.
Who knows, right? Shit.
Getting some mileage out of that. They didn't cut off too much, did they?
No. Listen, I've made 4 kids, and I have made many smiles along the way. So no, they did not.
How old are your kids, if you don't mind me asking?
Don't know how to respond to that.
I have a 27, 25, 21, and 19.
Damn.
I'm about to have 2 grandchildren within like a week apart.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait. My first, well, not my first one's due, but the first child's due in 2 weeks. I can't freaking wait.
That's
Heck
awesome.
yeah.
Congratulations.
My parents told me I'm not allowed to have kids until I'm 35, so it's gonna happen before then. I promise you that one. But
My youngest son, the 19-year-old, I was at Walmart shopping, and he saw me in the aisle. He came up, he's like, "Hey, Dad, I need to tell you something." I'm like, "What's up, buddy?" He goes, "You're gonna be a grandfather." Well, you could have maybe eased it in a little bit, but I said, "Well, listen, I was your age when your sister was born, so I can't be mad." So then the next day, I'm on my way. I have a painting business, and I was on the way to the house I'm painting, and I get this text message that's, "Hey, I thought I'd ought to let you know you're gonna be a grandfather." I'm like, "Dude, we just talked yesterday. You forgot?" I looked like, "Oh shit, that's my other son." Damn. So yeah, 2
are
days
they all
apart.
boys?
No.
No, like your kids, not the grandbabies.
No, my 2 oldest are girls, and my 2 youngest are boys.
Damn.
And now my grandchildren, grandson is expected first, and the granddaughter second.
You're lucky. I could have stopped at 2. I had 2 girls. We kept going. Now I got 3 girls.
Oh, you're like my dad. You were like,
Oh,
oh,
good
I want
for
to
you,
try
buddy.
for a
Just
boy.
just try again, Steven, man.
No,
You'll
no,
I'm
probably.
thinking about trying the other hole.
Try
Is that where
again.
boys come from?
I just want to
Whoa,
say,
no.
I've been waiting. I don't know where my foreskin is. Somebody said something about it. I didn't even know I was supposed to have one. So I'm just saying,
where it
hashtag
is.
where
Foreskin.
Check
where is
Amazon.
my
They have everything.
hashtag where is
I
my
mean, yeah,
foreskin? That's
You
all I'm
gotta help me
saying.
Find it.
Hashtag
Just
where's my
start us.
foreskin?
Ask-
That's the new
ask-
campaign on Twitter. We're doing it.
Jeff
I'm sure it'll be
Bezos.
trending soon.
Ask
will
Jeff
definitely help you
Bezos.
find
Question is
it.
anti-Semitic.
It's trending in my
Ask-
channel right now.
Ask
Is
Jeff
it really?
Bezos. It should be.
But yeah, Steve and my dad had the same issue, so don't feel too bad. He got 3 females. His
Yeah,
are a
dude, I
little
already
more
told-
spaced out though, so like you'll
Yeah.
have like all 3 of them going through their first period like around the same time. So good luck with that one.
Oh.
I already
He'll probably
told
be at the monastery.
Mrs.
later.
Nacho. I was like, hey, we're just gonna keep going until we have a son. All right.
My
Listen, I-
mom,
I-
my mom was done after 2, and my dad was like, "No, we're trying again." And after the 3rd, she was like, "Nah, fuck this, we're done. Like that ain't happening. Like I'm not having another one because it's gonna end up being a girl, and where you're gonna keep wanting to try it. It's not gonna happen."
Well,
I love you guys all, but I have to get out of here. I'm
you got
sorry.
a 50-50 chance.
Hey,
every time.
IRI, real quick, I don't know if you heard me before. When you and I were in a debate last time, I had someone, I'm going to assume he's extreme right, and he kept hitting me up and messaging saying, I should attack you on this point. I should attack. He basically wanted me to slam steel chairs over your head, and I refuse to do that. I appreciate the fact that you always keep it civil when we're talking, and even when we're debating. So I just want to let you know that.
Heck yeah. Well, I always enjoy talking to you, preacher, and I appreciate you not attacking me.
No,
Thank you.
not at all. Hey, man, have a
And,
good night.
I don't appreciate
All right,
that.
real
Okay.
quick, IRI. Can we get an unban on EOD 696? Can we do that? Can we do that?
Let me
EOD
see. This is the
unbanned?
second request by
Yeah.
a
Don't do it.
CTV community
Don't
member.
do
What-
it. Wait, don't go. Don't
EOD
kowtow
what?
to this.
EOD
EOD what?
696.
Let's see what they got
Oh wait,
banned
I know
for.
Yeah,
EOD.
imagine EOD getting banned.
Can I just
EOD
say,
was probably
IRI
drunk.
is such a gift.
He said,
Such a
"What
gift.
the fuck did your party do for 3 fucking years?" And he added me. So it might, you know, what I mean, you know, my bad. My bad.
He might have been
I guess
drinking
I had
that
a-
night.
But wait, but is
What do you
that a
think,
fair
CTV?
thing to ban someone over?
I think so. It's toxic as fuck.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, if I walked into your living
Why?
room and
Dude,
talked that
people
shit,
literally. I've had people from the right, because I'm a more moderate Republican. Like people come into my chat being like, "Well, you're just a fucking socialist, Marxist dipshit. You're just a shill for fucking Democrats." And I've had the same people come in from the other side being like, "Oh, well, you're just a racist, conservative dipshit, whatever." Like, I don't give a
Then
fuck.
ban
As long
them,
as it's not-
Beta.
No,
They can
Never
as long
banned
as it,
anyone, but
as
I
long
will
as
time
it's
them
not
the fuck out.
Your commenters
No,
are onto
fuck
something,
that shit.
Nacho. You need
As
to do
long
some
as it's not,
self-res-
no, stop. Okay, as long
Let
as
me
it's not TOS, what do you really care?
let
Come
me,
on.
Let me
If
let me
they-
share a
if
little
it's not-
tip.
If it's not
Okay.
TOS, and as long as they're not harassing other
Oh,
chatters in the stream, or as long as they're not like ultra spamming,
They're harassing you, bro.
Nacho, do you
Let
think
me-
it's
yeah, let
inappropriate
me-
to ban two
Who
people that didn't even say anything in your chat?
who cares?
Ooh.
What if
Wow.
they
Let me
mimed it?
share. Let me share
What
a
if
little
they
tip.
mimed it?
Okay.
We
All
found
right,
the
all right, all
foreskin.
right. Let me hear it.
You have to develop a community, my friend, and you can't have someone coming in and running their mouth and yelling at you and upsetting the whole room. You've got to cultivate your community, and you're not going to be able to embrace every single voice, and that's how you grow.
I don't give it. I'm not here to embrace anybody else's voice though. Like, I guess if I had to choose, like, I'm gonna lean a little more right, but I'm not gonna coddle them. If leftist or left-leaning people are gonna come in here and try to dunk on the right, they gotta be able to hold their own. You gotta
I think,
fucking
I
deal
think
with
you're
it.
coddling
Iron.
them by not punishing them. I feel like you have to like keep some
No,
standard of discourse.
no. If I banned every leftist from my or left-leaning person from my stream,
Okay, but
then
see there,
then the
there-
right-leaning
they
people,
Nacho.
then the right-leaning people in my stream are going to be weak, feckless
Nacho,
cucks
this
that
has
aren't going to be able
nothing
to
to
defend
do.
themselves.
It
It
Your
has
words
nothing to
are
do with
right.
political
You don't want
affiliation.
Yes.
It's nothing to do with political affiliation. When somebody is being like a
Exactly.
complete asshole to you and ruining your vibe,
Being an
then, you
asshole.
know? Yeah.
That's it. It has nothing to do with the political beliefs. Nothing.
To a-
Somebody came in
to
with
a
that energy
degree.
and ran their mouth and got banned. So if I got plenty of righties in my channel. Steven's got a diamond.
Yeah, if people come in and they say some
CTV too, if
really
if I
fuck
remember
shit,
right.
you know?
So
CTV's
just
got
about
one.
what you said though, what you said that he was banned for was basically saying he said, "What the fuck did your party do for 3 years?" Whatever. Sorry, I don't
What-
remember. Do
Yeah, what the fuck did your party do for 3 fucking years? And he added me.
what's wrong with that?
Well,
What
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean,
question
like-
is that?
I think
That's
I
not
would
me,
have
man.
to
I'm
hit
serious.
channel,
the
like, the
timeout. I
vibe
don't
is
know that
very
I'd
different.
permanently
IRI
ban.
speechless.
I haven't banned
Hey.
anybody. There is zero
Okay.
people banned in my channel.
I
I'll
don't
time
got
them out if
time
they're
to
being
teach people.
disruptive.
I
Yeah,
don't
you're
got
talking
time to
about
teach
for 10
people how to
years.
life. Okay.
I'm not telling you how to run your own channel. I'm just telling, but I'm gonna ask you. Like, I could say the same thing to you right now, and I'm sure you could probably answer me. Like,
But you
Well, I
wouldn't
mean,
come at me
different
with that
people run
energy,
their
and you already know
communities
me.
differently. Different people run their
Yeah.
communities differently, and that's fine. Like I'm also somebody
that's
who
fine, but I'm just-
times out rather than bans. But IRI knows exactly what he wants out of his community, and you know what? If he wants to ban somebody, that's his right. That's his space. They don't have a right to
well,
be there.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not attacking him for. I'm just trying to point out that, like, if you think that your ideas are superior to somebody, then just fucking dunk on them with facts and let them
not
be like,
about
well,
IRI
here's
story. One day we're
here's
all
my
sitting in
ideas.
Discord.
Respect.
Bam, 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 lay it out, and then fucking drag your nuts across
Why-
their head while you make them look like
why-
barbecue chicken in the
Yeah,
paint
but
like
the-
Shaquille O'Neal.
But some
like,
of these people are not really looking to argue, and you know, sometimes you don't want to like constantly have to respond to things when they're really not looking for an answer, right? So like,
Yeah,
it's
you
fine.
can ignore 'em then.
Yeah,
I
that's
told
was when
this
it-
story before.
I was
think it's worth
watching.
mentioning again. As IRI, we're in voice. There's a bunch of us evil right winger types, and we're talking about whatever. And a bunch of people start going, "Oh, well, you banned me in your chat. You banned me in your chat." And there's like 5 or 6 people out of like 10. They're all like, "I'm banned in your chat." And he's like, "Fine. You want me to unban everyone that's ever been banned in my channel?" And so we're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay." And then he went and did it.
The only
So, I
people I
mean-
ban are those bots that are like,
Yeah.
"Hey, you want to fucking like be famous?
You wanna be
want
famous?
Follow bot?"
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
I always
literally.
ask
Wait, those
them
are
how, but they
bots?
never reply.
Yes.
That's
Why
why
would
they
I-
haven't been working. I've sent them
Why would I
hundreds of
engage-
I
dollars.
time out
Why-
people who are mean to me. I say, I time them out and I say, you're too mean, be nice to me. But that's as far as I usually go with it, unless they're like
So,
actually breaking TOS. You know?
Let,
Now,
What do you-
since-
what
let
do
me
you
since
say?
let me
I
read
am-
some more
Just tune 'em
comments,
out.
please. Because this wasn't just one comment. The other 2 comments he has here are Youngkin for the win. Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, obviously trying to piss us
Right.
off. Woot, eat it, libtards. And then he added some other member, and he said, Nashville is in Tennessee, jackass. So I'm sorry if I think this person is worth engaging with. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
that's
CTV,
great.
come
Did
on,
you-
man. What do you want me to do here? This guy's being
EOD,
I
you
mean,
might have bit the bullet on that one.
let me
Look at this guy.
look. Here's the deal. Right?
Wait, but if someone came into my chat and was like, "Trump is this," Trump is like, and saying
Hey,
like
Nacho,
basically
I
similar
gotta ask
things,
the question.
I'm
Can
not
I
gonna
answer the
say
fucking
shit, bro.
question? IRI
Now,
was trying to leave.
and-
He asked me a fucking question. I'd like to be able to answer the fucking question, right?
Right. You ban people for being
I-
anti-Trump too. I don't want to hear it. Okay.
What? When have I banned
Oh,
anybody
they're
for being
infighting
anti-Trump?
Stardust.
Yeah, look at this motherfucker's trying to start
me.
infighting now, right? So
Let's
IRI,
go, baby.
IRI, look, here's the deal. I understand that you have a certain tone that you like to do your streams in, and I can respect that, right? What I can say is that more than likely EOD was unaware of that kind of tone, and I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt as far as trying to hold him accountable for his behavior moving forward, right? He's listening over here. He said he'd like to talk to you, and I'm sure it'd probably be along the same lines I'm saying now. So I'll apologize on EOD's behalf, right? And he will understand the tone of your chat moving forward if you would allow him to come back into
You
it.
mean you couldn't stop him from making those comments?
I will offer you this, CTV, and I've offered this to other streamers as well. I will unban him if he gets banned again, and I will not just ban for fun, right? I don't do that. If he gets banned again, if you will commit to banning him in your channel.
Ooh. Ooh. You
I
know
like
what?
that.
You know what? I think EOD is listening, and I think that's fair.
Flip
Have
it,
you
chip
done
it.
that before, IRI? Is that a deal you've made
Flip
in the
it.
past? I like
Flip
I
it.
that.
have made that deal in the past.
I like
Clip
that
it in
deal.
a-
That's a good one.
Wait,
EOD
clip
has
it
been in my
here,
stream,
clip
and
it
he's
in
been very
IRI,
good, so.
clip it in Stardust, clip it in CTV, clip it everywhere that everybody that's fucking streaming, clip it right now.
That's
EOD
a
got to be
200
on.
IQ deal right there.
That way, if that way, if EOD gets banned there, and then he gets banned in CTVs, and he's bitching about it in the fucking Infinity Acre Woods, there's no argument to be made.
No, you
Say
know what?
that
Then he
while I'm
falls into
drinking
my
water.
stream and complains about it.
All right, he's unbanned, CTV.
Thanks, IRI. I appreciate that.
See,
Wow,
see,
EOD.
look what happens when left and right actually have a conversation.
Yeah, fuck
Shit gets
that, dude.
done.
Let's
Toxic
fight.
people get unbanned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really important. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but I'm gonna have to watch your streams now and anxiously await EOD's first statements.
I hope-
Man, I want to see how
I
this
hope-
plays out on season 2 of IRI versus EOD Twitch
True.
edition.
I hope he comes and chats. I'd love to have him, you know?
I'd honestly, IRI, I think he will because I was surprised to hear that about him because he's been in my channel for quite a while now, and he's always been. Obviously, he has his point of view, but he's been respectful with it. So hopefully he'll stick to that in your stream.
EOD's
he
time
seemed
is
like a
taking
good dude when I
true.
talked to him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, listen, I could hang out here all night, but I've got to get up early. So I appreciate you guys. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for inviting me. I heart you all. It's been a blast.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks
IRI.
All right,
a lot.
have a good night, man.
Because
Alright.
look,
Thanks for coming,
everybody should go fill in and go follow fucking IRI. He filled in at the last
I already
minute.
did.
He filled in at the last minute because my fucking lefties all got banned for saying the C word on Twitch because they're fucking idiots. Okay, that's why the panel was lopsided tonight. All right, so thank you a lot, IRI. I really appreciate you, man.
You know, can I
For
say
sure.
something about that?
How many people got banned for that?
A
It's
lot of
kinda-
fucking people, because they're all stupid.
Well, I know Hassan Vosh and I guess that leftist owl guy. Was there a lot more?
Well, Fawn got banned
Man,
too.
there was a
Fun
lot,
got
yeah.
banned, yeah.
A lot
was
of
that?
chatters, a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers. Yeah, man, all kinds of
CTV.
people.
Who did you say?
Fawn.
Fawn, leftist,
Yeah, she's
fucking
been on a hippy dippy panel before, so like one time as far as I know. So
yeah, like it's coming down the pipe. Obviously,
Yeah.
if the two of the biggest left streamers just got banned for this shit, why are you going to be out in other people's chat?
Well, you have to
spamming it?
assume, like most things on Twitch, it requires someone reporting it. So I guess I'd wonder who's in the
Well,
lefty
that's the
spaces running around
problem.
reporting it.
Well, but that's what that's what made me really pissed off about this whole situation, because those people were doing that because they knew they wouldn't get banned. All like Hassan's group and Hassan himself. I don't know exactly what Vosh did, but I know more about what Hassan did, and I know that the
What did
way he
Vosh
was
not
talking
do?
about it, he was talking about it like he's the big dick, big boss in town, and that
yeah.
it doesn't matter what he says because he's never gonna get banned because
Hassan
he
thought
makes
he was
so much money
Teflon.
for
No.
Twitch that it doesn't matter. Like that's the way the left generally tends to act on a lot of these platforms, and
He's
that's what
gotten banned a
pisses
couple
me
times
off.
in the past for
You
stupid
know?
things, but yeah.
If you guys I don't know who just joined, but just send me a message and I'll send you the link to the whereby. My Discord's
Yeah, I
being
think
dumb today.
Hassan was on that
Okay.
level of I'm Teflon. Everybody knows how much
Yeah.
money I make now. They're not going to do anything to me.
Yeah.
And I
He
think
was
Twitch
trying to
is like,
test his
Oh,
luck.
EOD
Yeah.
just joined right after IRI
Oh,
left.
is
Though.
that
I was
who
waiting
it
to
is?
see EOD say something that
I was wondering why he didn't just hop in here.
Dude, I was trying and I couldn't because it's
EO
locked.
EOD, go in and say
I
hello
sent you
to
the,
IRI.
Well,
I
Who's
wouldn't say
Jack?
anything in there,
You can do
but he
that
did
now.
unban you.
What do you mean? Who's
Yeah, he did.
Jack?
Go in and just say hello and
I
I'm
just
sorry.
said who's Jack. I never met you before, man. I'm just saying hello. I sent you
Jack.
I sent you both the whereby links. so you can hop in
Hello.
there.
Oh, okay. So the whereabouts for the video, right? Okay, I knew that.
Of course.
All right.
Everybody asks who is Jack, but no one asks how is Jack.
Or what is Jack?
Or
What
why
did
is
Jack
Jack?
do?
Sure.
Why are we?
I lost
I
pleasure
will
tracks on
say this:
teammates.
if you guys do Warzone, don't do it with Jack because he likes to drop bombs on his teammates.
Oh, that's
Hell
the only
yeah,
thing I
dude.
do now. I also snipe with
Actually,
a shotgun.
That
Who
would
doesn't
actually
bomb
make me
teammates?
true.
I like my teammates.
Yeah, but
What?
come on, man.
Makes you a
gotta have
pussy.
a
I don't
little-
know what to say.
Yeah, you gotta have a little friendly fire action going on.
Hey,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Preacher, one more thing to say to you.
What's that?
On Warzone now, I snipe with a shotgun at 174 meters.
I haven't
That's
touched
so
my
fucking
Xbox in
stupid.
months.
You guys are
Ooh,
toxic.
Yeah. Kay, I love you. Thank you.
That's stupid. Who like that's not how shotgun works. Like
It
That's
works
my
in the
biggest
game, and
issue
it's
with
the
these
dumbest
games.
thing.
The
Where
credit
are
they
you?
give
If you
to
got
a
a
shotgun
rifle,
is insane.
if you've got a rifle
Still
barrel
missing
on the
one.
shotgun, it can.
these games are just so unrealistic though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but if you're really gonna, yeah.
What, you didn't
she's
think the
right.
self-revive kit
You're
was
not
realistic?
Alright. But
But it's
that's to
not.
make the game like
True.
work better. The way the
That's-
guns shoot and shit, that's completely different.
Yeah, the
Well,
look,
self-revive kit is
dying,
nothing but
going to the
cocaine.
gulag, killing somebody else, and coming back. I mean, there's a lot. I only bring this up because Sam's
Yeah.
been complaining about a lot. He's angry that there's too many women and minorities as characters in Vanguard, and so we say that's stupid. And then he says it's just that it's unrealistic for World War II. So we say, well, don't you think self-revive kits are unrealistic? Don't you think UAVs are unrealistic? Going to the gulag and coming back is unrealistic? It's been a long conversation over
That's
the
wait a
Sam.
second.
So I'm not
Well, half of that
I
shit is
still
there
can't
for
get over
gameplay
the
reasons,
fact that,
right?
like, okay, you know what? I want somebody.
Mute
I
yourself
want
and
people to
whereby.
do something just so I can clip it, okay? For another fucking video that I want to make that I'm gonna like edit, but I had a conversation with a person. I didn't know these people still existed in this space, but who's raiding me? Rob Nor, appreciate you. Thank you for the raid, man. but I had an individual that still believes that women shouldn't have rights. So why don't we just go around the room and make your
Oh,
best case
Steven
for
had this on his shit the
make
other
your
day.
best case for why women should have rights. Steven, go ahead, and we'll just go around the room. We'll go from Steven to Stardust, CTV,
Make a
and then
case
K.
for why women should have rights.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Leave me for last so I can hit the.
Because they're women.
bathroom.
I mean, I'm not even sure how to answer that.
I wasn't either. Okay.
If men have rights, then women should have rights. I mean, that's probably the best I could answer. I mean,
All right,
well, I know that was one I had. Because without women, none of us would be here.
Bro,
Hard to
we're all
be
coming
born without that.
coming through those vaginal walls. Stardust, go ahead.
Why should women have rights?
Muted.
Pro streamer.
Real streamer hours. You can't be a real streamer if you don't talk while muted.
Why should women have rights?
It's a tough one, isn't it?
No.
It's tough to put into words.
That's wild to figure it out historically too.
Why should we have rights?
Anybody got a cricket soundboard?
Guys, it's really epic on her stream. She's got the music. Please be quiet. You're ruining it.
Oh, of course.
Wait,
There'd be an
what's the
echo if I had the audio.
I want to know what the music is.
That's
Was
it.
that it?
That's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
CTV, what do you think?
I think women absolutely need to have rights, and here's why. Look, there are just certain things in this world that are women's dominion. You know, like the kitchen, for example, right? They have got to, make sure that we can get them into the kitchen, right? We've got to make sure that they can get into the laundry room, right? You know, we have
Don't
got
get my laundry. My
we've got
fiance.
we've got to make sure that they have access to these things. Of course, women need rights, right? This is
You're making
I don't
it
even
so.
know how you can be answering. Like, look, I need look. We definitely have to make sure that they have rights to, say, like a driver's license, because who else is going to go to the store and pick up the booze, right? I mean,
Holy
there's a lot of reasons why women need rights, So, like, I can't think of a reason why we couldn't. We got to make sure.
Okay. Kay, please.
All right, I
save
think
us.
Steven put it best. Where would y'all men be if it weren't for women? Y'all wouldn't be here.
True.
And then on top of that, who keeps y'all alive? CTV makes this meme joke of all this women and do all this shit for you, but like realistically, without your moms, where would you be? Your mom did all this shit for you. I know she did. And you ain't gonna lie about it. She wiped your ass when you were a kid. She birthed you. She cleaned up after you. She fed you from her body. Like, she did everything for you.
Straight from
Without
the
her,
nip.
you wouldn't be here.
Fair enough. Okay. Preacher.
Yeah. See if I can get out of this hole that CTV just put us in. Listen, the smartest woman I know is my mother. She's been my biggest supporter, even to this day at 48 years old. She's been my biggest supporter. Women deserve to have rights. Listen, I've seen women who can bench press more than me. I've seen women who can build better homes than me. Obviously, there's some things men can do that women can't do. There's things that women can do that men can't do. On top of all that, just for the plain and simple fact that, well, they're people too, so they deserve rights also. Oh, and my grandmother, who is 86 years old, actually said to me the other day, she goes, I'm trying to figure out what rights these are that I don't have. So I don't know.
Okay. Problematic pan.
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty obvious. Women should have rights so that they can leave us men alone. If women are independent and strong, well, then they'll be independent and strong, and that's fantastic.
Yeah,
as long as they get out. Yeah, exactly, and they get out of our hair. It's perfect.
Well,
Yeah,
Kay wants to
wait till you
Kay's-
get a girlfriend, Pan, and you're like,
Kay's
I
down to
can't
leave
wait,
you.
Kay. I can't
Kay
wait.
is totally down to leave you alone. Book smarts.
I think
I'm more or
everyone
less
is.
on Pan's side of this. I think that it's been a
Damn
bother
it,
to have to
Bookmarks.
take care of them for this long.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I think it's time to just let them be autonomous. They're at that point, bro.
Bookmarks. I
Probably
thought
were
you
at
would
that
be.
point before y'all were.
I thought you were gonna lead us in this rhetorical charge, okay, with all of the work that you've done. But you know what?
I'm
I
sick of
guess
doing
everybody.
work. That's why it's their
You know
turn to
what?
take charge of their own damn life and figure their own shit out. Let's see how good they do.
Fair enough. Okay.
Oh my god.
EOD, please. Please say something good.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Please
my
don't say
best.
something bad.
Welcome
I'm
to
gonna
the
try my best.
conversation, EOD.
Hey, what's up, preacher man?
Hey, doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. But I'll have to agree somewhat with Lord Booksmarts here, on the idea that women should definitely be able to be autonomous. I mean, I feel like we kind of solved a lot of this, like first of all with women's suffrage, and then with
The
some equal
19th
opportunity
Amendment
stuff.
and stuff.
Yeah, like all that good stuff, right? So
Yeah.
there's a lot of systemic effort towards making this happen and making this a reality. I mean, I'm not 100% why we keep bringing this up. I mean, maybe some people want to talk about the wage gap, or that's this thing or that thing, and really, I think the deeper you dig into the science, the more you realize a lot of it's cultural, not systemic. And I feel like this is a conflagration that keeps happening with the right and the left, and with the rhetoric and stuff. But one thing I would really like to cover really quick, Nacho, is I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, preacher, kind of standing up for my strength of character a little bit. I do get some pretty shitty sometimes, as I perfectly well demonstrated. And I heard the agreement, and I am perfectly aware of it, and I will do my best to honor that and not get shitty in IRS chat again. So, there's that.
Well, that's good. That's really good, man. Okay.
Hey, you can tell him to screw
Why
off.
did you
if
actually
want.
ask us
None
that
of
question?
fuck
I'm
my
curious
face.
because you had to, like, if we
anybody-
all went around and said like because women are people too, that would have been boring
So-
as fuck.
Look, all I heard is that
what were
we
you
need to
looking for?
end women's suffering, right? I want to
Because-
end their suffrage.
Look,
I'm tired of them
because-
suffering. Let's just get this thing over with, right?
Because I just haven't come across that in my daily life. Like in my fucking whatever fucking 28, 30 years on this fucking planet, I've never come across another individual who legitimately believed that women shouldn't have rights and that the 19th Amendment should be revoked. So like
Really?
yeah. I mean,
I've come
I'm
across
raised
guys
in
who
the-
think it's barefoot
raised in
pregnant
the
in the kitchen.
look. I was born and
I've
raised
heard-
in the Carolinas. I'm in South Carolina now. Like I just I literally I
Nacho,
go
what
to
part, if
my
you don't mind me asking?
closer to the border. So like Greenville County area. Like and
I know who the
I
fuck
just-
that is. Say coastal
I
plains,
know you- I
Piedmont,
know you-
or mountains. Coastal plains, Piedmont, or mountains.
Well, is that south?
Mountains.
That's south.
Okay, so
South
he's in
Carolina?
western
The
North
mountains.
Carolina in the mountains.
It's like the middle, but yeah, sure. But like I
My
just
parents
yeah
live
even
an hour south of Columbia. That's why I ask.
okay yeah I'm basically an hour north of Columbia. So
Nacho,
but
I
yeah.
feel like you should mention the context of how that position was arrived at.
It was
when we
the
were on
it
that
was
stream.
the yeah it was the J.K. Rowling stuff, and then it was just basically like feminist, and it was like as soon as the word feminist was thrown out, it was like, well, feminists are all socialists, and they brought this shit on themselves, and
Yeah,
that's
the
why.
J.K. Rowling question. Somebody said,
Yeah,
well,
I-
fuck her. She's a feminist. Women are responsible for all these problems. They shouldn't be able to vote because they vote bad and this, that, and the other. And
it's
Yeah.
because they're emotional and shit. And I was just like, I mean, I think I did an okay job of defending women's rights, but Jesus, I'm not ready for this. This is not a debate I have on the fucking daily. So I just wanted to get, I want to hear some other opinions and see what people
Oh well,
think,
if you
because
actually want like
obviously-
genuine arguments, like there's
Yeah,
this
because we-
really good book
we-
by J.S. Mill called "On the Subjugation of Women." He talks about how women not this was back in the 1800s, right? So he was talking about how women not having rights actually hurts the rest of us because they can be productive members of society that don't contribute. Like if you're looking for fucking genuine answers, I think that book's pretty good.
yeah, no, I was.
Wow, thank you so much for giving a subscribe, Existential. And by the way, guys, remember, please subscribe. This is what I do 7 days a week. and I do it for you, and I have so much fun doing it. But I need to make sure that this is something I can maintain and continue to do, and that I have an ample time to actually set aside to research things, and so I'm prepared for things. So I'm here every day. Please, think of subscribing if you so choose to. So
Some good ones. You just gotta find them. They're not as easily found as the shitheads are. Or
Right.
women
Well,
aren't looking for the nice ones. They're just going after the shitheads. But like I know I have a good man. Like I know that like yesterday he stayed home from work because he wasn't feeling good, but guess what? He still did the laundry because he knew it hadn't been done and I needed assistance with, so he helped me out. Like anything we do as a team, and it's you need help, I go do it. Like we go out, he holds the door, like stuff like that. I'll pay for the bill. As like dumb as those little things are, like there's things that still look good from a woman's point of view.
Look, I
just
open the
hold
door for my
open to
wife.
anybody walking behind me.
I open the doors for my wife, right? Because the fact of the matter is you can't let the women's learn how to operate doors, okay? Because then they'll know how to escape, okay? So you can't fucking let them start operating doors, otherwise they'll be able to escape. It's crazy, right? So just don't do it. Just make sure you open the damn doors.
I will be honest, like, I put this question on my TikTok. Like, women keep saying they're looking for that good guy, but then they'll get in a relationship with a good guy, but because some guy in the past treated them like crap, that good guy in the present is now living under that shithead's shadow, and they're pushing off the good guys. Like, do they really want a good guy, or do they want to dwell
It's a
on
hard from somebody who I was in a 3-year relationship that was physically and mentally abusive. It's a struggle to get out of that. So once you get out of that, you are still in that mindset of like not being worthy enough for X, Y, and Z, and having to be like sheltering yourself to be like, I understand this is a good experience and it is nice to have, but is it actually going to work out long term, or is he going to end up being a shitty person? So like you just after that, it's almost like a PTSD that you're trying to like block out.
So, and I'm gonna say this in a way that's gonna sound mean, and I don't mean it to be mean. So, what? So basically, a guy has to deal with that baggage from that woman until, like, how long do you think? Like, how long should a
Wow.
good guy be willing to
And
deal with that?
it all depends, and it also is like a thing that like I always say, if you were in like a shitty situation, you have any past trauma, that you probably should work on loving yourself before getting into a relationship.
True.
So, but once you achieve that, then it's quite simple.
So,
but
can I
that
get some
is the hardest
context?
part. We were talking about
Sorry, 'cause
chivalry and men and how women are saying that it's non-existent, and then we led into, well, when girls do get that good guy, even after past previous relationships of like bad guys, they end up pushing them away, and it's a lot of it
Oh,
has
true.
to do with like the trauma from that past relationship, that they're like, even if it wasn't like terrible in somebody else's eyes, it still hurt them as a person and like demoralized them, so it makes them feel less worthy of certain things.
All right, so this is a serious conversation because I like to talk about relationship type stuff. Look, I fell through this little like phase for a little while, especially when I was like in high school. Like it's the same way both ways, right? So there's women who or girls or whatever the fuck who don't before any of that other shit even happens. It's not like they mean to, but like it's the same thing both ways. Like women can like literally crush fucking dudes' hearts, and then you turn guys into like these fucking animals, basically. A lot of that has to do with like just mental health or like whatever the stigma around that shit generally. But yeah, I think that's kind of like a both sides issue, I guess.
It takes two to tango, sort of thing.
True. Yeah.
Good and bad people
everybody,
on both sides.
I think everybody has had a traumatic relationship in high school, right? Like your first love is always kind of traumatic, even if it's not reciprocated.
Dude,
right?
my first love crushed my heart. Okay.
Yeah.
My first love was the one I was with for 3 years that was physically
and then I was like,
abusive.
And then I was like,
I
screw
married my
all.
girlfriend from high school.
Yeah, and I just was like, they're all bad.
Who said that?
This
Steven?
will never
Very
be
many
good.
people- yeah, Steven said it. But I was
So
gonna say, not
22
very many
years
people
in May.
actually do that.
Nice.
But that's what makes me think that like a lot of males, especially that are in like this like MGTOW type fucking like abolish the 19th Groiper type crazy shit are just some fucking hurting dudes at the end. But it's like instead of it's just like confirmation bias, right? Instead of being like, hey, yeah, well, I just got like a really bad one. It's just more like, they're all like this.
Mm. And it's just working up to it. And like I said, a lot of it ends up like demoralizing the person. So it's kind of just figuring out, hey, this isn't how everyone is, and hey, I do deserve more than this, so I should work towards that.
Bro.
Which does take a while to achieve.
But whoever said it, I think it was Kate, or maybe it was both of you. I can't remember, but I was like putting my headphones back on, but it was like, yeah, loving yourself has a lot to do with that shit too. So
Yep, loving yourself in any situation. I always say,
Sure.
like in a relationship, you are two separate people, and you always have to be like 100. You have to be like at your best point to be able to work fully and functioning together. So you need to work on yourself as well, and you can't depend on the other person. The biggest thing with like relapsing with anything, like whether it be mental health, whether it be drugs or anything, is you can't be too committed on another person for your happiness or to keep you from the drugs. You have to be able to do that on your own. But they say like in rehab and shit, like to be in a don't be in relationships for like an X amount of years or X amount of months because it like affects that relationship there.
Is somebody looking
well, anybody
at
else
porn?
want to add anything to this sappy shit?
The fuck was
Yeah,
that?
What was that?
I have no
It was
idea.
a preacher.
What was that?
Was that
Believe me, it's
preacher?
not porn.
Well, we none
It's his
of us
wife's
believe
ringtone.
you.
That's what it is. It was his wife's
Believe
Yeah,
me.
no. Jesus, you kill me.
No, I think the way we got started down this road was we were talking about chivalry, right? And how there's a lack of it. And then Preacher surmised that perhaps there's a lack of it because
Women push it away.
right. But I would also add to that there's been a stigma about chauvinism in the world for a while, and trying to get some at least partial role reversal so that it appears equal, right? Like we were talking about, women deserve to be independent and this, that, and the other thing, and then maybe opening a door for them and holding it is implying that, as CTV suggested, that they're not capable of doing it for themselves.
Yeah, or that they're less than.
Right, and so
Yeah.
there's this that whole stigma is floating around in everybody's head too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
On top
Because
of
if
what
you
guys
do
are talking
too
about.
much, then it does take away from them and whatnot, and I feel like there's also this around like men being like, I don't want to say like bitches, but being like not manly. Like they like if they do
Well,
X,
that's
Y,
what
and
I'm
Z for a
saying.
girl, they end up being like, you're a bitch for doing that. Like why would you ever
True.
do that to a girl? Like you treat her too good. Like you deserve to be treated like that. And it's like you both deserve that. Like it should be reciprocated both ways.
I see that, but I also think.
Well, but girls, wait,
somewhere through the
but
time
girls
that,
do this. Girls do this just as much as guys do, right? They're both like guilty in this regard, where it's like, girls will be like, hey, like, why is he writing you like fucking poem? Like, bro, he wrote you a fucking like whole ass song and played it for you, like. Dude, what a creepo deepo!
Yeah, we
like,
used to make
what a
entire
weirdo! And then guys will do the same ass shit. Guys will be like, "What are you fucking in love, you weirdo?" Like, bro, why are you writing poems for this chick, dude? Just relax, man. Don't you know you could get like other girls like so you have the same thing going on like both.
I
like,
kind of feel like
sexes
that was
where-
targeted at me because I do poetry. But anyway,
Hey, I did it
think-
all, bro.
I just feel like
I was saying that shit because that's some dumb shit that I fucking did
well,
too.
I think also like I think for some reason the younger generations it's gotten more selfish. I think that's another part of why chivalry is gone. Like it's become much more selfish. Like I'm just gonna get through the door. This chick is with me, but whatever. I think that's part of it.
That's how I am now.
I think it also has to do with
But I'm married
What
now
was I
too,
gonna
though. So
I forget what I was gonna say.
I'm just like,
What did you
I got in those pants. I don't have to hold that door.
nah, it's just like honestly,
That is the real thing. Like there's a major honeymoon phase where like men will do X, Y, and Z for a woman, and then once they get in that relationship, they're like, "Fuck this! I don't need to do any of this shit anymore."
well, that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'll still do that stuff for my wife, but like,
No,
for
of
other
course.
females, like,
I'm not saying it's for everyone, but there
good
definitely
luck.
is a point in time
You
where
better
like
get in this door fast, man, because I'm going in and out.
Elevator's
Hurry up
closing,
and-
woman. Better run.
You better catch this handle, man, because I'm not fucking holding this shit over you. But I used to a little bit. I'll hold the door open and stuff for like older ladies. Like for if it's like pretty clear that like mothers
I
or
mean-
grandmothers, like yeah, I have respect.
You hear that,
But-
young ladies? You guys are screwed. But
I don't want. Yeah, no, yeah, you
Basically,
guys are
Nacho-
screwed.
Hold on. Basically, Nacho just said if he wouldn't fuck you, he'd open the door for you. That's what he just said.
Wait a minute, hold on, relax.
That's what you just said, right? If it's clear that I wouldn't fuck him, right? I'll open the door for you, right? I just.
You'll know I want to bang you when I slam the door in your face.
Yeah, right, that's the right
Basically.
I'm kind of like
No,
Steven
because
in
it's
that-
like it is crazy though, because it's like
hold the
you
door
can't
closed
even
or
do
behind
you can't even be like hold the door open for a girl sometimes where it's like, oh, I got a boyfriend. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I was just trying to be a nice dude. Okay,
Well, even like
relax.
I went to a bar
I don't
crawl.
want your number.
I went to a bar crawl and I was supposed to go with all my friends. It was like a Halloween bar crawl. We bought tickets for this shit. Like it was like whole 9 yards. And they all of a sudden last minute decided none of them could go. And I was like, fuck y'all. I've planned this thing for a month. I was like, this was supposed to be my birthday present to myself. Like I was gonna have a great fucking time. And I was like, fuck this, I'm going out. So I went out by myself. Well, I found these 2 guys who were just hanging out. Nerdy little boys, like nothing about them that like appeased me whatsoever, and nothing about me appeased them. We were just hanging out because they were brothers, they were twins, and I was there by myself. So they were like, "Yo, let's hang out." Well, we went out to the bar, and the first bar they were like, "Hey, we'll buy your drink," and I was like, "Oh, all right, no problem." Well, then I told people about it, and they're like, "Oh, they wanted to fuck you, blah 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 blah," and I'm like, "No, they were just being a nice guy. They knew like my night was ruined because all my friends didn't come out with me, and I was there by myself. So they were trying to make up for the fact that I was there by myself, not that they were just trying to get in my pants."
You know what's
False.
funny about that? When I was speaking to my fiance, because she has issues from like her past, and I said, "Listen, if you see me joking around with a woman, you can rest assured that means I have no interest in having sexual relations with her. If I had desires of being with a woman, I'm very, very shy. But if I'm actually like joking around, that means like I have no desire of that. I see you as just another person I can joke with. So yeah, I would be like if I saw you out and you were
I
having
gotta
fun.
dip.
and
I'll
you were-
see you guys later.
Have a good night.
Later on.
Peace, Stardust. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks
Appreciate you.
for having me. It was a lot of fun. Bye.
Cheers.